Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If All for One Deku becomes Shadowhunter. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya often felt like a child of misfortune. From the age of 1 to 4, he experienced love and happiness. But everything changed when he turned 4. After a visit to the doctor, his life took a turn for the worse. His parents, Inko and Toshinori Yagi, began to forget about him. His younger sister, Izumi, grew distant and hostile, and his former best friends, Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki, turned their backs on him as well. Each passing birthday came and went without any celebration from his family or friends. Even his uncle, Shoto Aizawa, who used to visit, had stopped coming around. Although he still received birthday cards from him, they lacked a return address, leaving Izuku feeling abandoned and unloved. As the years went by, Izuku turned 8 and found himself overwhelmed by despair. The mistreatment he endured led him to a dark place, where he resorted to self-harm as a misguided attempt to regain control over his pain. His parents dismissed his pleas for help, insisting he was fine and exaggerating his problems. This rejection deepened his resentment toward them. At school, Izumi even shared his request for therapy, leading to further ridicule from his peers, who cruelly pointed out that no therapist could fix his quirklessness. This was the moment Izuku began to cut, seeking some semblance of control in his chaotic life. Months later, Izuku overheard a conversation that shattered him completely. His family was discussing Izumi's training to inherit Toshinori's quirk. He learned that Toshinori Yagi was actually All Might, the #1 hero, and that Inko was the 6th hero, Green Tornado. The revelation that Izumi was deemed worthy of inheriting the legendary quirk One for All, despite her bullying behavior toward him, was devastating. It dawned on Izuku that Toshinori, too, was quirkless by birth, which meant he understood Izuku's struggles yet chose to neglect him. This realization broke Izuku's spirit. Determined to escape his painful reality, Izuku decided to run away. He packed his belongings and slipped out of his window under the cover of night. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching from the shadows. As he ran through the streets, a figure followed him from the rooftops. After half an hour, he reached a secluded beach, a place he had researched as a potential hideout. It was cold and dark, but he felt a sense of purpose in his decision to train and find food during the day. As he began to settle in, he heard a noise behind him. Grabbing a metal pole for protection, he swung it with all his might, only for it to be caught by a tall man with white hair. Izuku felt an odd familiarity with the stranger, but he couldn't place where he had seen him before. The man spoke, asking why Izuku was out at such an hour and why he seemed to be preparing to sleep there. Confused and wary, Izuku dropped the pole, bracing himself for the worst. "Why aren't you hurting me like everyone else?" Izuku asked, his voice trembling. The man's eyes widened in shock. "What?" he exclaimed, and Izuku flinched, expecting punishment. Instead, the man pulled him into a warm embrace. Izuku was taken aback but felt an unexpected sense of safety. "Why do I feel safe with you? Safer than with my family?" he asked, curiosity overcoming his fear. The man chuckled softly. "We have met before, but you wouldn't remember." "I'm sorry for that, my son." Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean?" "You heard me right, Izuku Yagi." "No, Izuku Midoriya. You are my son, and I apologize for not being there for you. I thought you and Inko would be better off without me, but it seems I was wrong." The man spoke softly. "So, wrong?" Izuku, curious, asked for his name. "Son, my name is Hisashi Midoriya," he replied. Izuku nodded, then inquired about what Hisashi was going to say before he corrected Toshinori's name. Hisashi dismissed it, saying it was nothing. "I'm assuming you were about to say All Might?" Izuku suggested, and Hisashi's eyes widened in acknowledgement. "I know. I heard them talk about their hero work with Izumi and, his quirk, if you know what I mean, though I don't know if you do." Hisashi chuckled. "I do, son. I know far more than you realize." How about I explain who I truly am once we get out of the cold? I need to tell you why I wasn't around and how I know All Might. So let's get you to my hotel room. He reached down and lifted Izuku onto his shoulders. Oh, what are you doing? Izuku exclaimed, surprised to find himself on his father's shoulders. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. I'm giving you a piggyback ride. I'm assuming All Might has never done it for you. I will make sure you enjoy the life that you should have, son. He began walking away from the beach, carrying Izuku's bags. Izuku asked why Hisashi was staying in a hotel, and Hisashi explained, I actually live in America right now. I only came back to look at Inko and you from afar. I do it once a year on your birthday. By the way, happy early birthday since it's tomorrow in a few hours. Izuku remembered that his birthday was indeed the next day, and he would be turning 9. He thanked his father, and they soon arrived at the hotel. As they entered the room, Izuku admired the view. Suddenly, he realized they were in Tokyo. Wait, when did we get into Tokyo? He asked, bewildered. Hisashi chuckled lightly. You fell asleep for a short PRD, and I teleported us to Tokyo. You didn't notice because you were so tired. How about I explain my past and everything about me in the morning? You can decide if you want to stay with me or not, as my past has some issues that you'll need to know about. If you choose not to stay, I'll ensure you are set up with someone else and have a stable life. No matter what, I will make sure you live a better life. So let's sleep for the night, okay? Izuku nodded, feeling sleepy. Well, there goes stranger danger and all, since I have zero proof except my gut telling me you're my father. Please don't do anything while I sleep, he said as he finished changing clothes and slipped under the covers. Hisashi was taken aback by his son's comment, surprised at his lack of concern. We will definitely talk about that statement in the morning. Hisashi muttered as he opened his laptop to write some emails to his lawyers in America, preparing paperwork for Izuku. He was relieved that Inko never legally declared him dead, which left a significant loophole for him to exploit. Inko had never legally divorced Hisashi, and their marriage had taken place in America. Hisashi had ulterior motives for marrying Inko there, as it allowed him to take her and leave everything behind if needed. The divorce would have to happen in America, and he also had American citizenship. This meant Izuku was an American citizen as well, but the Japanese government was unaware of Hisashi and Inko's marriage, which had occurred shortly before Izuku's birth. As a result, Inko could legally marry in Japan, but it voided their marriage in America. This would grant Hisashi full custody of Izuku in the American court system due to Inko's actions. Thank goodness I never got her American citizenship, or else this would be harder to navigate, Hisashi thought as he requested his lawyers prepare everything to void his marriage and secure full custody of Izuku. Unbeknownst to everyone, Hisashi was a successful businessman with a thriving empire back in America, known as Midoriya Enterprises. Izuku felt comfortable and safe, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. He wondered how he could feel this way when he should be in a difficult situation on the beach. Wait, I was found by someone who claimed to be my father, he thought, pushing himself up quickly and looking around. Before he could fully process his thoughts, he felt himself being pulled back down onto the bed. Go back to sleep, you only slept for 6 hours. You need a minimum of 8 since you're a growing boy, Hisashi said, pulling Izuku close against his chest. Izuku was unsure how to react. He hadn't been hugged since he was 4. It feels so warm, he thought, and the warmth from Hisashi lulled him back to sleep. A few hours later, Izuku awoke to the smell of food. His stomach grumbled and he felt embarrassed. Hisashi emerged from the kitchen with a smirk. I hear you're hungry. Come enjoy the food. Izuku cautiously made his way to the table, looking confused. What do I do? I'm not used to eating with others. I've always had to make my own food and retreated to my room because I couldn't eat in the dining room. They would always ask why I ate so much when I barely ate anything at all, he explained. Hisashi struggled to contain his anger at Inko. How could she have treated him this way? He thought, feeling a surge of determination to ensure Izuku would never feel that way again. Hisashi sighed as he set the plates of food on the table and gently lifted Izuku into his seat. It's okay to sit with me and eat. Just enjoy, and let me know if you want more. We need to ensure you get a proper diet moving forward so your body can catch up on the growth it has missed due to neglect, he said. Izuku thanked him and began to eat slowly, displaying a hint of defensiveness over his food that Hisashi noticed. He's likely had to defend his food from other kids at school. That will need to be worked out of him with time. I need to make sure he sees a therapist, Hisashi thought. Once they finished eating, Hisashi cleaned up while Izuku remained seated. He poured a glass of water for both of them and then looked at Izuku. Okay, first things first. In the future, don't go with strangers who claim to be family. You're lucky that I am actually your father, but besides that, I promise to tell you the truth about my past. Hisashi began. Izuku responded with a toothy grin, prompting Hisashi to roll his eyes. Just like my brother with that grin, he mused. So, you might hate me for this, but know that I don't do it anymore, Hisashi continued. Izuku looked at him, his expression serious. I doubt it can be worse than you being all might and neglecting your stepson who was quirkless, or being a mother who doted on the second child while forgetting the first. My standards are quite low, so just tell me, Izuku replied with a blank face, which made Hisashi want to laugh. Dear God, you've had to mature quickly due to your situation. Hisashi muttered, and Izuku nodded in agreement. Hisashi decided to start from the very beginning. I guess let's start with One for All and the full story of it since I am connected to it. There were once two brothers during the dawn of quirks. They were very close but eventually turned against each other. The older brother gathered forces to work against the government, believing they weren't protecting quirked individuals. However, he became twisted and sought power for himself. His quirk allowed him to control others, and he waged war during the dawn of quirks. This older brother's name was lost to time, and he became known as All for One. His quirk allowed him to take, give, and combine quirks at will, using fear to control people. The younger brother opposed him and was thought to be quirkless at the time. The older brother believed that by keeping him safe and forcing a quirk on him, the younger brother would join him. The younger brother was locked away for a while, but in the end, he opposed the older brother with a quirk that merged with an unknown quirk inside him, creating a new quirk called One for All. That is how that quirk was created and transferred through 8 different people, the 8th being All Might. Hisashi paused to take a drink of water, glancing at Izuku, who was listening intently. Now you might wonder where I come into this. Well, I am the retired villain of Japan known as All for One, and I am over 200 years old. You were also not born quirkless, Hisashi stated, watching as Izuku's expression shifted through shock, sadness, confusion, and anger. Did you take my quirk? Izuku asked, his voice trembling slightly. Hisashi nodded. Why? Izuku pressed, a few tears escaping. Because I was afraid you would hurt yourself with it. It's an advanced version of mine, and it activated right after BRTH. A baby having a quirk that could take, give, combine, and copy quirks would be dangerous. I intended to give it back, but All Might found me soon after your beach, and I was injured in the fight. I almost died from it, and I'm still not fully recovered. The quirks I've taken over the years are what keep me alive. I can give you your quirk back right now if you want, Hisashi offered. Izuku nodded, and Hisashi gently touched his head. Izuku felt pain, but it was less than the beatings he had endured, so he didn't scream. I'm impressed you didn't scream, Hisashi remarked. Izuku shrugged, saying he had experienced worse, which made Hisashi pale slightly at the thought of what his son had endured. Well, during that fight I also caused damage to All Might. It's why he's so skinny now, which I find amusing, Hisashi said with a smirk. So, you're retired from your villainous activities? Izuku asked, and Hisashi nodded. Indeed. I don't engage in anything in the underworld anymore. I still have contacts that keep me informed about significant events, but I focus mostly on the American underworld now. I'm not a wanted man in America, only in Japan, where I committed my acts. Also, All Might believes he killed me all those years ago. I now own Midoriya Enterprise, the #1 business in America, which means I have amassed considerable wealth over the past 200 years, Hisashi joked, making Izuku chuckle a bit. So, if I wanted to be a hero, even with what All Might did to me, would you support it? Izuku asked shyly. Not in Japan, no. In America, sure, since that's where we're going. I have connections with the American Hero Commission and government who know my secrets about being so old and being all for one. As long as I don't go stealing quirks from regular citizens and only target criminals, they won't bother me, and I can live as I wish. Hisashi smiled as he shared his thoughts with Izuku. I think people would be interested to hear about my son who wants to become a hero. Izuku's face lit up with excitement, but then he hesitated. But I don't want to make anyone quirkless. Hisashi chuckled softly, shaking his head. You seem to have forgotten that your quirk is all for one advanced. It allows you to permanently copy a quirk without stealing it. You just need to be in prolonged contact for about a minute, but you could probably train that down. Plus, I have 200 years worth of quirks that you could copy from the first time around. Once you get a provisional license or during hero training, you can copy from anyone you encounter in the hero field. Izuku's eyes widened in realization, and he smacked his forehead in disbelief. Hisashi then noticed something red peeking out from under Izuku's sleeve. Concerned, he gently pulled the sleeve down and paled at what he saw. Oh, son, when did you start? Hisashi asked, his voice filled with worry. Izuku looked down, shame washing over him. It's the only way I could have some control. They wouldn't let me see a therapist. I needed to feel in control of something in my life. Tears streamed down his face, and Hisashi quickly moved to embrace him, rubbing his back soothingly. It's going to be okay. Just promise me that if you ever feel the urge to hurt yourself, you will come to me. No matter what I'm doing, I will stop for you, and we will talk. Nothing is more important than you, okay? Izuku nodded, feeling a sense of relief. When we arrive in America, I'll set you up with a therapist who knows about my past. He's worked for me for years and can be trusted with your secrets. Izuku thanked him, and Hisashi reassured him that this was just the beginning of the love and care he would receive from now on. They eventually calmed down and returned to the bedroom, sitting on the bed and sharing a comforting hug. Dad, when are we leaving Japan? I don't want to get stuck here if they notice I'm gone, Izuku said, pressing against his father's chest, listening to his heartbeat, which brought him comfort. Hisashi thought for a moment before deciding they would leave that afternoon. I'll cancel my last meeting here. I can do it remotely and just say something important came up that requires me to return to America early. From what I can tell, they haven't noticed you yet. It's Saturday, and I doubt they'll realize you're missing until Monday when school calls to report your absence. Izuku nodded, feeling reassured. After resting a bit longer, they got up and changed as Hisashi called for the private plane to prepare for an early departure. Izuku began to explore the feeling of his quirk within himself, adapting to it. After about 2 hours, the plane was ready, and they headed to board. You have a nice plane, Dad, Izuku remarked, and Hisashi chuckled, prompting Izuku to wonder what was amusing. Remember, you're my son, which means you own all of this too since you're my only child in 200 years. I never got involved with anyone else besides your mother. Sometimes I wonder what drew me to her in the first place, considering how things turned out. You and she are the reasons I decided to retire, but now I think fate wanted you to be born and come into my care. Izuku remained silent, feeling a pang of sadness for his father's long solitude. He hugged Hisashi tightly. Don't worry. I'm here now for you. You won't be alone anymore. Hisashi smiled, a tear slipping down his cheek. You remind me so much of your uncle. You both act so similarly. I can't wait to see what kind of man you grow up to be. He gently rubbed Izuku's head, buckling him in for takeoff before sitting across from him. Within 30 minutes, they were in the air, bound for America. About 3 hours into the flight, Izuku watched as Hisashi pulled out a laptop to start a meeting. Hello Mr. Yaoyorozu. I apologize for canceling the in-person meeting. Something came up that requires me to leave Japan early. I'm already on my flight back to America, Hisashi explained. Izuku recognized the name, one of the wealthiest families in Japan, though they paled in comparison to his father's wealth and influence. No problem, Midoriya. I hope everything goes well for you, the man replied. They discussed business for the next hour, but soon Izuku's stomach rumbled, catching Hisashi's attention. Excuse me for a moment, Hisashi said, standing up to grab some food from the small kitchen area. He prepared a sandwich and some fruit, handing it to Izuku. Here you go, son. Eat up. We'll get your health checked when we arrive in America to ensure you're getting everything your body needs. He momentarily forgot about the video call, and Mr. Yaoyorozu interjected, curious. Hisashi, did I just hear that you have a son? The man asked, surprised. Hisashi rolled his eyes but replied, yes, you did. I doubt you'll pretend you didn't hear that. Wait, when did you have a son? Mr. Yaoyorozu pressed. I've had a son for 9 years now. I was separated from my family for years due to an accident, and when I returned, I found my soon-to-be ex-wife with another man, so I stayed away. Hisashi had just learned that his soon-to-be ex-wife and her new husband in Japan were neglecting their child, his son, Izuku. Anger filled his voice as he spoke about the situation. They've neglected him, and their other child, who is almost a year younger, has been bullying him because they assumed he was quirkless. It's infuriating. I don't want to talk about it. Seth Yaoyorozu, listening intently, replied, I understand. If we get the chance, we should introduce our children. It can be difficult for kids from well-off families to find trustworthy friends who aren't just after their money. Hisashi considered this, knowing he wanted to ensure Izuku was healed before introducing him to new people. As the flight continued, Izuku fell asleep, resting peacefully. In his dreams, however, Izuku was trapped in a nightmare, reliving the painful memories of his life. He recalled the physical and verbal abuse from Izumi Yagi, Shoto Todoroki, and Katsuki Bakugo, as well as the bullying from other students, all while the teachers turned a blind eye. Just when the darkness felt overwhelming, a warm thought of his father broke through. Izuku woke up, feeling a troubling urge to harm himself. He remembered his father's words, I promised I would go to him. He searched the plane for Hisashi and found him at the back, engaged in a video call. Not wanting to interrupt, he stood quietly, but Hisashi noticed him and paused the call. What's wrong, Izuku? Hisashi asked gently. Izuku hesitated, stuttering. You said to come to you when I want to. Hisashi quickly moved to check on him, relieved to find no fresh wounds on Izuku's wrists. Good, he thought. It seems my kindness is helping him reach out. He asked what had triggered the urge, and Izuku explained he had been trapped in a nightmare filled with painful memories. Hisashi nodded, pulling Izuku into his arms and sitting down in front of the laptop. The board members on the call were surprised to see a young child with their CO. Okay, where were we? Hisashi asked, unpausing the call. The board members were silent, and one finally asked, Who is this young man? This is my son, Izuku Midoriya, the future CEO of Midoriya Enterprise, Hisashi replied, chuckling at their shocked expressions. One of the older board members inquired about when Hisashi had a son. With a sigh, Hisashi explained, he just turned 9 yesterday. I come to Japan near his birthday each year to watch from afar. I found him running away from his mother's house at night and discovered he was being neglected and abused because he was wrongly diagnosed as quirkless. His stepsister and others bullied him, and his mother and stepfather ignored him completely. His mental and physical health are struggling, but I'm seeing positive signs as he receives kindness from me. As Hisashi picked up one of Izuku's notebooks filled with notes about heroes and their quirks, the board members nodded, intrigued. Will he be attending school or receiving homeschooling? One senior board member asked. Several of us have children at the private middle school here, and they could be friends, showing him the kindness he hasn't experienced. Hisashi considered this. I'll likely homeschool him for the rest of the semester. It'll help his mental state before introducing him to a new school environment. Another board member suggested, we could slowly introduce the kids. If you bring him to the office, we could have our children visit for a few hours to help him adapt. Hisashi agreed, appreciating the idea. They continued discussing business matters, but soon Izuku woke up again, realizing he was still in Hisashi's lap. He tried to get up, but Hisashi gently stopped him. I see you're awake. How are you feeling? Hisashi asked. Izuku paused, thinking carefully before responding, better. I'm still getting used to all of this, but having you around helps with the thoughts. Izuku said, glancing at Hisashi, who nodded in agreement. Hisashi handed Izuku a banana to snack on, as they were only an hour away from landing. As the flight came to an end, Izuku realized they had arrived in the United States, specifically at JFK International Airport in New York. Now that I think about it, I never asked where you live, did I? And I didn't even ask for proof like a DNA test before accepting you as my father. Wow, my standards have really fallen, Izuku remarked, shaking his head at himself. Hisashi felt an urge to facepalm at his son's antics. I'll arrange for a DNA test to confirm you are 100% mine, and I have your BRTH certificate and records at home. You have American citizenship since I'm an American citizen, which I obtained over a century ago for practical reasons. As for where I live, do you know Central Park? Hisashi asked. Izuku nodded, indicating he was familiar with it. Well, about 120 years ago, the city of New York faced financial troubles, so I made them a deal. I covered their debts in exchange for ownership of the land between East Drive, West Drive, and 102nd Street. This gave me a lot of land, and I still let it be used by the public. Only the area where my house is located is blocked off. The house is near the Lasker rink and a small pond, tucked away in the woods for privacy, Hisashi explained. Izuku began to form a rough idea of where it might be based on his father's description. Soon, vehicles arrived to take them to the house, and Izuku was pleasantly surprised by its appearance. It was a charming wooden log cabin that blended seamlessly with the trees in the North Woods area of Central Park. After showing Izuku around the house, Hisashi received a notification on his phone. Let's head upstairs. There are a few people I want you to meet, he said, leading Izuku to the living room where he asked him to wait. Izuku looked around, curious, until he heard Hisashi's voice along with another. Son, I want you to meet Seth King. He's a loyal friend of mine who knows everything about my past. I've also given him a quirk that helps slow down his aging, so he looks younger than he actually is, Hisashi introduced. Hello, young Mstr Izuku. I am Seth King, and I handle almost all legal matters for your father, Seth said, shaking Izuku's hand. If you ever find yourself in legal trouble or need assistance and can't reach your father, call me. I will come to you and help resolve the issue while trying to contact him. Izuku nodded as Hisashi handed him a new phone, pre-programmed with important numbers, including Seth's. Anyway, Hisashi, I've brought all the documents you need to legally dissolve your marriage with Inko. Since she married in Japan after your marriage in America, your marriage is legally voided. We just need the court to recognize it. We'll also need DNA proof that Izuku is your son for custody purposes. It would help if we had evidence of neglect, so I suggest we find someone who can copy Izuku's memories to present to the court. This will strengthen your case and prevent any rights being granted to Inko in the future, Seth explained. Izuku listened intently, asking about the implications of revealing his father's secrets. Seth assured him that he could willingly block memories, and the quirk used would require his consent to access any memories. Izuku agreed to undergo the process, recognizing it would help both his father and the therapists understand his experiences better. After discussing further details, Izuku and Hisashi provided blood samples, which were placed in sealed containers. Curious about Seth's abilities, Izuku asked about his original quirk. My BRTH quirk allows me to understand all aspects of a document. It's a passive ability, which makes me well-suited for legal work, but it only applies to physical documents, not digital ones. I print everything out to ensure I have a physical copy, Seth explained. Izuku found it fascinating. Oh, since you know about Dad's quirk, I'm assuming you know mine? He inquired. Seth nodded. Are you interested in copying my quirk? He asked. Izuku agreed but decided to wait until he had better control over his abilities and could manage the drawbacks of Seth's quirk. It gives headaches that one must learn to manage, often requiring some form of relief. Find a quirk that helps counter the effects, and I won't mind you copying it. It might be overwhelming for you. I found it challenging when I was your age, Seth remarked. Izuku nodded in agreement, while Hisashi chuckled at Izuku's eagerness to copy quirks so soon. After a bit more conversation, Seth excused himself to attend to the court documents and the DNA test. Hisashi led Izuku into the kitchen, and together they prepared a meal as the evening grew late. "Tomorrow, we'll meet with a therapist who you can talk to about anything," Hisashi said. "After that, we can go shopping for new clothes and items for your room." Izuku nodded enthusiastically, looking forward to the next day, a stark contrast to the dread he had felt the previous week. Unbeknownst to them, the Yagi, Bakugo, and Todoroki families were all frantically searching for Izuku, but luck was not on their side. As Izuku woke up on Monday, he prepared for his day, which included a visit to the therapist and picking up some essentials for his room and clothing. Meanwhile, his sister Izumi started her day without a second thought about her brother, who was often silent and overlooked. Though a nagging feeling in the back of her mind suggested something was off, she brushed it aside. After finishing breakfast, she headed to school, where she met Bakugo and Todoroki along the way. They walked together, and Bakugo asked about Izuku's whereabouts, eager to find him. Izumi replied that he was likely already at school, as he often arrived early or just before the bell to avoid them. Upon arriving at the classroom, they noticed Izuku's seat was empty. The bell rang, but he still didn't show up. When the teacher called his name during roll call, there was no response. The teacher turned to Izumi and asked if Izuku was sick. She shrugged, unsure, and the teacher decided to move on, which was typical since they had long ignored the bullying Izuku faced. As the day progressed, Izumi's unease grew. During lunch, Izumi questioned why they had started bullying Izuku in the first place. Todoroki spoke up, explaining that it was meant to protect him from getting hurt since he refused to give up on his dream of being a hero despite being quirkless. Izumi reflected on their actions and suggested they stop, realizing they had gone too far. "We're no better than villains if we continue this," she said, and both boys flinched at her words. They agreed it was time to treat Izuku better and stop calling him Deku, unaware that their past actions had already caused significant harm. After school, they headed to the Yagi house, where all three families had gathered for an early dinner. Izumi rushed into the living room, asking if anyone had seen Izuku, who hadn't shown up to school. Concern spread across the adults' faces, and Inko decided to check Izuku's room. She wondered if he was sick and had stayed in his room unnoticed. When she entered, she found it empty but discovered a note. As she read the note, she fell to her knees in tears. The commotion drew the others in, and Toshinori, concerned, asked what was wrong. Endeavor took the note from Inko's hands and read it, his eyes widening in shock. He turned to the others, anger and disbelief in his voice. "What did you three do? This letter says you've bullied and neglected Izuku for years. Explain yourselves." Shoto felt a wave of fear wash over him as the reality of their actions began to sink in. The other parents read the letter, their expressions shifting to shock as Toshinori struggled to remember any interactions with Izuku. "What have we done?" he thought, sitting on the bed. His gaze fell on something in the trash can, a bandage stained with blood. He paled at the sight of razor blades, realizing the gravity of their actions. Ray gasped, tears streaming down her face. "He's hurting himself. You all drove him to this." The kids were confused until they understood the implications of what they had seen. They had pushed Izuku to the brink, compounding the pain he faced daily. As Ray and Mitsuki noted the missing clothing, it dawned on them that Izuku might have run away. All Might quickly made phone calls to key figures in their community, seeking help to locate Izuku. Hours later, several important figures arrived at the Yagi house to address the situation. "So let's get this straight," one of them began. "You, Toshinori and Inko, neglected your son Izuku for years because he was quirkless? And these three children thought it was acceptable to bully him for pursuing his dreams." The weight of their actions hung heavy in the air, and the realization of the consequences began to settle in. "We also have the fact that he is most likely struggling with his mental health due to all of this, but we can confirm that he physically harms himself. And last but not least, he has run away, and we don't know when." Sir Night Eye stated loudly, and the Yagis and the three kids nodded in agreement. Everyone groaned at the mess of a situation they found themselves in, though Aizawa was visibly frustrated. He decided to speak up. "Inko and Toshinori," he said, drawing their attention along with everyone else in the room. "I'm telling you this right now. Once we find Izuku, I'm removing him from your custody, and he will be living with me moving forward. If you want to focus only on your daughter, that's fine, but I will take care of him, Aizawa declared, glaring at them. The couple flinched but attempted to argue that he was their child. I don't care. Moving forward, Inko, you are no longer family. Izuku needs more than what you two can provide for him, Aizawa said as he stood up to leave. I'm going to go out and search for him. Nizu, send me any useful information from them that might help me, Aizawa instructed, and Nizu agreed. Soon, Aizawa was gone, leaving the room in silence. Nizu then looked at the kids and then at the parents, contemplating. You kids are lucky. None of what you did is on your record. If it were, you wouldn't be able to walk through UA's doors at all, Nizu stated, causing the kids to stiffen. Endeavor scoffed. Shoto, consider the recommendation I was going to make no more. If you want to get into any hero school, do it on your own merit and pass the general exams, he said, and Todoroki nodded. The Bakugos were hesitant to even allow Katsuki to attend hero school but decided to permit it, provided he went through therapy first. Nizu seized on that idea and suggested that all 3 children should see a therapist and attend anger management to ensure they could improve before entering UA. Let's be clear. I can't really stop you from applying since this won't end up on your records, and most of what you did is protected until you were 7. So, you are lucky. But I can and will make your time at UA a bit less enjoyable. Regardless of what happens outside of UA, you 3 will be required to see Hound Dog during your time there, and you will be under closer supervision overall since I will be placing you in Aizawa's class if you manage to pass. This way, he can keep you 3 in line, Nizu said. They all nodded in agreement with the conditions placed upon them. The conversation soon shifted to how to start a search for Izuku, and the detective took the lead. As it stands, Izuku's case likely won't receive much attention due to society's views on quirkless individuals. If you were to reveal that you're his father, more people would search for him, but there is also the danger of him being held hostage if a villain finds him first. Either way has its disadvantages, the detective explained, and the Yagi family clenched their hands as Endeavor spoke up. We could present it as him being missing but also a witness in a case. That is somewhat true, considering you will likely investigate the school for what they allowed, and he would indeed be a witness. This way, we can focus on finding him through my office instead of All Might's, Endeavor suggested, and Nizu agreed with that approach. Thus, Izuku would be portrayed as a missing child involved in an important case that needed to be resolved. The detective nodded and made notes to set the case up with Endeavor's agency so no one could question it later. All Might asked Sir Night-Eye if he would use his quirk to see if they would find Izuku, but Sir Night-Eye declined, stating it would only solidify the situation. However, unbeknownst to All Might, Sir Night-Eye did use his quirk when he was about to leave, placing his hand on Inko's shoulder. Soon, the heroes and the detective departed. Rei took her son home, and the Bakugos left as well, leaving the heroes and the detective standing in the street as they got into the detective's car to drive off. As they drove, Nizu asked Sir Night-Eye if he had indeed used his quirk. I see you caught me, Sir Night-Eye admitted. Nizu inquired if they would find Izuku, and Sir Night-Eye pondered. Unknown for sure. I couldn't see the details clearly, as my perspective was limited. I could tell it was in your office at UA, and some years had passed. Inko called Izuku's name in a sad tone, and there was another voice. It's been a while since I've heard Izuku's voice, so I can't say if it was his or not, and if it's years in the future, his voice would have changed as well. However, I could sense deep anger in the male's voice, which would be understandable if it was Izuku. He likely feels resentment and wants nothing to do with them if we do find him, Sir Night-Eye concluded, and everyone in the car nodded solemnly. They remained silent for a moment before Nizu spoke again. All we can do is keep searching. I've never believed your quirk is 100% accurate. I believe it provides the highest probability of the future but can still be altered by many people's actions. We just need to keep searching and be ready for whenever we find him, ensuring we provide him the love that the Yagis failed to give. If he is at UA, it could mean he attends as a general student or somehow makes it into the hero course. I will work on removing the quirkless rule since I've had plans to do it anyway, and this will just provide another route for him to be there. Nizu stated, and everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, their drive came to an end, and Endeavor exited at his agency with the detective, while Nizu, Recovery Girl, and Sir Night Eye took a cab to their own destinations. Thus began the search for one Izuku Yagi, though they wouldn't find him until he wanted to be found. Several days had passed since Izuku arrived in America, and it was now Thursday. A lot had happened during that time. His room had been decorated, and he had received new clothing. Izuku had also begun to talk to a therapist, slowly opening up. The first session had been tense, with Hisashi staying in the room because Izuku was reluctant to let go of him. The therapist explained to Hisashi that this behavior was a natural defense mechanism. Izuku had developed a strong attachment to Hisashi, who represented safety and protection, much like a small child would cling to a parent when faced with something unfamiliar. Izuku had experienced a lack of safety in his early years, and now he was latching onto Hisashi, fearing abandonment as he had faced before. Hisashi was relieved to understand this and began to observe Izuku for any concerning habits that might indicate he was acting younger than his age. The therapist suggested that as Izuku felt more secure, these habits would likely diminish. Hisashi was encouraged to step in if anyone tried to bully Izuku, unlike his previous parents, which would help Izuku overcome some of the behaviors he had developed. After the first session, they agreed to continue with therapy twice a week until the therapist felt Izuku was ready for fewer sessions. Outside of therapy, shopping for clothes became a fun experience for both of them, as Hisashi enjoyed picking out various outfits for Izuku. Then came the court case. Seth King, Hisashi's lawyer, called to inform them that the court wanted both Izuku and Hisashi to appear, as the judge wished to see Izuku in person. They were puzzled but agreed to attend. Soon, they found themselves waiting outside the courtroom with Seth. When they were called in, Izuku jumped into Hisashi's lap, as there were only 2 seats available. The judge called the court to order and introduced the attorney representing the government, as they were requesting something from the government. Mr. Midoriya, the judge began, I wanted to see the child being claimed to ensure he is indeed real. I also wish to use my quirk on him. It allows me to discern if someone is telling the truth, though it is subjective to the individual's knowledge. Are you willing to consent to this, Izuku? Izuku looked at Hisashi, who reassured him, This is your decision, Izuku. Just know I will be here if you feel uncomfortable with any of her questions. Feeling less tense, Izuku agreed and moved to sit in the chair next to the judge. When did you first meet Hisashi Midoriya? She asked. Izuku took a moment to respond. I first met him, as far as I can remember, on the beach where I planned to sleep the night after running away from my mother's home and who I now know is my stepfather. But Dad knows me from birth since he was there the day I was born. The judge nodded, then asked about his relationship with the 3 children in the video presented to her. Izuku explained who they were and how Hisashi had treated him. I don't know how to define if he was doing a good, really, Izuku admitted. The judge prompted him for more detail. I've only known pain and suffering, so anything outside of that is better. Dad has taken me shopping for clothes, though I think he enjoyed dressing me up more than I did. He's also made me food when I always had to make it myself before. He stayed with me during my first therapy session because I was scared. Izuku hesitated, struggling to articulate his feelings. Hisashi gently offered, It's okay if you can't say it. Do you want me to? Izuku nodded. Hisashi turned to the judge. Your Honor, my son's mental health is severely affected due to the treatment he's received from my hopefully soon ex-wife. That family drove him to the point of self-harm, and he likely has a range of mental health issues we will address with the therapist. The judge's expression darkened as she listened. She asked Izuku if he was comfortable showing his wrists, and he did so, confirming the evidence of his struggles. Thank you, sweetie, she said, and Izuku smiled brightly at the praise. After making more notes, the judge asked, Izuku, do you think you would ever want to see your mother or stepsister again in the future? Hisashi understood the significance of the question, knowing it would influence the judge's decision regarding any potential contact. Izuku replied firmly, As it stands, no. I hate them. I did nothing wrong, and yet they treated me like that. Izuku sat in the courtroom, his expression serious as he spoke. I don't plan to reconnect with them. I have my dad to care for me now. The only thing I expect from them is pain, unlike with Dad. The judge nodded, acknowledging his words. After a few more questions, she informed Izuku that he could return to Hisashi. Thank you both for coming today, the judge began, turning her attention to Hisashi. You have provided sufficient proof to end your marriage. Normally, I would require attempts to contact the other party to ensure both sides are present, but given the harm caused to the child involved and the child's expressed feelings, I cannot allow the other party to find the child's location through court actions. She glanced at the government lawyer. If there are no objections, I will grant a nullification of the marriage with Inko Yagi, formerly Inko Shimura, despite her previous marriage in the United States as Inko Midoriya. The lawyer shook his head, indicating there were no objections. The judge continued, regarding the child, Izuku, this court finds that Inko Yagi is unfit to care for him. Custody will be awarded to Hisashi Midoriya. No child support will be granted, as it would require contacting the other party, which could endanger the child. A restraining order will also be placed against Inko Yagi and Izumi Yagi, though it will have no effect outside the United States. She looked at Hisashi's lawyer, who accepted the terms, as did the government lawyer. Furthermore, this court recognizes that Izuku is a United States citizen, despite being born in Japan. His father is an American citizen, granting Izuku birthright citizenship alongside his Japanese citizenship. However, we require the renunciation of Izuku's Japanese citizenship to prevent Japan's courts from attempting to grant custody back to Inko Midoriya should he return before reaching adulthood at age 18. The judge asked if both parties agreed, and they nodded in unison. With that, the court case concluded, and Izuku's documents were verified, with identification papers expected to arrive at the Midoriya home in a few weeks. Congratulations, Izuku, on being formally recognized by the government as Izuku Midoriya moving forward, the judge stated, and Izuku expressed his gratitude. As they left the courtroom, the government lawyer approached them. The identification papers will arrive at your home address in about 2 weeks. The removal of his Japanese citizenship will be recognized by the United States, but we won't notify Japan to avoid alerting them to his presence. We want to prevent any potential international incidents involving All Might, especially since we have concerns about his weakening status. Izuku was taken aback that the lawyer knew about All Might, despite his efforts to keep that information hidden. Hisashi noticed Izuku's confusion and explained, "The commission president and a few in the government are aware of my past and my quirk. They know All Might's true identity. When they saw the case related to me, they sent a lawyer who was briefed on everything, including All Might." Hisashi continued, "This means they recognize your potential as a hero. You have more value to the government than All Might, who is nearing retirement. You will be a hero in America, helping the government combat crime, while he will be stepping back due to his injuries." Izuku smiled, feeling a sense of relief. "That's good, I guess. It means I won't have to hide my quirk from the government." Hisashi nodded in agreement. America had a different attitude toward quirks compared to Japan, with stricter discrimination laws. While Izuku might face some challenges, he wouldn't encounter the same level of prejudice, and the government was eager to support his aspirations of becoming a hero. Hisashi thought to himself that they might even want Izuku to join the Special Agent Hero program, which trained powerful heroes for challenging missions. Although he hoped Izuku would never have to resort to violence, he understood that sometimes difficult choices had to be made to protect others. As such, there wasn't much difference except for the frequency of challenging missions and the possibility of having to confront dangerous villains that they had to deal with to ensure public safety. However, that was a concern for another day, as the Midoriyas soon headed home after a long court case that left both of them hungry. It had been about 4 weeks since Izuku had left his mother's care. They learned that he was reported missing and was being sought as a witness in an important case through the Endeavor Agency. The missing person report was filed 3 days after Izuku had run away, having disappeared on a Friday night and not returning until the following Monday. Izuku and Hisashi found it amusing that Toshinori and Inko had chosen not to reveal their hero identities or their connection to Izuku, likely fearing that villains might use that information against him. However, this only fueled Izuku's resentment toward them, as he felt they weren't willing to risk everything to find him. Noticing Izuku's anger one day, Hisashi decided to sit him down for a conversation. "Izuku, I want to talk about your feelings toward them," Hisashi began, sensing Izuku tense up. "You're not going to tell me to forgive them, are you?" Izuku asked, concern evident in his voice. "No, not at all. I'm just worried that holding on to this anger might lead you to make unwise decisions. I don't want you to repeat the mistakes I made. Your dream is to be a hero, and you'll need to channel your anger into something constructive instead of letting it consume you. It's okay to feel hurt, but letting it dictate your actions is another matter. Do you see what I'm getting at?" Hisashi inquired. Izuku sat in silence for a few moments, contemplating his father's words before nodding. "I think I understand. If I let my anger control me, I might do something I'll regret, something I can't take back. I could end up stooping to their level," he replied thoughtfully. Hisashi felt relieved that Izuku grasped the essence of the conversation. "Exactly. Now, how was therapy yesterday?" Hisashi asked, prompting Izuku to reflect. "It was better. They gave me some coping strategies and breathing techniques for when I feel overwhelmed. I'm starting to understand everything they did and how I feel about it," Izuku said. Hisashi was pleased to see the therapy starting to make a positive impact. Over time, Izuku had become less reliant on physical contact with Hisashi, though there were still moments when he sought comfort. "I also wanted to see if you'd like to accompany me to the office. I've been working from home since we arrived in America, but I need to start making appearances again. It would be good for you to meet the board members in person, and I know they want to introduce you to their kids, who will be attending the same school as you," Hisashi explained. Izuku considered this and nodded, realizing he needed to get used to being around kids his age again. In the past week and a half, they had begun Izuku's physical and quirk training in the gym and combat training room. The physical training aimed to help Izuku develop a lean and compact physique, similar to Hisashi's. They also focused on honing Izuku's abilities to copy, steal, give, and combine quirks. Hisashi was the ideal mentor for this training, as he had a wealth of quirks for Izuku to practice with. Izuku was learning to take quirks, give them back, combine multiple quirks, and even destroy them if he chose not to keep them. Hisashi had specified certain quirks that Izuku needed to retain, which included Advanced All-for-One BRTH quirk. This allowed the user to copy, take, give, and combine quirks without a limit on how many they could hold. Hyper Regeneration. This enabled the user to regenerate their body and wounds using stamina. Stamina Booster. This increased the user's stamina recovery rate. Familia Telepath. This allowed the user to send messages to those they considered close or family. Geolocation. This enabled the user to determine the general location of someone they were thinking about within a 100-foot radius. These were the essential quirks that Hisashi wanted Izuku to keep. The regeneration and stamina booster were straightforward, while the telepathic ability ensured they could communicate even when separated. Hisashi had a special permit to use his quirk for self-defense, which allowed him to assist Izuku if he were ever in danger. The geolocation quirk provided Izuku with the ability to locate Hisashi or anyone else he had a mental image of, ensuring they could always find each other when needed. Izuku discovered a way to locate himself, which allowed him to send his location to Hisashi through a telepathic connection. Hisashi could then teleport to Izuku's side. However, Izuku chose not to inherit the teleportation quirk, finding it unappealing due to its unpleasant side effects. Hisashi explained that he had obtained a copy of the quirk from an old doctor friend, someone he had lost touch with. Izuku decided to borrow some quirks from his father to create his own unique set. He didn't aspire to be a well-known hero operating in broad daylight. Instead, he preferred the idea of working at night. With that in mind, he began to develop his quirk set for a shadowy approach. The first quirk he found in his father's collection was called Crow. This quirk allowed him to communicate with crows and command them to carry out his wishes. Izuku could also connect his mind to the crows, seeing through their eyes. However, if the crows disagreed with him, they could break free from his control. Another quirk he discovered was Knowledge, which enabled him to absorb information from objects he touched. For instance, if he touched an apple, he would instantly know where it was grown and what type it was. Izuku also came across a combined quirk called Shadow Emestor, which merged the abilities of Pitch Black and Shadow Minion. This quirk allowed him to manipulate shadows, creating various forms and items like WHPS, weapons, or even wings. He could travel through shadows, becoming one with them. Pitch Black granted him control over shadows, with stronger shadows yielding greater power. Shadow Minion allowed him to materialize his personal shadow into a physical form. Additionally, he had the ability to absorb kinetic energy through shock absorption, using it to enhance his strength. With the Velocity quirk, he could steal kinetic energy from moving objects and people, boosting his own speed while slowing them down. The Double Strength Booster quirk doubled his natural strength, making him even more formidable. Lastly, Color Changer enabled him to alter the color of his hair and eyes. In total, Izuku aimed to acquire 9 quirks, plus his BRH quirk, bringing his starting total to 10. He knew he could expand his abilities over time, confident that he would encounter others from whom he could copy quirks without causing them any discomfort. Despite his progress, Izuku found it challenging to reduce the time required to copy a quirk, but he was determined to keep training. As the day progressed, it was time for Izuku and Hisashi to head to Midoriya Enterprises. Izuku was to meet the children of the board members, helping him reconnect with peers his age. He was set to start school in a few months, but Hisashi was not worried about Izuku's education level, as he was already performing at a high school standard. Having spent little time socializing due to bullying, Izuku dedicated himself to studying in his room, hoping his parents would recognize his intelligence. Though still in elementary school, he was far ahead of his classmates and would likely be at a college level by the time he entered high school. Hisashi contemplated having Izuku take a placement test, allowing him to focus on training while interacting with others his age at the business or in public. He resolved to discuss this with Izuku, wanting to avoid forcing him into a long school day that might bore him. As they drove to the company headquarters, just 30 minutes from home, Hisashi felt optimistic about their future. Chapter End. Izuku and Hisashi Midoriya arrived at the company, and Hisashi couldn't help but admire his son in the little suit that made him look adorable. Izuku rolled his eyes, thinking about how his father seemed to enjoy dressing him up far too much. As they entered the building, Izuku decided he wanted to explore. He had an ID pass that granted him access to any room since he was set to inherit the company. Hisashi saw no reason to restrict him, especially since the other children of board members were at school. Using his mental quirk, Izuku sent a message to his father, letting him know he planned to explore the building. Hisashi approved, and with that, Izuku slipped away from his father in the lobby and began his adventure. Unbeknownst to the employees, he was Izuku Midoriya, the son of Hisashi Midoriya. The Midoriya Enterprise headquarters was uniquely designed, with many underground sections housing offices, testing rooms, and other facilities meant to keep sensitive information away from competitors. Curious about the building's security, Izuku wanted to see how far he could go without being questioned. After watching his father head up the elevator to his office, Izuku discreetly followed some workers into another elevator, hiding his badge to avoid drawing attention. Once they reached a floor filled with desks, he followed the workers out and began to wander around. No one seemed to notice him. After a few minutes, Hisashi arrived on the floor, curious to see if anyone had noticed his son yet. As he walked through the area, he noticed several women admiring him, unaware that he was actually a father. Izuku, rolling his eyes at their behavior, decided to take the elevator to another floor. He sent a message to Hisashi, suggesting a game of hide and seek where he would explore different floors and see if anyone noticed him. Hisashi agreed, intrigued by the idea. As Izuku moved through the various floors, he was seen by several employees, but none stopped him, even without a visible badge. He grew increasingly annoyed that no one questioned his presence, especially when he walked through the cafeteria, where he even got food and sat down to eat. Despite the many curious looks, no one asked who he was or why he was there. Hisashi, observing from a distance, was becoming frustrated with his employees for failing to follow basic security protocols. Izuku wandered through several floors, even entering rooms where new product lines were being planned. He was aware that Midoriya Enterprise oversaw many subsidiary businesses, ensuring everything ran smoothly. However, Hisashi checked the security reports and discovered that no one had reported seeing Izuku in the building for 2 hours. If he had been a spy, they could have been in serious trouble. As Izuku continued his exploration, he overheard a woman discussing her longing to marry Hisashi. Unable to hold back, he made a comment about her intentions, suggesting she was trying to break up a family. He didn't want just anyone stepping into his life, especially after his experiences with a previous mother figure. The woman retorted that he didn't understand adult matters and would when he was older. Izuku shot back, doubting she would ever be a suitable match for his father due to her attitude. Just as he turned to walk away, the woman grabbed him by the collar, pulling him back. This caught the attention of nearby workers, who finally noticed Izuku's presence in the office. "Let go of me, you're being unreasonable," he shouted, struggling to break free. This was the moment everything changed for Izuku. The woman, clearly frustrated, confronted him. "It seems your parents didn't teach you manners," she exclaimed, turning to slap him across the face. Gasps filled the air as several male workers rushed in to separate them, pulling Izuku away from her. Izuku stood in shock, memories of being bullied and neglected flooding back. Tears began to stream down his face as he cried out, "Papa!" His breakdown drew the woman's ire as she yelled for him to be quiet, realizing the situation was spiraling out of her control. Her coworkers had already called security, but she had chosen the wrong child to target. "Who made my son cry?" Hisashi's voice boomed through the room, causing everyone to pale at the sound. He rushed over, and Izuku immediately ran to him, clinging to his leg. Hisashi's eyes widened when he noticed the handprint on Izuku's face. "Who dared to harm my child?" he shouted, and everyone pointed to the woman responsible. Security arrived promptly, and Hisashi instructed them to detain her and call the police. The woman, realizing the gravity of her actions, attempted to defend herself with lies about Izuku attacking her. "You think I'm foolish? There are security cameras." "Your lies won't hold up," Hisashi replied, pulling up the footage that showed the truth. Within 10 minutes, the police arrived and arrested her. After calming Izuku down, Hisashi held him close until the boy fell asleep, comforted by the sound of his father's heartbeat. Hisashi then called a company-wide meeting in the large auditorium, a space typically reserved for significant announcements and product launches. Within half an hour, most employees gathered, curious about the unexpected meeting. Those who had witnessed the incident understood its purpose, while the board of directors shared their anger over Izuku's mistreatment and the security breach that allowed a stranger to enter the building without a badge. "Good afternoon, or I would say that if I wasn't so upset." Hisashi began, his tone sharp. "I want to address several matters, but first, I know you're all wondering about the adorable child sleeping behind me. That is my son. One woman today thought it was acceptable to assault him. I expect none of you to harm a child, and if I find out otherwise, you can consider your job here gone." Hisashi's declaration shocked everyone. They had never known he had a family, and the thought of someone hurting his child filled them with dread. "Regarding my son, yes, he will inherit this company, so treat anything he says as if it came from me. I will be teaching him the business, and he's quite intelligent. Don't be surprised if he comes in with white hair and eyes like mine. He can change them with a quirk we know. And please, don't ask about his mother," Hisashi continued, laying down the rules. As he transitioned to a more serious topic, he began connecting flash drives to the laptop on stage, which was linked to a projector. "Now, if you see someone without a badge who isn't me, a board member, or my son, what should you do?" Hisashi asked. A voice from the crowd shouted, "Call security." "Correct," Hisashi acknowledged. "While it's fine to ask for a badge, you should call security immediately. My son was in the building for 3 hours today without anyone knowing who he was. That's a significant security risk." He displayed documents from the flash drives, revealing sensitive data that could cost the company billions if it fell into the wrong hands. "If you see someone without a badge, call security right away. Stop what you're doing and ensure someone alerts them," Hisashi instructed. The employees nodded in understanding. After discussing further security measures, He dismissed everyone to return to work, lifting Izuku into his arms. The sight of their usually stoic boss being tender with his son brought smiles to many faces. Hisashi took Izuku upstairs to his office, where the board members joined him, bringing their children along since school had let out. They asked if Izuku was alright, and Hisashi assured them, he will be. Getting attacked by an older woman likely caused some memories to resurface for Hisashi regarding his upbringing. Although his mother never laid a hand on him, she neglected him, and his stepsister bullied him both physically and verbally. Hisashi shared this with the kids, who flinched at the mention of his past but then looked at Izuku with sympathy. They offered to help in any way they could, and Hisashi suggested they simply be friends with Izuku, which they readily agreed to. After about 10 minutes of sleeping, Izuku woke up to find everyone in the room with him. "Hello, everyone. I assume you are the board members and their children," he said, rubbing his eyes and moving to sit next to Hisashi. Everyone chuckled at his phrasing, which was both accurate and amusing. "Hisashi, these are the board members for the parent company. Through them, I handle much of the work. Although this isn't a publicly traded company and I own 100% of it, I like having trusted people to delegate tasks to. They also provide valuable opinions and can manage the business when needed. For instance, when I had that accident at your BRH that forced me out of your life, they took over until I recovered. So, if you ever need help in the future when you run the company, feel free to lean on them," Hisashi explained. Izuku nodded and greeted all of them, taking in their names but focusing mainly on the two senior members who knew everything about his father's past and quirk. The first man, Chris Kristen, was of Japanese descent but had an American mother. He spent years in Japan before moving to America after his father's death and had only returned for business. Hisashi mentioned that both senior members possessed a minor slow-aging quirk, which helped keep trusted allies close for longer. The second senior board member, Jared Creed, was of American descent and also had the anti-aging quirk. Although both men were in their 60s, Jared appeared much younger, having joined Hisashi's inner circle when he was younger than Chris. After talking with them for a while and meeting the children of the board members, it was nearly time for the day to end. Hisashi pulled Izuku aside for a private conversation. "Son, I wanted to discuss your education. Currently, you have the education level of a high school student. I've been considering whether to send you to school when the new year starts, but you might find it boring. You would primarily be there for social reasons, which we could arrange through other means. I'd like your thoughts on this since you're young but mature for your age," Hisashi said. Izuku nodded and contemplated the situation. He didn't want to attend school to learn things he already knew. "What would I do instead if I didn't go?" Izuku asked. Hisashi was pleased that his son was asking important questions. "First, you would need to take a placement exam to determine your education level. Depending on the results, you might start at the last year of high school, learn the necessary material to graduate, and then take another exam to test out of school. After that, I want you to begin college-level education early and take online classes," Hisashi explained, pausing to take a sip of water before continuing. "Based on how that goes, we would increase your quirk and physical training since I know you aspire to be a hero. Unlike Japan, America allows you to take the hero exam with sponsors willing to cover the costs, so you don't need to attend a hero school to get your license. There's also a special program I'd prefer to discuss later, but I'd like to wait until you're at least 12. Izuku considered this and felt it was a good opportunity. "I want to take the placement exam and see where I stand. I could also start learning about the business operations to help integrate myself in the long term. I plan to hold off on the anti-aging quirk until I'm close to 14 so I can maintain a youthful appearance while looking a bit older than I do now," he said with a smile. Hisashi chuckled, thinking about how charming his son would be. They decided to head back home to set up the placement exam. Izuku said goodbye to the children of the board members, promising to speak with them again another time. Overall, Izuku felt uncertain about the kids. They were nice, but he sensed they wanted to befriend him because of his father. He hoped to make friends on his own and planned to venture out into the city to see if he could find good luck in doing so. No one really knew that Izuku was Hisashi's son, which meant he didn't have anyone trying to befriend him because of that or his newfound wealth from his father. Soon, they arrived home to find the family lawyer, Seth King, waiting for them. Hello, Seth. What brings you here? I don't recall us having a meeting scheduled, Hisashi greeted. Seth nodded, confirming that there was no meeting. Indeed, I'm here regarding your will and estate documents. As we set them up, in the unfortunate event of your passing, Izuku would inherit everything through a series of trusts and other methods, Seth explained. Hisashi nodded, aware of this arrangement and not seeing any issues. The concern you might be overlooking is that Inko is also named in the documents, as we assumed she was a fit parent. She was designated to manage the trust with the board's assistance. We need to remove any mention of her and grant Izuku full control, Seth continued. Hisashi began to understand the necessity of this change. Alright, let's go inside and revise everything. I'm assuming you have the new documents prepared? Hisashi asked, receiving a confirmation. Additionally, Izuku's citizenship paperwork has arrived. I retrieved it from your mailbox and reviewed it. Everything is in good order, so there are no issues there, Seth added, and Hisashi thanked him. Afterward, they sat down while Izuku went to the gym to work out. Over the past few weeks, his body had become healthier due to a better diet. He could see a significant change, transitioning from a skinny kid to someone leaner, with a bit of extra weight from consuming more food than he burned off. This was beneficial for his health. Now, it was time to focus on a proper workout to build his strength and speed. After about an hour of exercising, he heard his father call for him and headed upstairs, wiping down with a towel. Yes, Dad? Izuku responded as Hisashi gestured for him to come over. Sign these documents. They confirm you as my sole heir to everything I own. Though you probably won't need these documents since we plan to live for a long time, Hisashi said with a casual shrug. Izuku didn't find the comment amusing and felt a tear welling in his eye. All might won't take you away, right? Izuku asked, his voice trembling. Seth glanced at Hisashi with a look that conveyed concern. Realizing his mistake, Hisashi pulled Izuku into a comforting hug. No, he won't. Even if he finds me here in America, he can't do anything since I'm not a wanted criminal here. I also have the government on my side, unlike in Japan, Hisashi reassured him. Izuku nodded and they broke apart. He then headed to take a shower, feeling the sweat from his workout. Chapter end. Izuku was currently running in Central Park, taking advantage of the numerous paths winding through the area. The park was a safe haven, with a police precinct nearby and several heroes patrolling the grounds. It had been about 6 months since Izuku had moved in with his father, and his life had undergone significant changes. He had successfully passed his placement exam and completed his high school education, allowing him to start college-level courses in quirk science. Izuku aspired to earn a PhD in the field, but he understood that it would take time, so he was committed to his studies without rushing. His therapy sessions had recently been reduced from twice a week to twice a month, as his therapist deemed him stable. While Izuku still grappled with anger and resentment toward his previous family, he was learning to let go of those feelings. Hisashi, his father, was confident that Izuku would not follow the same troubled path he had taken 2 centuries ago. The doctors had given Izuku a clean bill of health, praising his improved diet and physical condition. He was now leaner and taller, benefiting from the nutrition he had previously lacked. As Izuku ran through the park, he suddenly heard a scream. Following the sound, he discovered a group of children surrounding 2 smaller kids on the ground. Deciding against calling the police, he figured it was a situation he could handle himself. Listening in, he heard the larger children taunting the 2 on the ground, insisting they needed to stay out of their territory. Izuku found it ironic, as the land they were on belonged to Hisashi Midoriya but was open for public use. Before one of the bullies could throw a punch, Izuku stepped in. Hey, what do you think you're doing? He called out, rolling his eyes at the group. They protested, claiming that Izuku shouldn't interfere and that the area was theirs. Izuku scoffed. First, this is public land even if it's privately owned. You don't get to decide who can come here. Second, picking on them just for being here? That's pathetic, especially if you claim you want to be heroes. So listen up, you won't stop anyone from coming here in the future, and you won't harm others. If you do, I will call the police. It would be pretty hard to become heroes if you're assaulting people, right? The children flinched at his words, But one boy stepped forward defiantly. I can do what I want. My dad is a deputy commissioner in the police force. They won't do anything to me. Izuku raised an eyebrow and asked for the boy's father's name. After the boy provided it, Izuku pulled out his phone and looked it up, confirming the man's position. What's your name then? He asked, and the boy, along with his friends, foolishly shared their names. Izuku dialed Seth King, and after a few rings, Seth answered. Hello, Seth. Yes, I'm doing well. I have some names for you. Yes, they are. Izuku relayed the names, leaving everyone confused about why he was sharing them. The reason I'm giving you these names is that I want you to file paperwork banning them from the land we own in Central Park. Also, please look into their families and discuss this with the mayor and the police commissioner. The first name I gave you claims to be the son of a deputy commissioner and is using his father's position to threaten others. After a brief silence on the line, Izuku ended the call. The group of children stared at him in shock. Good news or bad news for you, he said with a smirk. Your families will soon receive notices stating that you are banned from this section of the park since it's private property. An investigation will also be initiated regarding your threats and whether your father knew about your behavior, which could cost him his job. All of you will receive notices banning you from this area as well. Any questions? The boys were stunned, and the main bully finally asked who Izuku was. His confidence had soared since moving in with Hisashi. I am Izumi Midoriya, and you are on my family's land, he declared with a grin. The boys quickly ran away, but Izuku knew this wouldn't stop the consequences that were already set in motion. Turning to the two children who had been bullied, Izuku paused, momentarily captivated by the girl with crimson red hair styled in two ponytails. Shaking off his thoughts, he asked, Are you both all right? We're fine. Thank you for saving us, the red-haired girl replied with a smile, while her brown-haired friend nodded in agreement. The other girl thanked Izuku before they all started to talk. However, Izuku's attention was focused on the crimson-haired girl, Stella Vermillion. He asked if they lived in the city, and the brown-haired girl replied no, while Stella explained that her family had just moved to the city due to their expanding business, and she was still getting accustomed to everything. If you want, I can help you around the city. I've only been here 6 months, but it's better than nothing, right? Izuku suggested. The brown-haired girl rolled her eyes at what she perceived as his attempt to flirt. Deciding to leave, she mentioned that she had only met Stella during an incident with bullies and said she had to go, leaving just the two of them. Well, I'll accept your offer. Shall we go explore? Stella asked, and Izuku nodded as they left the area. He took her to various attractions around the Central Park, including a small zoo and an art museum. They eventually stopped at a playground near a seasonal amusement park. This little amusement park changes with the seasons. In winter, they have ice skating. I didn't try it when I first came to New York because I had other important things to handle, Izuku explained as they walked past it and into the playground. Stella thanked Izuku for showing her around the park and asked if he would show her around the city another day. Izuku agreed, and they exchanged numbers as they sat down in the park. Curious to learn more about her, he asked, So you said your family's business expanded, and you just moved here. What does your family do, and where did you expand from? She looked at him and shrugged slightly. I don't involve myself too much in it. I know I will inherit the business in the future, but that won't be until I'm older. Right now, my father wants me to enjoy life, and I also plan to be a hero. I can tell you that we expanded from France. The family business involves various things, and I only know some of them. We work with luxury brands that we export from France. We recently made a deal with a major company here in New York, but I wasn't involved in the details. I just came along for the ride, Stella explained, and Izuku nodded thoughtfully, wondering if it was connected to his father's business. Do you miss any of your friends back in France? He asked. Not really. Most of them were friends because of my parents' businesses. I'm hoping to make friends here in America, which it seems I've already done, she said with a smile. Izuku felt a flutter in his chest at her words, surprised by his feelings for someone he had just met. As the sky began to darken, Stella's phone rang. She pulled it out, and the screen displayed, Father. Answering the call, she greeted him and explained where she was, mentioning the incident with the bullies and how Izuku had helped her. After a brief conversation, she hung up and turned to Izuku, asking if he would mind waiting until her father arrived to pick her up. Izuku nodded in agreement. About 10 minutes later, a male voice called out from behind them as they played on the swings. Izuku and Stella turned to see a man with the same crimson hair, whom Izuku assumed was her father. The man was fit, though not overly muscular. "There you are, sweetie," he said, hugging his daughter. He then noticed Izuku standing nearby. "Hello, young man. I am Francis Vermillion. Thank you for helping my daughter earlier today with the bullies." "What is your name?" he asked. "It's Izuku, sir," Izuku replied, omitting his last name, which Francis noticed but chose not to comment on. "Well, my daughter and I need to head out for today," Francis said. Stella approached before they left. "Ikki, I'll text you later since we traded numbers. Remember, you promised to show me more places in the city, so you better keep that promise," she said, and Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Ikki?" he asked. "Yup, you're Ikki from now on," she declared as she turned to leave with her father. Izuku shook his head at her antics and the new nickname, unaware that they would see each other again sooner than they thought. For the next month and a half, Izuku and Stella communicated frequently through text messages. They couldn't meet in person, as both were busy with family commitments. Stella's family was finalizing their move to America and establishing their new headquarters, while Izuku and his father, Hisashi, were focused on training and adapting Izuku to the business environment. Hisashi wanted Izuku to learn the ropes, so he often assigned him stacks of documents to read, quizzing him on various details. Izuku was also improving in his training and had begun to add more quirks to his repertoire. Izumi Midoriya stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his business attire. Today he had chosen to sport his white hair and white eyes, a look that mirrored his father, Hisashi. He felt a sense of pride in resembling his father, and Hisashi appreciated it for several reasons. He wanted Izuku to feel comfortable with his appearance, especially since the therapist had mentioned that Izuku sometimes struggled with self-acceptance due to his green hair and eyes, which reminded him of his mother, Inko Yagi. The therapist had advised Hisashi to support Izuku's choices in hair and eye color, as it indicated his emotional state. It was believed that Izuku would eventually settle on a permanent look, likely white hair and eyes, as he continued to heal. As they arrived at Hisashi's office, Izuku felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Hisashi explained the purpose of the meeting: a new business partner from France, whose company was expanding into the American market. They specialized in luxury brands, and Hisashi wanted to explore this new venture to broaden their influence. However, there was one more task for Izuku. Hisashi needed him to entertain the partner's daughter, who was around his age, for a couple of hours. Izuku nodded in agreement, ready to help. Just then, his phone vibrated with a message from Stella, his friend. She informed him that her parents had brought her to a meeting as well, hoping she would start getting accustomed to the business world. He wished her luck, and she responded with a smiley face. Hisashi, noticing the exchange, teased Izuku about having a crush, causing Izuku to nearly drop his phone in embarrassment. "Stop being an embarrassing dad," he pouted, while Hisashi chuckled at his son's reaction. When it was time for the meeting, Izuku followed Hisashi into the conference room. There, he was introduced to Francis Vermillion and a woman who resembled an older version of Stella. As Izuku scanned the room, his heart raced when he spotted Stella sitting quietly in a chair behind the adults. He felt a sense of relief and excitement at the prospect of spending time with her during the meeting. Izuku wanted to rush over but knew it would be inappropriate since they were in a business setting. Hisashi, however, recognized the girl from Izuku's description and noticed his son was visibly excited and struggling to stay still. With a smile, Hisashi addressed the other party in the room. "Hello, Francis. It's good to see you again. I assume this is your wife you mentioned?" Hisashi asked, shaking hands with Francis. "Indeed, this is my wife, Astria Vermillion, and behind us is our daughter, Stella Vermillion," Francis replied, introducing his family. Hisashi introduced himself and then waved his son over. Izuku approached and waved at Stella, who looked a bit confused. "You forgot about me?" Izuku said, managing a small sad smile. Hisashi rolled his eyes, realizing his son had forgotten that he had changed his hair and eye color. Son, remember you changed your hair and eye color? Hisashi reminded him gently. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. Sorry, hello everyone, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Stella imagined me with green hair and green eyes, he explained. Stella's eyes widened in recognition, and she suddenly hugged Izuku, causing him to stutter. Hisashi chuckled softly along with the other parents. Why did you change your hair and eye color? I kind of liked how you looked before, Stella said. Izuku instinctively reverted back to his original green color, surprising the Vermillions. That's cool. Is that your quirk? She asked, intrigued. Izuku rubbed his head and shook it. Think of my quirk as a copy quirk. It's more complex, but that's a simple way to explain it, he replied, sharing just enough to pique her interest. Stella nodded, and then they heard a small cough. Turning around, they found Astrea watching them. Stella, is this the boy who saved you from the bullies? She asked. Stella nodded enthusiastically. Astrea thanked Izuku, who assured her it was no trouble at all. Izuku, would you take Stella around and entertain her for an hour or so until we finish? Hisashi suggested. Izuku agreed and took Stella's hand, leading her away. The boys nearby overheard the parents joking about them, causing both Izuku and Stella to blush. Izuku brought Stella to one of his favorite rooms in the building, the game room. I like coming here because there are ways to entertain myself when I hit my limit with business work, Izuku explained. Stella nodded and asked if he was heavily involved in the business. I'm getting more involved. I graduated high school already and am working on my college degrees. I'm also training with my dad to become a hero in the future, but that will take years. He plans to help me prepare for the exam outside of hero schools when I turn 12, Izuku shared. Stella listened intently. I don't know where I want to go to hero school yet. I just tested out of my middle school classes and started on high school material, but I think my dad will still have me attend a hero school since they don't have the experience to train me properly, she explained. Izuku nodded and offered to help her train if she ever wanted to. Stella thanked him for the offer and shared her quirk. Izuku was fascinated. It was a fire-based quirk called Phoenix Queen, allowing her to control fire and heal herself with it. She could even summon a sword. Izuku found it impressive, noting its various aspects. Stella mentioned that her family had a lineage of heroes, though her parents had chosen business instead. Izuku had heard of some of her famous relatives, as he had always been a hero enthusiast. As time passed, the meeting between the families concluded. Stella hugged Izuku goodbye and promised to text him later. He waved back, saying goodbye as well. He hadn't even realized he hadn't changed his hair color back or felt any lingering anger towards his past, as he had been too focused on Stella the entire time. Hisashi noticed this change in Izuku and made a mental note to inform the therapist. 3 years had now passed since Izuku Yagi had gone missing one Friday night. Today marked his 12th birthday. The Yagi family still held onto hope of finding him, though most others had given up. Endeavor, Nizu, Sir Night Eye, the detective, Recovery Girl, and Aizawa remained vigilant, keeping their ears open for any news, but nothing had surfaced. The Bakugo and Todoroki families also held on to hope, but their lack of hero status meant they couldn't actively assist in the search, which saddened them. Izumi felt particularly disheartened when the public discovered she was the daughter of All Might and Green Tornado, thanks to a reporter who captured a photo of them. It pained her to realize that people only cared about Izuku's disappearance because of his connection to such famous heroes, highlighting how little they had valued him before. Izumi, Shoto, and Katsuki had been attending therapy and were gradually healing. The school had been shut down, and students were transferred to new institutions due to its troubled reputation. It was decided the school would be demolished, as no teacher wanted to be associated with it, fearing it would tarnish their resumes. The public remained unaware of the true reason behind Izuku's disappearance. Certain government officials decided to cover up the neglect he suffered at the hands of All Might and Green Tornado, believing that revealing the truth could inspire criminals. Consequently, Izuku's runaway was portrayed as a mysterious vanishing, with only those directly involved in the case privy to the full story. The case concerning the school was sealed, erasing any evidence of the harm Izuku endured. Although the Yagi family never discovered who orchestrated the cover-up, Nizu suspected the Hero Commission intervened to protect All Might's reputation, viewing Izuku as merely quirkless and unworthy of concern. Meanwhile, Izumi began her training to prepare for inheriting One for All. All Might, eager to pass on the quirk, agreed to hold on to it until a year before UA began. This arrangement allowed Izumi to gradually strengthen her body while also providing time to search for Izuku. If they found him before UA started, Izuku would be offered the quirk instead, as Izumi wanted him to fulfill his dream of becoming a hero. Unbeknownst to the Yagis, Izuku was already training to be a hero and had surpassed Izumi in several areas. In addition to her physical training, Izumi trained alongside Bakugo and Todoroki, both of whom had matured significantly over the years thanks to therapy and anger management. The trio found joy in community service, which also aided their physical training. They discovered a beach called Takoba Municipal Beach Park, which had become a dumping ground due to litter and illegal waste disposal. The city had neglected the beach, leaving it abandoned. One day, about 6 months after Izuku's 12th birthday and 3 years since his disappearance, Izumi sat on the partially cleaned beach with Bakugo and Todoroki. Bakugo voiced his concern, wondering if Izuku would ever forgive them if they found him. Izumi replied with determination, acknowledging the possibility of resentment but insisting they would take their time to rebuild their relationship. The boys nodded in agreement, committing to not give up. As they resumed their work, dark forces were quietly gathering, preparing for a chaotic future that none of them could foresee. In a hidden lab, a man made of mist reported to a doctor, confirming the acquisition of the requested resources. The doctor expressed satisfaction and revealed plans for a test run of his project. The mist man hesitated, concerned that such an action would attract the hero's attention. The doctor assured him that releasing the creature in America would prevent any immediate connections to their activities in Japan. By the time any link was made, their plans would be well underway, and they would be prepared to confront the symbol of peace and the 9th user of One for All. After the mist man left, the doctor gazed at the tubes lining the walls, determined to complete what All for One had started years ago. He couldn't fathom why All for One had vanished a decade earlier, refusing to believe that the hero had defeated him in their last encounter. The doctor continued his work, having discovered a method to combine multiple quirks into a single body, resulting in the creation of new beings. He felt a sense of superiority over his creations compared to those of his MD, grateful that Kurogiri was bound to him and could not disobey. Meanwhile, in the Yagi home, Inko sat in Izuku's unchanged room, unable to bring herself to alter it. Both she and All Might were burdened by regret for what had happened to their son. He had promised himself that he would never treat a quirkless child the way his father had treated him, yet he found himself repeating the same mistakes. The man he had always looked down upon had become a reflection of himself. Now, all he could do was vow to improve and hope for forgiveness from Izuku when they finally found him, even though he felt unworthy of it. Inko had withdrawn from public life, dedicating her time to rescue missions in hopes of finding Izuku. She also engaged in charity work for quirkless children, driven by a longing for redemption, knowing these children likely faced struggles similar to her son's. She wanted to help them have a better life than the one Izuku had experienced. Unbeknownst to the Yagis, time was ticking down to the moment when the past would collide with the present. Sir Night Eye and others involved in the case were aware that Izuku Midoriya would likely be found during Izumu's first year at UA, but they were uncertain whether he would be found alive or dead. The tone of Night Eye's vision left them anxious, and they could only prepare for the fallout. Nizu feared the worst outcome, Izuku returning as a villain seeking revenge, which would destabilize Japan's hero system. He believed that the truth about the past should have been revealed years ago, allowing the public to heal while All Might redeemed himself in their eyes. If Izuku returned with vengeance, it could spell disaster for the hero system. Years passed, and Izuku Midoriya was now just over 12 years old. He had begun to understand his feelings for Stella and had decided to seek advice from his father. This led him to his father's office, a place he rarely visited since he had his own workspace for business matters. Over the years, Izuku had grown significantly, recently earning his first PhD in quirk science from Columbia University, one of the top-ranked universities in the world. He was now working on a second PhD in business management, preparing for the day he would run the family business. As he sat in his father's office, Izuku felt nervous. Hisashi, sensing his son's unease, decided to wait for Izuku to express his thoughts. "So, son, you mentioned you wanted to talk and needed some advice?" Hisashi asked, guiding them to a more comfortable seating arrangement by the window. Izuku nodded, taking his time to gather his thoughts. Hisashi observed him, noting the changes in his appearance. Izuku had settled on keeping his hair green with streaks of white, a look Stella found endearing, which often left him blushing. After a moment, Izuku finally spoke. "How do I confess my feelings to a girl?" Hisashi smiled, having anticipated this topic. "All right, I suspected it would be about this. First, we should discuss some important things. I know you likely have some understanding, but I want to cover all bases. Now, about confessing your feelings." Hisashi paused, reflecting on his own experience. "I just told your mother outright, even though things turned out differently later. But let's focus on Stella." Izuku tried to deny it was about Stella, but Hisashi shook his head. "Come on, Izuku. Neither I nor the Vermillions are oblivious to the connection between you two. We're surprised it lasted this long, honestly. You can confess outright or try to be a bit romantic about it. Maybe make her a gift or take her back to the place you first met and confess there." Izuku nodded, considering the ideas. They continued discussing various approaches for about half an hour. Then Hisashi shifted the conversation. "Now, we need to talk about some important things. If you ever find yourself in a relationship, be safe. I'd rather not have a grandchild when you're still only 12, so wait until you're older." Izuku looked at him, puzzled. Hisashi shrugged. "Remember, time and age are relative concepts. I'm over 200 years old. You've taken the anti-aging quirk, so you don't have to worry about age in the same way. I just want you to be responsible and wait until you're older, and Stella needs to grow up too." On the topic of your anti-aging and Stella, Hisashi began, noticing the sudden realization in Izuku's eyes. He had never considered the implications until that moment, but the thought that Stella would age and eventually pass away while he would continue on for centuries filled him with sadness. "I understand your concerns," Hisashi continued, "but remember what your quirk allows you to do. You can copy quirks, give them, combine them, and take them. You could create a copy of the anti-aging quirk and give it to her at an age she would prefer. I've shown you how to insert a second quirk into someone, as we did for a recent member of the board. Just be careful, rushing the process could harm their brain and body. It requires peace and quiet, and you must take the time needed for their body to accept it. I've done this multiple times with senior members and others close to me. Long ago, I revived a man who had died, creating a new entity I named Kurogiri. I added a quirk that healed him and granted him a warping ability, but he never regained his memories, which I had hoped for since he died protecting children. I lost track of him after encountering All Might, and even geolocation can't find him due to his quirk. I did find a quirk that could restore his memories, but I've never been able to locate him." Hisashi explained the process carefully, emphasizing that Izuku could give Stella a quirk to slow her aging, allowing them to enjoy their time together for centuries. Hisashi believed they were meant for each other. Stella grounded Izuku when he was troubled, and Izuku always cared for her needs, even when she didn't voice them. Izuku nodded, taking a copy of the memory quirk. If he ever encountered Kurogiri, he could help restore the man's memories, giving him the chance to return to his old life. Their conversation returned to the topic of Izuku and Stella, and Hisashi embraced his son, offering comfort amid their serious discussion. Eventually, their conversation came to a close, and Izuku felt a sense of clarity about what he wanted to do. Weeks passed, and Hisashi and Izuku continued their training. Izuku had learned nearly everything he needed to know to become a hero, from laws to treating injuries and calming people down. Hisashi decided it was time for Izuku to try out for the hero exam, but this also meant that the Hero Commission would likely request Izuku to enter their special agent program. Hisashi was uncertain if Izuku would accept, as it could increase the risk of him having to take a life. After training, Hisashi sat Izuku down to explain the program and what it might entail if he received his license early. So, from what you've told me, the hero system is more complex than most people realize. The world has a hero system that operates outside of most countries' jurisdictions, with the United Nations overseeing the so-called special agent heroes. Izuku asked, and Hisashi nodded. Yes, it's a significant amount of power in the hands of the United Nations, Izuku remarked. Not quite, Hisashi replied. There are only a limited number of special-ranked heroes. The government is cautious about giving these heroes and the UN too much power. Special agents need to report to their own countries most of the time, but the UN can request them for missions. They also need to be exceptionally powerful, which limits their numbers. No country wants to appear foolish if their agents fail on their first mission. There are only about 100 special agents worldwide, but they are incredibly powerful individuals. Izuku asked if those agents would pose a challenge for him. Hisashi shook his head. Not really. All Might caught me off guard once, but I've gained many more quirks since then. I wouldn't underestimate him again. There's a reason all 7 before he passed, including your grandmother, Nana Shimura, were formidable. Izuku shrugged at the mention of his grandmother. He had never met her, so he felt no attachment. If she were anything like Inko, he thought, he wouldn't mind her absence. He did find it strange that Hisashi had married the daughter of someone he had fought. I didn't know. She went by Aizawa at the time since she was adopted. Nana Shimura gave her away with her son because she didn't want me near them. I admit, I might have acted impulsively back then, Hisashi explained, and Izuku rolled his eyes. Did she ever find out? That could explain why they neglected me and allowed Izumi to treat me the way she did, Izuku inquired, and Hisashi paused, considering the question. No, it's unlikely she knew, Hisashi replied confidently, believing Inko had never discovered the truth. That's worse, Izuku said with a frown. It would be one thing if she had acted with that knowledge. But it's even worse that she didn't know and still treated me that way. They realized they often strayed from the topic and decided to refocus on the special agent program. With your quirk that allows you to continually grow stronger, I'm certain that the president of the commission will want you to join the program. He understands our quirks and your ambition to be a hero, Hisashi explained. Especially since you prefer to stay out of the public eye. Special agents usually operate in the shadows, which means you might face situations where you have to make tough decisions. Some villains can be too dangerous to keep alive, as they pose a significant threat if they escape or are given another chance. Hisashi paused, gauging Izuku's reaction. These are the kinds of villains special agents often deal with when called upon by the UN. I need to warn you about this, and you'll have to decide if you want to accept their request. Izuku sat in contemplation. He understood the gravity of the situation. He was aware that even the most revered heroes, like All Might, had faced similar dilemmas. If the symbol of peace had made such choices, it was likely that many others had as well. I think I might accept, Izuku finally said. It would allow me to operate more discreetly and give me opportunities to acquire stronger quirks. I could serve as a deterrent against powerful villains who might return if they lose their abilities to commit their crimes. Hisashi nodded, recognizing the logic in Izuku's reasoning. He then informed Izuku that he would arrange for the hero exam to be set up in the coming months, encouraging him to prepare. Izuku also knew he needed to talk to Stella about this decision. Chapter end. About a month after his conversation with his father, Izuku waited at the park for Stella to arrive. He had decided to take her to the ice skating rink since it was now open for the season, and the weather was getting colder. After a little while, Stella appeared, and Izuku struggled to contain his blush as she approached him with a cheerful bounce in her step. Get a grip, Izuku. You're a powerhouse of quirks, and you can't control yourself around the girl you care about, he thought, realizing he had used the word care instead of like. The realization hit him hard. He had truly fallen for Stella. I hope she doesn't reject me, he worried, and to his surprise, Stella asked what he meant. He nearly jumped out of his skin, having muttered his thoughts aloud. You'll find out later. First, I wanted to take you to the ice skating rink, Izuku replied, and she nodded eagerly. They spent about 2 hours skating before he decided to take her back to the spot where they first met. There was a light dusting of snow on the ground, but Izuku didn't mind. Stella asked why they had returned to that place, and he took a deep breath, gathering his courage. "Stella, I wanted to bring you here to ask you something. Will you be my girlfriend?" he asked, presenting her with a rose. Stella's eyes widened as she took in the sight of Izuku holding the rose and the earnest look in his eyes. For a moment, she was frozen, causing Izuku's confidence to waver. He feared he had ruined their friendship with his feelings. "I'm sorry. I had hoped you felt the same way. I guess I was wrong." "Is there any way he began to say, but before he could finish, Stella leaned in and kissed him on the lips. "Yes, you big idiot, I will be your girlfriend. Sorry it took me so long. I was just shocked that you finally asked since I've been hoping you would for the past year," she said, playfully tapping the back of his head. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, so that's what Dad meant when he said our parents were waiting for us to get together after our little dance around each other." "I see," he stated, causing Stella to blush even more. They both burst into laughter at the situation, realizing their parents had been watching them for a year as they navigated their feelings. Afterward, Izuku decided to take Stella to a nearby restaurant since it was just after lunchtime. They enjoyed their day together, and Izuku texted their parents in a group chat to share the news that Stella had accepted his confession and that they were officially dating. The responses flooded in with congratulations, though Stella's father sent a stern message warning Izuku to treat her well. Stella's mother quickly intervened, apologizing for her husband's overprotectiveness, and Izuku assured them he expected the threats. Hisashi, Izuku's father, invited the Vermillions over for dinner, planning to share an important family secret since Stella deserved to know if she was going to be involved with them on a deeper level. Izuku felt nervous about it, but Hisashi reassured him that everything would be fine. At the Midoriya home, as they sat down for dinner, Hisashi cleared his throat. "Vermillions, we have something important to share about our family that you need to know if Stella and Izuku plan to be connected more deeply," he said, setting down his silverware. The Vermillions looked at him expectantly while Stella glanced at Izuku, who was visibly anxious. She placed her hand over his to offer comfort. "Do you remember when we told you Izuku's quirk was a copy quirk?" Hisashi continued, and they nodded. "Well, that's not entirely accurate. It's an advanced feature of what Izuku's and my quirk does. Our quirks are called All for One. Have you ever heard of that name?" Francis's eyes widened, indicating he had. "It's a story passed down on my side of the family since we had a relative in Japan during the dawn of quirks. Are you saying you are connected to that man?" Hisashi shook his head. "I am that man," he revealed, and Francis's expression shifted to one of fear, while the woman beside him looked confused. "Don't worry, Francis. I'm not threatening you or your family. I left that life behind about 12 years ago when Izuku was born. An accident forced me out of his life, and I only reunited with him when he was 9, Hisashi explained. Izuku took a deep breath and added, "Stella. My dad was considered the world's first supervillain when quirks first emerged about 200 years ago. After he met my mother, they had me, but then he was attacked by a well-known hero, which led to him being injured and out of my life. That same hero ended up marrying my mother and had another child, never knowing I was the son of their enemy. The hero was All Might, the symbol of peace, who became my stepfather. They neglected me for being quirkless since my dad took my quirk at Bardage to protect me. I ran away, and my dad found me just before my 9th birthday. That's how I ended up in America, and eventually, I met you." Stella listened in shock, her mind racing with questions. "So you take quirks from random people to build your stockpile?" she asked. Izuku shook his head. "No. Dad did that during his villain phase, but my quirk allows me to copy people's quirks if I am in contact with them for longer than a minute." Izuku explained his unique abilities, stating, "I can copy, take, give, and combine quirks, while my dad can do everything except the first part. Some high-ranking officials in the government are aware of our presence here in America. They've even granted him a special license to use his quirk. He can take quirks from criminals, but he must report it to the government." He paused, then added, I've obtained all my quirks from my dad's extensive collection. Stella listened intently and asked if he had copied her quirk yet. Izuku shook his head. Not yet. It doesn't fit the set I'm working on. Right now, I plan to operate in the shadows, so I've tailored my quirk set for nighttime use, with a few others mixed in. He demonstrated some of his quirks, and Stella admired them, curious about all the abilities he possessed. Stella's mother then inquired about the implications of Izuku not aging like Hisashi. It won't really affect anything, Hisashi replied. When Stella wants to stop her aging, Izuku can introduce a second quirk to her. It's a process that takes time but can be done without harm. She just needs to ask when she's ready, probably in her late teens, since I know how much women value their youth. Stella daydreamed about being young forever, prompting Izuku to chuckle and shake his head. They continued discussing Hisashi's past, learning about a quirk called One for All, created by Hisashi by accident to counteract All for One. Your family history is quite complex, Stella remarked, feeling overwhelmed by the information. Izuku laughed lightly. Yeah, but the 8th user is not someone I care to know about. I would have loved to meet my uncle or grandmother, but it seems that won't happen. Stella then asked when Izuku planned to take his hero exam. Hisashi answered, it's scheduled for next month. After that, he'll likely receive an invitation to join the Special Agent program. Stella felt uneasy about this but accepted it, knowing Izuku was capable and had a significant advantage in battles. Izuku suggested they go to his room to play video games, and Stella agreed. As they left, Hisashi called out to keep the door open, causing them both to blush. Izuku shot back, "Shut up, Dad, or I'll make you celibate for the next 200 years. Hisashi laughed, responding, "Joke's on you, son. I didn't plan on dating anyone anyway." After the exam, Izuku emerged to find Hisashi and the Vermillions waiting for him. They noticed he had finished early, causing some concern. However, Hisashi was confident in his son's success. As expected, Izuku had passed with flying colors and received his full hero license, a significant achievement. While they celebrated, Hisashi noticed the president of the American Hero Commission approaching. "Son, here comes the president. Are you sure you want to accept the offer I mentioned?" Izuku nodded, eager to pursue the opportunity, which would grant him more privileges and access to powerful quirks. The president requested a private meeting with Izuku and Hisashi, and the Vermillions stepped aside. Once seated, the president congratulated Izuku on passing the exam. "I quite like the name Shadow Hero, Hunter. What inspired it?" Izuku reflected for a moment before responding, "It comes from several sources, including my quirks. I know I'll be tasked with stopping villains permanently, either by neutralizing them or removing their quirks. So, Hunter represents both tracking down villains and seeking out new quirks to add to my collection." The shadow aspect of Izuku's plan was to operate primarily as an underground hero until Stella graduated from hero school. After that, he intended to transition to more daylight activities, while still focusing on special operations that required either a strong presence or a stealthy approach, even in the light of day. He wanted to be like a shadow, unnoticed until the moment he was needed, much like how people often overlook their own shadows until they consciously look down or something brings it into focus. The commission president listened intently, nodding in agreement with Izuku's mature perspective and well-thought-out plan. "With your father involved in your life, I'm sure he's already informed you about the Special Agent program, correct?" the president inquired. Izuku confirmed this with a nod. "Good. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I am formally inviting you to join the Special Agent program. Do you have any questions about it?" Izuku took a moment to think. "Yes, I do. As you know, I am with Stella, and I'm sure you're aware of my family situation. Will this program prevent me from becoming a daylight hero in the future if I decide to pursue that path with her after she graduates?" The president considered this for a moment. "Normally, we prefer our special agents to remain hidden. However, we can arrange for you to have 2 licenses, one for your special agent role and another as a normal hero. If you are engaged in activities outside of your special agent assignments, you can use your normal hero license to maintain your cover." Izuku expressed his gratitude for this arrangement. Overall, you would be asked to go on missions that might include international travel if a case requires it or if the UN requests your assistance. Otherwise, you would operate as a regular hero unless called upon for special assignments. So, I don't foresee any issues with you working alongside Stella in the future, the president added. Izuku nodded, contemplating his complicated family situation. To be honest, your stepfather, mother, and half-sibling situation is quite complicated. However, it's manageable since they haven't found you all these years. Unless you become the focus of international news, they are unlikely to locate you. A case might lead you back to Japan, which could pose a problem, but if they do find you, call me anytime, even in the middle of the night. We can initiate the paperwork to renounce your Japanese citizenship, which would significantly limit their options. They might still try something, but it would take time and effort. By then, you could likely return to America, where you would have better protection. Even if you stayed for a case, your quirks would make it difficult for them to apprehend you, and your status as an official hero would further complicate their efforts. The president continued, your father cannot even step foot in Japan, as they could legally arrest him if they connect his crimes to All for One. I fear All might find a way to uncover that connection with Principal Nizu's help at UA. So, in my opinion, Hisashi should refrain from returning to Japan and let representatives handle matters instead. They can't touch you in America since we would never authorize your arrest, especially since you've turned over a new leaf and contribute significantly to the country. Izuku felt a wave of relief knowing his father had changed for the better all those years ago and maintained a clean record since then. With all that discussed, I accept the offer to join the Special Agent Program. It will provide me with the means to operate more discreetly, Izuku stated. The president assured him that the necessary paperwork would be sent to their family lawyer, and the special agent license would be printed shortly after. After the meeting, Izuku and Hisashi met with the Vermillions to inform them of Izuku's acceptance into the special agent program. Stella warned Izuku to be careful, or there would be consequences. Oh, and how do you plan to make me pay if I'm not careful? Izuku asked, feigning innocence. Both adult males rolled their eyes at him. You messed up, they exclaimed in unison. Confused, Izuku turned to Stella, who was glaring at him. She grabbed his ear and twisted it. Oh, I'm sure I can find ways to punish you, she said, her tone sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. Izuku thought to himself, I messed up, and I have no idea what she will threaten me with. Come on. Stop heating my ears up, it's really uncomfortable, he pleaded as she continued twisting his ear and using her fire to warm her hand, making his ears feel even hotter. The two men chuckled at Izuku's predicament until he finally relented. Fine. I give in. I promise I will be careful, my lovely Krishamheim, he said in a charming tone, prompting Stella to release her grip and pout. Here you are, talking about safety, yet you're going to leave me alone if you mess up in a battle, she replied, crossing her arms. How did I end up with such an uncaring lover? She pouted, her eyes glistening with faux tears, but Izuku remained unfazed as he offered her an apology. In an instant, her demeanor shifted, and she smiled, successfully coaxing him into SBM. Nearby, the male adults exchanged whispers about how Izuku seemed to be under her spell, though Francis received a playful nudge from his wife, who shot him a disapproving glare. Izuku had been contemplating how to manage his demanding schedule, which included long hours at the family business, afternoons spent with Stella, and late-night hero work. To help him cope, he decided to inherit more quirks from his father, believing they would aid him in balancing his responsibilities. Among the new abilities he acquired were Energy Siphon. This quirk allowed him to draw energy from living beings, replenishing his own reserves. Power Nap. With this ability, he could enjoy the benefits of a full night's rest after just 30 minutes of sleep, and he could share this power with someone else as long as they maintained contact while sleeping. Memory Recall. This quirk enabled him to remember everything he had experienced, allowing him to recall any memory simply by thinking about it. Visual Teleportation. This ability allowed him to teleport to any location within his line of sight, though it required stamina, especially if he was transporting others. Izuku believed these powerful quirks were key to his father's longevity and would enhance his own hyper-regeneration quirk, making him more effective in his hero work. With these new abilities, he found himself less fatigued after long days, as he could use Power Nap to recharge quickly. Now 13, Izuku had dealt with numerous small-time criminals since becoming a hero. However, he sensed that today would bring unexpected challenges. As he patrolled the city, he dispatched his crows to scout the area. 3 hours into his patrol, at 4 a.m., one of his crows alerted him to a strange creature attacking in Times Square. Izuku rushed to the scene, where he found the creature resisting the combined efforts of heroes and police, even lifting a tour bus and hurling it into a building. Using visual teleportation, Izuku landed on a nearby building and observed the creature. It had a grotesque feature, a brain protruding from its head. But what unsettled him most was the sight of multiple quirks intertwined within the creature, visible through his quirk vision. He dropped down, landing behind the heroes and police. An officer turned to him, about to inquire who he was, but before he could speak, Izuku summoned shadows to create a vortex of WHPS that ensnared the creature, immobilizing it. The sudden restraint shocked everyone, and they turned to see Izuku in his hero outfit and fox mask. Izuku displayed his hero license to the officer, who widened his eyes in recognition. Most of Izuku's details were concealed since he was registered as an underground hero, but it confirmed his identity and authorization to act. "Thank you, Pro-Hero Hunter. We were struggling to contain it until you arrived," the officer called out, acknowledging Izuku's presence. As he approached the creature, Izuku examined it closely. It really does have multiple quirks that are butchered together. I don't even know if I could extract those quirks. Someone has figured out how to create weapons with multiple quirks. This is very bad, he thought, pulling out his cell phone. He intensified the shadows, further restraining the creature, which screamed in pain, causing the heroes to regard him with concern. "It's not human. At least not anymore. We need something to contain this creature, something strong enough to hold it," Izuku instructed, his voice modified to mask his youth. He then dialed a contact on his phone. "Hello, Hunter. Why are you calling so late, or rather early?" the president of the commission answered. "Hello, sir. I'm reporting a high-level threat. I need a representative sent to handle a creature I just detained in Times Square. The police are trying to find a way to contain it, but it needs a more secure solution. Sir, it has multiple quirks that were not created through All for One. Someone has developed a method to create bioengineered weapons with multiple quirks, and I can't attempt to extract them until we're in a private setting," Izuku explained, stepping away from the crowd while maintaining control over the shadows. The line fell silent for a moment. "I'll send someone right away. Tell the police to keep it contained until the representative arrives. Do not let the creature out of your sight. You were right to call me immediately about this. It's a significant issue. We need to determine the origin of this creature. I'll inform your father, as he may have insights given his experience. The representative should arrive in about 5 minutes since he's already nearby and is informed about you and your father," the president of the commission said before hanging up the phone. Izuku returned to the officers who had brought a standard police van. He shook his head. "No, that won't contain this creature. We need something more secure. Regardless, a representative from the Hero Commission will be here shortly. This creature will be transported to a specialized facility for containment." The officers looked at him skeptically, prompting Izuku to explain that he had called the Hero Commission president directly. He chuckled at their expressions of disbelief just as the representative arrived about 8 minutes later. Upon seeing the creature, the representative's face paled. After making a few calls, he requested Izuku to keep the creature contained for a little longer. 10 minutes later, a larger vehicle arrived, equipped with a steel cage in the back designed to securely hold the creature. Izuku used his shadows to bind the creature's arms and legs, carefully moving it into the vehicle and locking the metal devices in place. He kept the shadows close, ready to react if the creature attempted to escape. After a brief struggle, it was deemed secure. Izuku climbed into the vehicle with the commission official and followed the transport to America's equivalent of Tartarus Prison, the most secure facility in the country. Unlike Japan's most secure prison, the location of this prison was a closely guarded secret. Many believed it to be Rikers Island, known for housing top villains, but in reality, the hidden prison was accessed through an underwater tunnel beneath Governor's Island, which served as a public hero commission office. In emergencies, the island could flood sections of the prison to prevent escapes. Upon arrival, Izuku spotted his father and the commission president, waiting for them. What a way to make your big debut, Hunter. The news is already buzzing about the mysterious hero who operates in the shadows. They're praising how you handled the creature that many heroes couldn't. Good thing you wear a mask, otherwise, your privacy would be gone, the president joked. Hisashi congratulated Izuku on a job well done, and they proceeded to the room where the creature was being held. I can confirm your findings, son. This wasn't created through a quirk like ours. It appears to be a jumbled mix, as if multiple DNA strands were forced together. I've seen similar attempts before, but nothing like this. It's as if various quirks were combined into a chaotic result, Hisashi explained. The scientists present took notes, recognizing Hisashi's expertise. Izuku approached the creature, attempting to extract one of its quirks, but it disintegrated instead. Interesting. It seems that if we try to take a quirk, it breaks down. It's too unstable to be removed. I wonder what would happen if we introduced a new quirk, Hisashi mused. Izuku complied, using a quirk that would give the creature a longer tongue. They observed as the new quirk interacted with the others, bouncing off but remaining inside. It seems to have rejected the others but retained the new quirk. What did you give it? Hisashi asked. Izuku explained, and the scientists forced the creature's mouth open to check for changes. Okay, let's try to take it back, Hisashi suggested, but the quirk broke apart again. It appears that quirks introduced to this creature become unstable. That's good to know, Hisashi concluded. Izuku hesitated to attempt extracting a quirk from it. I don't think it's wise to try. It could destabilize and be dangerous, he said, and Hisashi agreed, ruling out that test. They decided to take blood samples to search for DNA matches, which would take time given the vast number of people in the country and the possibility that the creature was not even from there. Izuku then remembered his quirk called Knowledge. I'm going to try using it on the creature. It might provide us with some clues, he said. Hisashi nodded in agreement. As Izuku activated his quirk, he suddenly recoiled in pain. Hisashi and the doctors rushed to his side. What's wrong? They asked. You're going to get multiple DNA hints. This creature is a result of human experimentation. Someone is conducting mass experiments on people. I could only gather so much information before the quirk went haywire due to the conflicting data, Izuku explained, and Hisashi nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The president inquired if Izuku had any additional clues. Izuku pondered for a moment before responding. As it stands, I can tell you it wasn't made in the United States. Before I got cut off, it seemed like it was about to show a foreign name for the location where it was made. However, I couldn't see it fully before the connection was lost. I can say it was likely somewhere in Asia. We can narrow it down once we receive the DNA results, he explained. The others nodded in agreement, knowing they would have to wait for the scientists to do their work. Izuku felt a migraine coming on due to his knowledge quirk acting up. Dad, do you have a quirk that can help with migraines? He asked. Hisashi nodded and Izuku copied the quirk, which was called Clear Head. This quirk allowed the user to negate any issues related to their mind or brain. As Izuku reflected on his abilities, he thought about the various quirks he had accumulated over time. His main quirk, Advanced All for One, allowed him to copy, take, give, and combine quirks without any limit to how many he could hold. Other quirks included Hyper Regeneration, which let him heal quickly, and Stamina Booster, which doubled his natural stamina recovery rate. He also had Familial Telepath, Geolocation, and the ability to communicate with crows through his crow quirk. Izuku had also gained new abilities like Warrior Replication, which helped him learn fighting styles quickly, and Null, which allowed him to negate the effects of other quirks on himself. Pain Negation helped him manage injuries during battles, while Mental Restoration could repair damage to an individual's mental state. At 14, Izuku was spending time with his girlfriend, Stella, with whom he had been for nearly 2 years. He felt grateful for following that scream years ago, as it had led him to her. Stella had helped him learn to love himself more and had significantly reduced his self-hatred issues. Despite his struggles with self-image, particularly due to his green hair and eyes that reminded him of his mother, Stella's support had made a remarkable difference. Though there were still days when his insecurities resurfaced, Izuku was doing much better, thanks to Stella's unwavering encouragement. He recognized the stark differences between All Might and his father, Hisashi, who always made time for him, even amidst his busy schedule. Izuku had also been helping Stella train, with Hisashi assisting as well. This collaboration had greatly enhanced Stella's skills and experience. Her quirk, Phoenix Queen, had evolved under the pressure of training with the Midoriya family, showcasing its true potential. Stella's quirk had evolved significantly. Originally, she could control fire, but now she had developed the ability to heal and materialize a sword. Most impressively, she could create wings of fire that allowed her to fly. This evolution not only enhanced her healing abilities but also enabled her to summon her sword more quickly. Additionally, she could temporarily boost her strength and speed beyond her natural limits. She had also gained the ability to extinguish any fire at will, regardless of its source. Overall, her power had doubled since she began training with Izuku and Hisashi, who were proud of her progress after just 6 months. As time passed, Izuku decided to take Stella out for a night on the town during a break from her school. They found themselves sitting on a hillside, watching the bustling city below. "So, Stella, you have about a year left before you attend a hero school. Have you decided where you want to go?" Izuku asked. Stella thought for a moment, unsure of her choice. "Honestly, if you have any long-term missions in another country, I would likely transfer to wherever you are stationed. I just want to be near you. As long as you're in the New York area, I can attend a highly rated hero school nearby," she replied. Izuku nodded, understanding her longing to stay close. He felt the same way and didn't want to be apart for long. As they relaxed, Stella inquired about Izuku's work in both business and hero activities. "Overall, the business is doing well. We've expanded into foreign markets and secured several deals. Your parents' businesses are thriving in the American market faster than expected," Izuku explained. Stella felt happy for her parents, knowing that their investments would soon pay off. Izuku then shifted the conversation to his hero work. "There are limits on what I can share due to laws, but I'm handling my cases well. I've dealt with some special agent cases and I've had to make some tough decisions. It was disturbing and I felt sick afterward, but coming home to you helped me push through," he said, hugging her. Stella had moved into the Midoriya home halfway through their relationship, and it had made a positive impact on Izuku, especially after difficult missions. Stella hugged him back, reassuring him, "Just remember, you're not a monster. The people you're dealing with have done terrible things. Stopping mass murderers is different from harming innocent people." Izuku leaned down and kissed her, grateful for her support. Curious about a recent case involving creatures, Stella asked, "How's that going?" Izuku sighed. "It's getting troublesome. We're tracking down DNA samples, and it seems to be sourced in Japan, which means I might have to travel there. It's risky." Stella nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "If it turns into a long case, I'll transfer to Japan to be with you," she offered. Izuku appreciated her willingness to support him, though he dreaded the thought of returning to Japan for such a challenging mission. As they rested, Izuku's phone vibrated, signaling it was time to head home. They got up and soon arrived, finding the Midoriya family preparing dinner. Since Stella had moved in, the Vermillions had started joining them for dinner every other day, which had become a cherished routine. "We're home," Izuku called out, and Hisashi informed them that dinner was almost ready. Once seated at the dinner table, they enjoyed their meal and shared stories. Izuku felt grateful for these peaceful moments, though he knew that one day, this tranquility would be disrupted. As they ate, Izuku received a phone call from the president of the Hero Commission. He glanced at his father, who nodded, and answered the call at the table. "Hello, sir. I have a feeling I'm not going to enjoy the reason for your call," Izuku said, a sense of dread creeping in as he recognized the caller ID. "You would be correct," the voice on the other end replied. Izuku had gathered everything he could about the creature captured a year ago. Although there had been no further attacks from similar creatures, the threat remained, and it needed to be addressed. He received a call from the president of the American Commission, who informed him that he was being assigned a special agent mission in collaboration with the United Nations. The UN had been briefed on the situation and shared their concerns. Starting in a few months, you will relocate to Japan for the foreseeable future under UN authority, the president explained. You are to utilize your special agent status to secure resources from local heroes in Japan to ensure the mission's success. The UN and America want to put an end to whoever is creating these creatures. If they cannot be captured, you are authorized to eliminate them to prevent their escape. Do you understand? Izuku took a moment to process the information before responding. I understand, sir. I will begin preparing to leave within the next month and a half. May I inform Stella of this order? She plans to attend a hero school wherever I am stationed so we can stay together. There was a tense silence at the dinner table as everyone awaited the president's response. After a brief pause, he continued, I spoke with a UN representative about informing Stella. Given your family's significance in Japan as heroes, they agreed that she should be informed about the situation. This way, she can support you mentally, especially considering the trauma you experienced there. I recommend she apply to UA, the best hero school in Japan. If you'd like, I can provide a recommendation for her, or she can take the general exam. I believe she is capable of passing either. Izuku expressed his gratitude and then turned to Stella. I'll let you know about the recommendation for the UA hero course and our plans to move to Japan, he said. I'll reach out in a few days regarding the paperwork for UA. So, it looks like we are going to Japan if you still want to come with me? Izuku asked, looking at her. Of course I want to go with you. I will definitely be there, especially since you need to be near your family now. I can already imagine the challenges you'll face, Stella replied, determination in her voice. Izuku nodded. Would you mind helping me buy a property in Japan? Maybe we can put it under Stella's parents' name to make it harder for anyone to track me down. That's a smart idea, Stella's father agreed. Anything to delay them from finding you will be helpful. A gated house would also be wise, as it would require them to go through a fence and gate. If they try to break in, it could lead to legal issues for them. Izuku appreciated the support and felt relieved. He knew he would have to confront his past eventually, but for now, he was grateful for Stella's presence. She rubbed his back reassuringly, and in a moment of affection, he leaned in to kiss her, causing her to blush, especially with their parents present. A month had passed since Izuku received the call from the president regarding his new orders. Stella had completed her middle school education and had tested out of it. They decided it would be beneficial for her to test out of high school as well, allowing her to focus on the hero course education system. This arrangement would maximize the time they could spend together. Izuku, along with their parents, had been searching for a home in Japan. They contacted a real estate agent and provided a list of their requirements and preferred locations. Initially, the agent thought it was a prank due to the foreign request, but soon realized they were serious and began the search. Meanwhile, Izuku had to deal with threats from Francis Vermillion, who warned him to take care of his daughter. After enduring enough of Francis's comments, Izuku snapped back. Do you think I would let the future mother of my children get hurt or mistreated? The room fell silent as he realized what he had said, and he buried his face in a couch pillow, groaning, "Oh no, kill me now." Laughter erupted among the adults, lightening the mood. Already planning marriage now, are we? Teased Stella's mother, causing Izuku to groan. He turned to see Stella returning from her last day at school, her cheeks flushed from what she had overheard. Izuku buried his face in a pillow, feeling embarrassed. Stella, you heard all of that, didn't you? He asked, and she nodded. Rolling his eyes, he pulled her down onto his lap. Well, I mean it. When we get a bit older, I will propose to you, okay? Stella nodded again, her blush deepening. Izuku felt his own face heat up, having said that in front of their parents. Stella's mother smiled in approval, while Francis merely grumbled his acceptance. Hisashi laughed at Izuku, earning a glare from him. As they settled down, Izuku checked his phone. Seth got back to me. The paperwork for the new home in Japan is finalized. It's under the Vermillions' name. The house is on the coastline of the Shizuoka Prefecture, about 30 minutes from the school by train and 10 by car. I've arranged for a car to be sent to Japan for me to drive. My special agent license allows me to drive, even if the law says otherwise. So, I'll always take Stella to school myself, so she doesn't have to take the train, or we can arrange for a driver from one of our local branches to take her, he explained. Everyone nodded, enjoying their time together before the children would leave in a couple of weeks. Time passed quickly, and soon they were on a flight from the United States to Japan. The trip felt shorter with each other's company. Once the plane landed, a blue Mercedes-Benz GLC pulled up to them. Izuku opened the door for Stella, who looked at him curiously. "Do you actually know how to drive?" she asked. Izuku chuckled. "Remember, my Crimsonheim, Dad transferred all his driving knowledge to me. He even helped me practice on a recreation of a Japanese road a few weeks ago." Stella giggled at the lengths the Midoriya family went to ensure Izuku's success. After about 40 minutes of driving from the airport, they arrived at their new home. "I hope you enjoy it. I wanted something that felt traditional but still had the modern conveniences you love," Izuku said as they approached the house. Stella was amazed as they drove past a gated area. With the entire property fenced, it provided privacy and security. Izuku parked in the garage, which could fit 3 cars and had storage rooms. "We have a living area further down the path and another closer to the shore, but we'll be living in the main building with the pool attached. If our parents decide to visit, they can stay in the guest houses," he explained, pointing out the other buildings on the property. Stella nodded, excited as they entered their new home. Inside, the layout included a living room with a dining area, a kitchen, and an outdoor kitchen by the pool. Stella loved the traditional Japanese style of the house, which still offered modern amenities. However, she noticed the bathroom connected to the main bedroom lacked a door. Turning to Izuku, she saw a deep blush on his face. "Sorry. Just let me know when you want to take a shower and I'll avoid our bedroom," he said, realizing the situation. They were alone in a new home, reminiscent of a newlywed couple. This thought made Stella blush even more, while Izuku rubbed her back, understanding her embarrassment. He pointed out that the other bathrooms on the lower floors offered more privacy if she wanted to use them. He also mentioned that she didn't have to sleep in the same room, even though they had been doing so for months. She shook her head, saying it was fine, just a little embarrassing. After unpacking their belongings, they decided to go shopping for clothes and other essentials, as they had only brought the bare minimum from America. Izuku also arranged for a local food service to deliver groceries to stock their new home. "We have about 5 hours before the food arrives," he said, looking forward to their new life together. Izuku Midoriya glanced at Stella as they sat in the car, contemplating their next move. "We can go now to get new clothing or wait until tomorrow. I'm not sure if you want to go out later after all the food is delivered," he suggested. Stella thought for a moment and decided it would be better to go out now rather than waste time tomorrow. Izuku nodded in agreement, and after a few minutes, they drove off to the shopping mall. Upon arriving, they entered the mall, where Izuku had opted for a new look, sporting pure white hair and black shades to blend in. His younger self was still listed on missing person posters, and while Stella noticed them, she chose not to comment in public. They quickly gathered everything they needed and headed home. Once back, Stella broke the silence. "Ikki, I'm sure you saw the posters." Izuku nodded. "Yes, I don't understand why they keep putting more up. It's been years since I left, and I have no plans to return. If they ever find out who my father is, they'll lose any longing to connect with me anyway. I have no regrets about him being my father. He was there for me and gave up his old life to take care of me, unlike them. I've let my anger go, but I'm not sure how I'd feel if I faced them again." Stella nodded, rubbing his back to help him stay calm. Just then, the food arrived, and Izuku opened the gate via his phone, allowing the driver to enter their home. They quickly stocked the cabinets and fridge, ready to embrace their new life in Japan. Izuku Midoriya was a hunter at heart. He took pride in bringing criminals to justice, ensuring that people felt safe. Just because he was in Japan didn't mean he would stop tracking down villains. After a week of settling in, he decided to start his hero patrols. Although he and Stella enjoyed their time together, he knew he had a mission to fulfill. Once Stella went to sleep, Izuku slipped out into the night, determined to uncover the source of the creatures plaguing the city. Hisashi had shared some intriguing information with Izuku and the president of the commission about an old doctor he once worked with. This doctor, surprisingly over 100 years old, had a quirk called Life Force. This quirk is similar to the anti-aging quirk we possess, but it has severe drawbacks, Hisashi explained. It gives a youthful appearance but hampers physical mobility, which is why I never wanted it. Izuku agreed. The doctor had been involved in researching quirks, always seeking a way to reproduce them. He believed quirks would eventually reach a singularity point, leading to significant changes. Hisashi also believed that quirkless individuals represented a default state of humanity, a safeguard against the potential dangers of quirks. While Hisashi didn't think the doctor had made any breakthroughs in duplicating quirks, it seemed he had found a way around it through a distorted version. It's fortunate he never knew about your quirk, Izuku. It would have validated his theories, Hisashi had said, and Izuku felt relieved that the doctor was unaware of him, knowing he might have been targeted for experiments. Regardless of his feelings towards the doctor, Izuku was determined to stop him, recognizing the threat his experiments posed to the world. As he leaped from rooftop to rooftop, Izuku noticed someone following him. He used his crows to keep an eye on the individual, cursing under his breath when he realized who it was. It was Eraserhead, also known as Aizawa Shoyuda, Izuku's uncle. He paused at the edge of a roof, waiting for Aizawa to approach. Eraserhead stepped onto the roof, his demeanor tense. "Hello, Eraserhead," Izuku greeted, causing his uncle to stiffen. "Oh, you know of me?" Aizawa asked, ready for a confrontation. "Indeed. You're quite a skilled underground hero. I apologize for interrupting your patrol, but I'm on a mission to hunt down an organization," Izuku explained. Aizawa looked confused. "Who are you?" Izuku chuckled softly. "Not surprising you don't know me. I'm a hero from America, known as the Shadow Hero, Hunter." With that, he jumped off the roof and vanished into the shadows. Aizawa cursed as he watched Izuku disappear, pondering the young hero's identity. Izuku emerged from the shadows, watching his uncle move away. "I managed my emotions well upon seeing him, but he never caused me any issues. He just wasn't there for me," he thought as he leaped away in the opposite direction. As the night progressed, Izuku encountered several small-time criminals, questioning them about any organizations involved in human experiments. He was careful not to mention the doctor's name, not wanting to alert anyone who might be watching. Izuku had faced a challenging first week of his search, but he remained optimistic, knowing he would need to gradually expand his search area until he found a lead. His actions had stirred some commotion at the police department, as they suspected him of being a vigilante. Izuku didn't linger after ensuring the criminals were handed over to the police. As a special agent, he was not required to. He simply filed his reports with the UN, who managed everything on his behalf, allowing him to focus on his mission without unnecessary involvement from local law enforcement. About 10 months before the UA entrance exams, an unexpected event occurred. Izuku was walking with Stella when they heard an explosion in the distance. Curious and concerned, they decided to investigate, knowing Izuku could quickly change into his hero outfit using his quirk. As they approached the scene, they spotted Bakugo in the clutches of a villain, who was using him to wreak havoc on nearby buildings. The hero's presence seemed ineffective, with only Backdraft attempting to control the spreading fires. Izuku observed several opportunities for the heroes to intervene, but they remained inactive, allowing Bakugo to be in danger. Amidst the chaos, Izuku noticed his half-sibling and Todoroki in the crowd, urging Bakugo to hold on. Frustrated by the hero's inaction, one of them suggested waiting for someone with a more suitable quirk to arrive, which only fueled Izuku's determination. He turned to Stella and declared, "I have to help. If I ignore this, I'm no better than they are." Stella nodded, understanding his resolve. With a swift motion, Izuku transformed into his hunter outfit and sent a few of his crows into the air above the chaos. He had learned to store his crows in his shadows, which allowed him to keep them safe and ready for action. As he emerged from the shadows, he waited for the right moment to strike. When the villain turned slightly, Izuku dashed in, unnoticed by the villain until it was too late. He used his shadows to pull Bakugo free and quickly handed him off to the other heroes, who were still trying to figure out who he was. Without wasting a moment, Izuku returned to confront the villain, who swung a tentacle at him. Izuku dodged and retaliated with a shadow WHP, but it barely affected the villain. He needed to create an opening, so he jumped back, drawing the villain's attention. As the villain attacked again, Izuku yanked his WHP back, pulling out the villain's eyes, which caused the villain's form to disintegrate. Just then, All Might arrived, crashing to the ground, ready to engage the villain, only to find that Izuku had already defeated it. The crowd was stunned, not only by the swift defeat but also by All Might's late arrival. Izuku rolled his eyes beneath his mask, handing the villain's eyes to a nearby police officer. Before anyone could question him, he slipped back into the shadows. Moments later, he reappeared at the cafe where Stella was waiting, having exited the restroom unnoticed. Stella rolled her eyes at his dramatic entrance, and Izuku chuckled as they settled down together. The heroes and police searched for him, but he had vanished without a trace, even from All Might's keen eyes. "You know they're going to think you're a vigilante, right?" Stella remarked. Izuku nodded. "It doesn't matter. If they try to arrest me, I'll just show my hero license. I have both my basic and special agent licenses, and they only reveal my hero name and ID number." Stella nodded, then asked if he was ready for the UA entrance exam, having opted out of the recommendation exam to prove her own strength. "I'm as ready as I can be, but I'll keep training in the months ahead. If you have time, could you help me improve?" she asked. "Of course, I'll always make time for you, my Heim," Izuku teased, causing her to blush and playfully smack his side, which made him laugh. They both stood up, deciding it was time to head home for the day. As they walked away, Izuku and Stella passed by All Might in his skinny form, along with Izumi Yagi, Katsuki Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki. The trio tensed up, thinking they heard Izuku's voice, but he and Stella had already vanished into the crowd. They exchanged glances, realizing they all felt the same. Izuku Yagi had been right near them, and they hadn't even noticed. Over the next 10 months leading up to the UA entrance exam, Izuku dedicated much of his time to helping Stella train while he worked on a special agent case at night. He was continually amazed by her abilities and the speed at which she learned combat techniques. Izuku recognized that, despite his own quirks, Stella was one of the few who could hold her own against him or his father in battle. Her rapid improvement and the advantages of her quirk made her a formidable opponent. While both he and Hisashi relied on their healing quirks to recover, Stella could produce flames hot enough to cauterize wounds quickly. She was adept in both close and long-range combat, giving her multiple strategies in a fight, and her quirk also had healing properties that would help her endure. However, Izuku was careful to note that while she was capable of fighting them, defeating them was another matter entirely. Both he and Hisashi possessed numerous quirks that could help them escape tricky situations, a lesson Hisashi had drilled into him repeatedly. Hisashi reminded Izuku that even though he was stronger than All Might, he had been defeated because he underestimated his opponent. This taught Izuku to approach every fight with caution, treating even the weakest adversary as a potential threat. As the months passed, Izuku noticed an increase in the activity of those connected to his past. He saw them searching around the city where he had been during the sludge attack. "They must have heard my voice when walking by with Stella. But they shouldn't know who we are," he thought. He recognized familiar faces like Uncle Aizawa, Uncle Endeavor, Grandpa Torino, and Uncle Sir Night-Eye, along with his assistant. It struck him that he referred to them with familial titles, and he felt conflicted about it. He instinctively called them family, which left him pondering his feelings. While resting on the couch with his head in Stella's lap, he sought her perspective. "From what you've told me, they weren't part of your life. They didn't harm you like your former parents or sister did. You might not blame them as much as you think. The real question is whether they knew about your treatment before you disappeared. If they did, that's a different issue, but if they were misled by the Yagis, it's understandable to want to associate with them," Stella replied. Izuku nodded, realizing he wasn't ready to confront them yet, but he knew he would have to eventually, especially as their encounters became more frequent. As the entrance exam approached, Izuku drove Stella to UA and dropped her off. The car attracted some attention, but it was mostly overlooked. Stella received unwanted glances from some boys, which annoyed Izuku, but she just giggled and kissed him before walking away. Many boys wanted to glare at Izuku, but he had already parked far from UA, changed into his hero outfit, and teleported using one of his crows to scout the inside of UA. He blended into the shadows quickly, avoiding detection by alarms and sensors. While he didn't mind if Nizu discovered he was there, he preferred to remain discreet and observe the exams. It was a childhood dream of his to witness the entrance exam firsthand, and this was the closest he could get. Izuku also contemplated revealing himself to Uncle Nizu. He doubted Nizu would have allowed him to be mistreated, given Nizu's own past. He believed Nizu must have trusted All Might and Green Tornado, relying on their word not to lie to him. Izuku had even sought permission from the UN and the American Commission President to inform Nizu about the case if he decided to involve him. As he navigated the campus, Izuku found himself in front of Principal Nizu, who seemed to be staring directly at the shadow where Izuku was hiding. Shocked, Izuku wondered how Nizu had detected him. Following Nizu's gesture, he stepped out of the shadows and into the principal's office. "Well, hello Mr. Hunter," Nizu greeted, and Izuku bowed slightly, taking a seat without speaking, wary of revealing too much to the astute principal. "Now, I'm curious why an American hero is here in Japan. Eraserhead mentioned he met you before, and then there was the incident with the sludge villain. You keep a low profile and report your actions to another entity," Nizu continued, his keen eyes studying Izuku. "I know that the police initially believed you to be a vigilante, but they later received official reports with your hero name and ID number through channels I can't trace. This suggests a couple of things. First, you seem to want to maintain a low profile while still being willing to get involved in other matters. Second, it seems you have a primary mission here in Japan that brought you to this location," Nizu stated. Izuku nodded in response. Nizu observed him closely, noting that he rarely spoke in his presence. "He's not mute. Aizawa mentioned he could talk. I should be able to recognize his voice, even with the voice changer," Nizu thought as he considered the situation. "Would you mind sharing if your mission involves UA? I found you on my campus, and I want to be prepared for any potential threats or if there's a mole among us," Nizu asked. Izuku shook his head and wrote that his case did not involve UA and that he was here for personal reasons. He had tested out of all his schooling a few years ago before becoming a pro hero. He expressed that attending UA had been a childhood dream, but it never materialized due to his past circumstances. Nizu thanked him for the information and offered him a view from the control room, which Izuku accepted, relieved that he didn't have to remain hidden. Unbeknownst to him, he was about to confront his past more directly than he had anticipated. As they walked, Nizu pieced together the information he had. He's young, really young, based on his note and height. He's completed his high school education. He wanted to attend UA. Nizu mused, but his thoughts were interrupted as they arrived at the control room. Izuku felt a surge of anxiety upon entering the room, filled with people who could recognize him: Endeavor, Sir Night-Eye, Eraserhead, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, and Nizu, along with other UA staff. Eraserhead stood up, on guard, when he spotted Hunter. Nizu waved him off. "Everyone, this is an American hero visiting our campus. He's here on a mission unrelated to us but wanted to observe the exam, so I've allowed him in. Please treat him with care," Nizu announced. The staff nodded, some attempting to engage him in conversation. Izuku wrote out his responses, leaving Aizawa puzzled. "Hunter, the last time I saw you, you were able to talk. Why aren't you now?" Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku shrugged, unsure how to respond. Just then, the door opened, and in walked Green Tornado with all might. Izuku's heart raced. What are they doing here? He thought, realizing that Izumi Yagi, Katsuki Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki would also be taking the exam that day. Oh no! That means my sister will have to deal with them. Just great, he thought, tensing up. Nizu noticed Izuku's sudden tension but decided to set it aside for now. All Might greeted everyone, unaware that Izuku was in the room, blending in with the crowd. All Might, we have a guest. Endeavor called out, pointing to Izuku. All Might's eyes widened in surprise. Izuku couldn't help but enjoy the chaos. This is priceless, he thought, while Nizu turned to him with a serious expression. Hunter, may I ask a favor? Please keep this quiet, Nizu requested. Izuku nodded, agreeing to maintain silence. They don't need to know that I already know, he thought, considering the favor he could call in later. As the atmosphere settled, All Might attempted to strike up a conversation with Izuku, who chose to ignore him, not even writing a response. The others noticed but didn't comment, focusing instead on the ongoing exam. Once the written exam concluded, all the students gathered in the auditorium to listen to Present Mike explain the physical portion of the exam. One student pointed at Izumi, telling her to stop muttering. I can't believe I passed that on to her, Izuku thought, realizing he had inherited that trait from his father. Soon, they all headed to their respective exam sites, and Izuku was relieved that Stella wasn't with anyone from his past. As the exam began, Stella, trained by the Midoriya family, dashed off as soon as the gates opened, gaining a crucial head start against the robots. Izuku chuckled to himself as Present Mike shouted, urging the students to run. Halfway through the exam, Stella was leading in points, even earning rescue points for saving someone from a robot. Unfortunately, the individuals from Izuku's past were also performing well and would likely pass, but Stella's abilities gave her a significant advantage. Eraserhead then spoke up, expressing his admiration for Stella. I want the girl called Stella Vermillion. She's remarkable, and if she ever loses control of her powerful quirk, I can manage it more easily than Vlad could. Overall, Aizawa expressed his doubts about Izumi needing quirk training, suggesting instead a stronger focus on quirkless combat, as she seemed overly reliant on her abilities. Nizu nodded in agreement just as Vlad King was about to speak. Soon, the zero-pointers were activated, and Power Loader alerted everyone to a robot malfunctioning in Zone Number 3, where Izumi was located. Everyone turned their attention to the screen, where they saw Izumi trapped under a boulder that pinned her leg, likely injuring her ankle and preventing her escape. Despite her telekinesis quirk, similar to Inko Yagi's, she appeared too exhausted from the exam to use it effectively. Another girl was also trapped beside her. Izuku wondered why the girl hadn't used one for all to free herself, considering she should have been training for it since childhood. However, he decided not to intervene unless their situation became dire. I can't get it to stop. Someone destroy it and save them. Nizu shouted, attempting to hack the robot's systems before it could reach them. The robot was dangerously close, and it seemed unlikely that any command would stop it in time. Just as All Might stood to act, someone shouted from the screen. Everyone turned to see the pro-hero hunter standing before the girls. They glanced back at his seat, only to see shadows dissipating into the air. They were puzzled by how he had arrived faster than All Might but remained focused on the unfolding scene. Down at the robot, the girls were screaming for help when Izuku appeared. Using his quirk, he sensed two abilities within the girl, her natural quirk and one for all, radiating immense power. He recognized it as matching what All Might still possessed. Turning his attention back to the robot, Izuku raised his hands and concentrated. The spectators watched in awe as he pushed his hands together and then pulled them apart, causing the robot to break apart. Shadows surged from within the zero-pointer, tearing it apart from the inside out. The robot collapsed harmlessly to the sides, away from the girls. The crowd was stunned by the ease with which he had dismantled the robot, but their shock was interrupted by Present Mike announcing the time. Izuku turned to the girls and waved his hands, summoning shadows to lift the rubble off them, freeing them from their predicament. One girl stood and thanked him, while Izumi struggled to rise but fell again. Izuku, slightly annoyed, used his shadows to catch her. Why am I helping her so much? Oh right, because I'm a hero and I really dislike her, he thought as he gently placed her down near Recovery Girl, mindful not to drop her too harshly. Afterward, Izuku slipped back into the control room, where everyone turned to him. He shrugged as if nothing had happened, though he thought he heard Aizawa and Sir Night-Eye mutter in disbelief, but he chose to ignore them. Izuku took out a piece of paper and wrote a message to Nizu, indicating he might need assistance tracking down a significant threat in the coming month. Nizu nodded, expressing his willingness to help. Izuku waved goodbye and left the room. Okay, are we going to talk about how strange he is? Present Mike asked as he settled back into his chair. Some staff members nodded, but Nizu interjected. I believe I know him from somewhere. It's why he didn't speak much, as Aizawa pointed out. Hunter seems determined to keep his identity hidden for some reason, possibly related to his mission. Regardless, I know he's the same age as our incoming freshman. Everyone was taken aback. Sir, are you sure? All Might asked, aware that he and Inko were not particularly popular among the staff due to their missing son. I'm certain. I've gathered clues from a conversation we had in my office. He mentioned that the case doesn't involve UA, and he was here for personal reasons, having tested out of all his education a few years ago before becoming a pro hero. He expressed a childhood dream of attending UA, which never materialized due to his past circumstances. The fact that he doesn't speak in front of me suggests he's trying to keep his identity concealed. Aizawa, you've encountered him at night since he seems to operate mostly then. Keep an eye on him. I might end up in a conflict with America over Hunter. I have several theories, and it's possible he's in a secure situation, but I want to be cautious. If he ever asks any of you for help, please accept his request. I want him to trust us and feel comfortable reaching out for assistance. Nizu continued, still trying to piece together who Hunter was, suspecting that he might be Izuku Yagi, given the similarities in their pasts. Hunter was likely the same age as Izuku Yagi, which led Nizu to consider the possibility that Hunter might be Izuku. However, many questions remained about how Izuku ended up in America and became a hero if it were indeed him. Nizu noted that all of Hunter's information was blocked by the American government, with only his hero name and ID number available, indicating an effort to keep his identity concealed. Dismissing everyone to get started on their work, Nizu left Izuku in a state of panic. Izuku felt he had revealed too much information, worrying that Uncle Nizu had already pieced together his identity. He hoped Nizu would keep quiet about it for now and approach him privately instead of launching a search. Outside of Izuku's worries, he arrived at UA just as Stella was leaving. She got into a car, and they drove home to relax while waiting for her exam results in 2 weeks. Even though Izuku knew Stella had placed first in both the hero and written exams, he couldn't resist teasing her about whether she had passed. His playful banter continued until she jokingly threatened to kick him out of their shared MSR bedroom to the couch. Okay, I'm sorry. Izuku quickly apologized, knowing he had to avoid the couch at all costs. He had experienced sleeping on the couch before, and it was far from enjoyable. Used to the warmth of Stella beside him, he found it difficult to sleep that night, tossing and turning without rest. Stella, noticing his struggle, took pity on him and allowed him to cuddle up to her, which helped him finally drift off to sleep. After he apologized for an earlier incident, he managed to get a full night's rest. Izuku learned that once Stella threatened him with the couch, she had reached her limit with his teasing. It wasn't just teasing that led to this ultimatum. Any foolish behavior on his part could result in a similar consequence. Would you like your results now, or would you prefer to wait a few more days? Izuku asked. Stella chose to wait, and they passed the next few days in anticipation. When the results finally arrived at their P.O. box, registered in her name for added privacy, Izuku picked them up on his way home from an early morning patrol. He had noticed a decrease in villain activity, as if they were slowly disappearing. Placing the results on the table, he prepared breakfast for Stella and woke her up when it was ready. As they sat down to eat, Stella opened the results, and Izuku's mood shifted dramatically. I am here to deliver the results, boomed All Might's voice from the screen. Hello, young Vermillion. Congratulations on passing the written exam with a score of 96%, the highest in UA history. Izuku kissed her on the cheek, beaming with pride. Good job, my Heim, he said, and they continued to listen. Additionally, you scored first place in the physical exam with 192 points, surpassing my personal record by 10 points. This means you are the class representative for the entire first-year class. All Might announced, providing further details about her placement in Class 1A. After the projection ended, They discussed the results. Izuku warned Stella that some individuals from her past would also be attending the school, as he had seen their results and they had undoubtedly passed. He expressed concern about the potential for villains targeting UA, especially with All Might and Green Tornado teaching there. Stella, if anything happens, reach out to me via text. If there's any trip off the main campus, let me know the location so I can check in with my crows. I want to ensure your safety because something feels off with the recent criminal activity, Izuku told her. She agreed to keep him informed of any off-campus trips. The rest of the day was spent training lightly before relaxing, as Stella would be starting school in about a month. Izuku inquired about her outfit for school and felt a bit uneasy about how much skin it revealed. He didn't want to be controlling, so he kept his thoughts to himself, but Stella noticed his discomfort. "You want to comment, don't you?" she asked, and he nodded. "I do, but I don't want to be controlling," he replied. Stella encouraged him to share his thoughts, but he would need to accept her final decision. "I just wish the chest was covered a bit more. I could handle the legs, but I really don't want other men looking," Izuku admitted, pouting slightly. Stella giggled at his concern, assuring him that no skin would be showing, as she planned to wear an additional layer of material under her outfit. It would provide her some protection from the elements and potential attacks. It was also designed to be tear-resistant in case everything else was removed from her. Although it appeared that skin was showing, the difference in color between her hands and legs was subtle. The legs and chest area were covered, revealing only her lower arms. Stella explained this to Izuku, who was pleased since he hadn't noticed those details before. He jokingly mentioned that he would deal with any perverts who dared to bother his hyme, which made Stella laugh so hard she fell onto the couch. Izuku took the opportunity to pull her into a comforting embrace. Soon, the start of UA arrived. Stella got up and dressed in her uniform, which Izuku found quite attractive. She playfully jabbed him in the side in response to his compliment, but he just smirked and lifted her chin slightly, kissing her. Izuku was dressed in a business suit that made him resemble his father. Stella commented, "Iki, you always thought you looked like your mother, but I think you look much more like your father, just with green hair. Your hairstyles match more now, and you've grown out of most features that resemble her." Izuku smiled and thanked her. As he looked in the mirror, Izuku realized that if his hair and eyes were white, he could easily be mistaken for his father, which made him extremely happy. "Stella, what do you think would happen if they found out my identity and I quickly turned my hair and eyes white in front of All Might? I think it would be hilarious to see his reaction," he said with a smirk. Stella rolled her eyes and reminded him, "Iki, just be careful with All Might. Remember not to let your anger consume you, or you'll end up sleeping on the couch." He agreed to be careful, and soon he drove Stella to UA, planning to head to the local office branch afterward to check on their business operations. Stella arrived in Class 1A and found Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Izumi Yagi among her classmates. She noticed a boy who had called Yagi out during the presentation by Present Mic, apologizing to her for his earlier behavior. Stella ignored them and took a seat near the front. As the classroom filled up, she recalled Izuku mentioning that the teacher for 1A was his uncle, who had a reputation for expelling students. She noticed Eraserhead, wrapped in his sleeping bag at the door, and wondered if Izuku would ever consider giving him a second quirk, like a power nap ability. Eraserhead soon spoke. "Everyone shut up. I am Shoyuta Aizawa. You will call me Aizawa-sensei. Now put on these gym uniforms in the changing room and get to the training field in 8 minutes, or I will expel you." Stella quickly got up to comply, prompting the rest of the class to follow suit. Standing on the field, Stella caught Aizawa's attention as he came out, surprised to see a student already there. "Good day, Eraserhead," she greeted, causing his eyebrows to raise in surprise. "How do you know who I am?" he asked. She chuckled lightly. "I've heard about you. I wonder if you'll live up to the hype." Stella hoped that Izuku had more family who cared for him than just Hisashi. Izuku himself was uncertain about Aizawa, who had never helped him directly but sent birthday cards every year. He feared that Aizawa might not live up to the image he had of his uncle. Before Aizawa could ask who had told her, the other students arrived, and he observed her more closely. They began the tests, starting with Stella, who had scored first place in the exam. As she approached the circle, she powered up her quirk, enveloping the ball in steam and fire before launching it into the sky. The ground around her burned, and the smell of charred earth filled the air. Aizawa was taken aback by her quirk usage, realizing she had held back during the entrance exam. The distance the ball traveled was astonishing, reaching far enough to almost touch the coast of China. Aizawa displayed the score, and the class was left in shock. Someone remarked that the test would be fun, which annoyed Aizawa. He warned that whoever ended up in last place would be expelled. Uraraka, the girl with the zero-gravity quirk, protested that it wasn't fair. Before Aizawa could respond, Stella spoke up. Fair? Is the life of quirkless people fair? To be beaten and neglected by their own families? To be overlooked by those meant to care for them? Is it fair for those with so-called villainous quirks to be treated harshly because of their abilities? No. Stella spoke with a hint of coldness in her voice. As heroes, we can hopefully correct some of the unfairness with the influence and power we will hold. Aizawa smiled and added, She's echoed my thoughts exactly. UA allows us teachers to conduct our homerooms as we see fit. I have the authority to expel any of you if necessary. Now, let's begin the so-called fun. The students who had caused Izuku pain flinched at Aizawa's words. Stella noticed the adults from the Yagi family lurking behind the building, observing the class. With a light smile, she returned to her group of classmates, casting a glare at a student who was leering at her and the other girls. After some time, they completed their tests, and Aizawa revealed the results. Stella placed first, followed by Todoroki in second, Yaoyorozu in third, Yagi in fourth, and Bakugo in fifth. Mineta ended up in 21st place. Aizawa looked at him and declared his expulsion. Mineta protested loudly, I didn't even get to, but before he could finish, he attempted to approach Stella. She activated her quirk, causing him to yelp in pain as he felt a burning sensation. Aizawa quickly intervened, grabbing Mineta and glaring at him. Congratulations, you are now under arrest for attempted harassment, he stated firmly. Stella smirked at the scene. Aizawa then instructed the remaining students to return to the classroom and introduce themselves. When it was Stella's turn, she stood before her classmates and said, Hello, I am Vermillion, Stella. I was born in France and moved to America with my parents for their business. Recently, I relocated to Japan with my boyfriend, who I've been with for several years, because of his work here. My quirk is called Phoenix Queen. Many of the girls were curious about her boyfriend, but Stella simply shook her head, indicating it wasn't the right time to share more details. The girls pouted as she took her seat. As they were allowed to leave, Stella noticed Aizawa watching her closely. He's likely suspicious of my speech during the tests and my mention of moving here for my boyfriend's work, which aligns with the pro-hero hunter. I wonder, Eraserhead, will you let Izuku down as they did? She thought as she got into Izuku's car just as he pulled up. Aizawa observed from a distance, unable to see inside the car due to the tinted windows. Izuku Midoriya woke up to find his girlfriend missing from his chest. Glancing at the clock, he realized there were still 2 hours before she needed to leave for school. He got up to search for her, starting in the bathroom, where he found her standing there, having just finished drying her hair. He froze, surprised to see her without her usual nightgown. Stella turned around and noticed him standing there. Quickly, she covered herself, her cheeks flushing bright red. This snapped Izuku out of his daze, and he turned away, stammering, Sorry. I was looking for you since you weren't asleep on my chest like usual. I didn't mean to. It's fine, Stella said, still blushing. I'm just not ready for that step yet. We're still young, okay? Izuku nodded, understanding. It's okay. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. We have all the time in the world to take things at our own pace. He hugged her gently, kissing her forehead. He then picked her up and carried her to the bedroom, helping her find her clothes for the day. As he changed, he felt comfortable enough to be open with her, joking about their situation. Stella laughed, and they both enjoyed the light-hearted moment. After getting dressed, they made their way downstairs, where Izuku prepared breakfast. Today should be simple, but we do have battle training at the end of the day. I suspect All Might and Green Tornado will be leading it, Stella said. Izuku nodded. I'll keep it. Look out as usual. Just do your best, my Heim, he replied, making her giggle, which filled him with joy. As the time to leave for school approached, Izuku dropped Stella off before heading out for patrols, having noticed a concerning rise in criminal activity lately. Izuku was concerned about a potential large-scale attack and decided to alert the United Nations, hoping they would pass the warning to Japan's Hero Commission. He believed that UA High School could be a target due to All Might's presence there, and an attack could harm the reputation of heroes in Japan. The UN sent the warning, but Izuku was uncertain if the school received it, so he kept several crows nearby to monitor the situation. Meanwhile, Stella was going about her day until it was time for battle training. She had made friends with Jiro, Azui, and Ashido, enjoying their company during lunch as they discussed various topics. Stella offered to help them with their homework since she was taking on college-level assignments arranged by Nizu, who had the authority to offer such classes. The regular teachers provided the homework and were available for questions, but much of it was self-study. The class was surprised to learn about her advanced work, but they accepted it, knowing that some students at UA had previously tested out of high school-level courses. As Stella waited with her classmates, she heard footsteps approaching, and the door swung open. All Might entered dramatically, followed by Green Tornado, prompting Stella to roll her eyes. Soon, the class was instructed to change into their hero outfits and head to the training grounds. After a brief wait, they gathered in a control room reminiscent of their entrance exam. All Might enthusiastically praised their hero outfits and began explaining the training activities. Questions arose about potential expulsion, but soon the teams were randomly assigned. Stella found herself teamed up with Jiro against Todoroki and Uraraka. Jiro and Stella quickly devised a strategy while observing the other matches. Stella inquired about Jiro's ability to handle heat, and Jiro assured her she could manage, thanks to the heat-resistant features of her suit. Stella felt confident, explaining that her abilities could counter both Todoroki and Uraraka. Jiro initially felt uncertain about her role, but Stella reassured her that she would need her help to find and stall Uraraka while she focused on Todoroki. As they watched the ongoing matches, Stella noted Yagi's performance. She was aware of One for All but was puzzled by Yagi's apparent lack of control over it. Stella wondered if Yagi had received adequate combat training, especially given her lineage. The match concluded with Kirishima's team winning, surprising everyone as they had expected Yagi to perform better. Bakugo also faced defeat, outsmarted by Yaoyorozu, who neutralized his explosive abilities. The unexpected outcomes left the class in shock, and Stella noticed Yagi's disappointment. She thought she heard Yagi mutter something about her quirk not cooperating, which intrigued Stella. She recalled that some quirks, like Tokoyami's, had sentience, leading her to consider the possibility that One for All might possess a similar trait due to its history of being passed down through generations. Stella resolved to share her thoughts with Izuku later that day, but now it was time for her match. Stella and Jiro entered the training grounds as the villain team, hiding the bomb in a windowless room with a single door. Stella positioned herself in the hallway, and Jiro alerted her that Todoroki was approaching. Just as she warned Stella, ice shot across the room, but Stella quickly melted it. She confidently declared that Todoroki's ice was ineffective against her, and she could easily counter his abilities. As Uraraka charged in, Jiro engaged her, allowing Stella to focus on Todoroki, surrounding him with fire and steadily increasing the heat. Despite Todoroki's attempts to maintain his ice, it melted under Stella's control, leaving her determined to gain the upper hand. Stella was the perfect counter to Todoroki in every way. He couldn't get close enough to fight hand-to-hand because she could make her fire hot enough to burn him, forcing him to constantly use ice to keep himself cool. As she maintained her flames, she kept an eye on her teammate, Jiro, who had successfully captured Uraraka by creating a sound strong enough to stun her momentarily before wrapping her in capture tape. Jiro then approached Stella, and she nodded. "Let's end this." "I don't want to hurt him," Stella said, determination in her eyes. She dashed forward, using her fire to conceal her approach. Just as she got close, she broke the firewall she had created and quickly wrapped the tape around Todoroki before he could react. The match was called, and they were instructed to return to the control room. When Stella re-entered the room, her friends congratulated her on her impressive performance against Todoroki, and Jiro received praise as well. Soon, the teachers gathered everyone's attention to discuss the match. After a brief talk, they were dismissed for the day since it was the last class. As Stella walked out of the school, her friends approached her, asking if she wanted to walk to the station together. "Sorry, girls, my boyfriend always picks me up in the car," Stella replied. The girls exchanged curious glances. "Stella, how old is your boyfriend?" "None of us are old enough to drive," Ashido asked, raising an eyebrow. Stella chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, he's the same age as us. He has a special job that gives him certain legal protections that allow him to drive, even though Japan's driving age is higher than in America," she explained. Just then they heard a car pull up and the window rolled down. "Hello, my Heim," the male voice called from the car. The girls looked at Stella's boyfriend, feeling a sense of familiarity, though they couldn't quite place him. Izuku had changed his hair and eye colors to white, making it harder for anyone to connect him to the missing posters. "Hello, Ikki. These are my friends from UA," Stella introduced. "Girls, this is my boyfriend, Izuku Midoriya. We've been dating for several years, but we were friends long before that." Izuku waved and greeted them all. Azui, known for her straightforwardness, asked, "So, Midoriya, what do you do for a living since Stella said your work brought you to Japan?" "Call me Tsu." Stella coughed slightly at Azui's bluntness. "Sorry, Tsu, but I can't share details since you don't have the clearance. Just know I work for the United States government here in Japan." "Stella knows what I do because she came with me at my request," Izuku replied. The girls nodded, accepting his explanation since Stella had confirmed it. After Stella got into the car, they drove away. Unbeknownst to them, Eraserhead was leaving the campus and was taken aback when he saw the person in the car. He was lost in thought, convinced he had seen Izuku Yagi, though the hair and eye colors were entirely different. Did he get a quirk to change it? Vermillion mentioned Izuku Midoriya. "I need to investigate this, but I should inform Nizu. I don't want to scare him away if he is my nephew," Aizawa thought as he turned back toward the school building and headed straight for Nizu's office. Upon arriving, Aizawa walked in without knocking, surprising Nizu. "Nizu, I think I might have found him." "I think I found Izuku," Aizawa stated. Nizu nearly choked on his tea. "Explain," he urged. Aizawa shared what he had seen and heard about the so-called Izuku Midoriya. Nizu pondered for a moment before speaking. "I suspect the pro-hero hunter is Izuku. Also, if I recall correctly, the last name Midoriya is associated with one of the most powerful businessmen in America. The question is how they met and how Izuku ended up like this. Aizawa, keep an eye on Stella and this Izuku Midoriya. You might be right, Izuku could have had someone change his appearance. With the resources Hisashi Midoriya has, it would be easy for him to find someone with a quirk to do it." Aizawa nodded, feeling a glimmer of hope at the possibility of finding Izuku again. They both wondered how much he had changed since he left and returned, but Nizu felt relieved that Izuku seemed to be on the path of a hero. They would have to wait for answers. Izuku Midoriya was not easily angered. While he could get annoyed or upset, true anger was rare for him. Only a few people had ever truly angered him: Inko Yagi, Toshinori Yagi, Izumi Yagi, Katsuki Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki. However, that list had grown since someone had threatened what belonged to him. When Izuku arrived at USJ and found his beloved Stella harmed and injured alongside her classmates at the hands of villains, his anger surged. The moment he saw her in distress, the doctor responsible for the chaos earned a permanent place on Izuku's list of those who would face his wrath. However, let's explain how we got to this point, shall we? Izuku woke up that morning to the comforting presence of his girlfriend, Stella, nestled against him. Over the past few days, they had grown accustomed to sleeping without clothes, having seen each other that way before. Although Stella initially protested, she eventually accepted it, and Izuku could sense that she secretly enjoyed the closeness. They had spent the last few nights simply enjoying the warmth of each other's bodies, without crossing any boundaries. Today, however, Izuku felt an unusual sense of foreboding, as if something significant was about to happen. Determined to be prepared, he glanced at the clock and noted that Stella still had several hours before she needed to leave for school. Rising from bed, Izuku began reviewing his quirks, ensuring he could summon them quickly. He also reached out to his contacts at the UN and in America, sharing his uneasy feeling about the day. For a typical hero, such feelings might be dismissed, but Izuku was not just any hero. He was a special agent with a unique connection to All for One. His warnings were taken seriously. Consequently, the UN alerted Japan's Hero Commission to inform all hero schools of a potential threat. However, they cautioned Izuku that they were uncertain whether the commission had acted on the warning. Stella soon awakened and interrupted Izuku's meditation. They quickly dressed and shared a breakfast before Izuku dropped her off at school. Just before she exited the car, he offered a word of caution. "Stella, please be careful today. If you go off campus or anything unusual happens, let me know so I can keep an eye on things," he advised, sensing the tension in the air. She nodded, kissed him goodbye, and stepped out of the car. "See you later, Ikki," she called, and he waved as he drove away. Izuku decided to spend the day tracking down criminals to quell his unease. As he moved through the city, he learned from Stella that reporters had gathered outside the school shortly after he dropped her off, excited about All Might teaching there. Both he and Stella were grateful for the early drop-off, as it allowed her time to work on her college lessons and homework. Despite capturing several criminals throughout the day, Izuku struggled to find any useful information until he apprehended a small-time thug who mentioned an organization called the League of Villains. This group was reportedly amassing an army for a significant attack, though the thug had bailed before learning the specifics. Izuku pressed for more details, but the thug could only share that the organization claimed to possess a powerful weapon against heroes. After turning the man over to the police, Izuku reported his findings to the UN and American officials while perched on the ledge of a tall building. "Good day or night to everyone, depending on your location. I've uncovered a possible name for the organization based on a thug I captured. They are indeed gathering for a potential attack on heroes, and they call themselves the League of Villains. Unfortunately, I don't have much information about their leaders, as the thug couldn't recall any details. I suspect someone in the organization might have a quirk that causes memory loss to protect their operations," Izuku explained. The officials questioned how he could be sure the weapon was the same as the creature from New York. Izuku admitted he had no proof but noted that it was peculiar for a villain organization to possess a weapon capable of dealing with heroes while simultaneously gathering an army. It seems unlikely they would have a large number of these weapons if they are still recruiting. My guess is they have a limited supply and are using this as a second test run after the events in New York. The villain army would serve to distract heroes while the weapon causes chaos, he concluded. The officials agreed with his assessment and recorded the information, instructing him to report back with any further developments. As Izuku ended the call, he received a text message and memories from his crows simultaneously. The alarms at UA had been triggered, and the front gate had been destroyed. Without hesitation, Izuku teleported to a nearby building overlooking UA. He observed the press pushing onto the campus, causing a commotion. They shouldn't have been able to get in. Destroying the gate will only create more problems for them, he thought, keeping a crow stationed to watch over Stella from the windows. He sent her a telepathic message, assuring her that he was outside the school and that it was just the press. Stella responded with a text of gratitude. Izuku replied, reminding her to stay safe while reviewing the memories from the crows around UA. In those memories, he noticed something unusual, a man touching the gate, but his crows were not in a position to capture a clear view of his face. All Izuku could discern was that the man had light skin and light blue hair. Izuku watched the man from his memories as he placed a hand on the gate, causing it to decay. Interesting. A 5-point contact decay quirk? Izuku pondered, continuing to review the memories. Suddenly, he noticed the man vanish, leaving behind what appeared to be purple mist. This puzzled Izuku, as he wondered how the man had disappeared so suddenly. Fortunately, the heroes of UA managed to regain control of the situation and ushered the media away. At that moment, Izuku moved behind Nizu, who tensed at the sudden presence. The heroes turned to see Hunter standing there. "Well, hello Hunter. May I ask why you are here?" Nizu inquired. Izuku handed him a paper with a drawing on it, an image of what he had seen from the crow. Nizu examined it, his eyes widening. "Is this the one that destroyed the gate?" he asked, drawing the attention of the others who gathered around to see. Izuku quickly wrote another message, confirming that the man had indeed been the one responsible but had somehow vanished into the crowd. It suggested that he likely had a partner with a teleportation quirk. Nizu expressed his gratitude for the information and asked if there was anything UA could assist Hunter with. Izuku nodded and wrote out another message, stating that he would return in a day or so to discuss a case he needed help with. He was tracking an organization called the League of Villains, which was reportedly creating experimental creatures to target heroes. Nizu and the teachers tensed at this revelation. Nizu expressed his eagerness to be briefed on the case and to help dismantle the organization. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement before disappearing into the shadows. After Hunter left, Aizawa spoke up. "Is it possible that the organization is connected to the attack on the gate?" he asked. Nizu shrugged. "Unknown. I believe Hunter would have informed us if he suspected a connection," Nizu replied, reminding Aizawa that his class was currently engaged in rescue training at the USJ. Aizawa nodded and inquired whether All Might was already there. "He is with Green Tornado. So, it will be you, 13, All Might, and Green Tornado present for the rescue training. If anything happens, it should be manageable," Nizu assured him. Aizawa nodded and left to join his class, unaware that the teachers they had sent might not be enough to handle the impending threat. An hour and a half later, the students of Class 1A were on their way to the USJ, dressed in their hero outfits and seated on the bus. Hagakure initiated a conversation about Stella's boyfriend, which piqued Aizawa's interest, as it could provide additional clues. Hagakure asked what her boyfriend did, speculating that he wasn't in a hero school since he didn't attend UA. Stella smirked at this. "My boyfriend works for the American government in a way. He was sent here to Japan for work that I can't discuss, but Jiro, Tsu, and Ashido have all met him briefly when he picked me up," she explained. Ashido chimed in. "Indeed. He seems like a gentleman, and I'm really curious about his job since it allows him to drive, even though he's the same age as us." This caught everyone's attention, as they knew that in Japan, one had to be at least 18 to drive. Aizawa began connecting the dots, realizing that a hero license might grant some privileges, but not enough to legally drive unless the American government had made special arrangements. This suggested that Izuku was highly valuable to them. "Stella, what was his name again?" Tsu asked. "His name is Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. He's actually Japanese but moved to America with his father at a young age due to family circumstances," Stella replied, aware of the implications of her words. Izuku had given her the go-ahead to share some information, knowing that his true identity would eventually come to light. Yagi, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Aizawa exchanged glances when they heard the name, realizing that Stella's boyfriend had ties to Japan during his childhood. Aizawa quickly texted Nizu with this new information, further solidifying their theories that Izuku Midoriya was indeed Izuku Yagi. However, they couldn't act on it just yet, as Aizawa and Class 1A arrived at the USJ. This would mark the beginning of significant changes and the revelation of many secrets that had long been buried. As the students of Class 1A disembarked from the bus, they were greeted by Rescue Hero 13, All Might, and Green Tornado. The students were excited to see their teachers, unaware of the challenges that awaited them. Stella texted Izuku to inform him of their arrival, and he replied that he had moved crows into the area to keep watch. However, unbeknownst to the students and heroes, their lives were about to change drastically. First, they needed to listen to 13's introduction and the essential guidelines for the rescue training. Quirks can be dangerous. They can harm others, and humans have always been adept at weaponizing the tools we are given, 13 began. Sadly, we see this all the time, as some children misuse their powers against those deemed weaker, or adults take out their frustrations on those less fortunate. However, I love teaching how to use our abilities to rescue, to help, and to save people instead of just fighting. Her speech resonated with the students, particularly aimed at Yagi, Bakugo, and Todoroki, who had faced scrutiny regarding their acceptance into UA, as well as the two adults, Yagi and All Might, who were allowed to teach there. The two adult Yagis were aware of 13's reputation, but that didn't make it easier to endure the insults every time 13 seized an opportunity to deliver them. Once the speech concluded, everyone moved into the building to prepare for training when the lights flickered. Confusion spread among the students until a portal began to open in the middle of the plaza. One student remarked on how cool it was to have fake villains, but Aizawa quickly shouted for everyone to step back, warning that these were real threats. 13. Protect the students with Green Tornado while All Might and I handle the villains. Aizawa commanded, taking a fighting stance at the steps alongside All Might. Leaning closer, All Might whispered to Aizawa, "Eraserhead, I only have an hour. I had to deal with a few crimes earlier today before arriving at UA. We can't prolong this." Eraserhead rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. "Of course you did. You just can't stop being a hero for others, can you, All Might?" He watched as the villains began to swarm in, a large army accompanied by a strange creature. Aizawa's thoughts raced back to a case Hunter had discussed with Nizu. "Great! It's the League of Villains!" Eraserhead exclaimed, prompting confused looks from All Might and the others. "Oh, you know about us?" a man from the crowd asked, scratching his head. "Indeed, I've heard a bit about you. That creature is designed to inflict significant damage on heroes. I also know you were responsible for the destruction of our gates today, and I assume you used the person next to you to teleport away afterward. Am I wrong?" The man with hands laughed heartily. "You're correct. This is a bioengineered weapon made to kill All Might," he declared, while everyone except Eraserhead exchanged skeptical glances. "Wait," Eraserhead began, but All Might had already charged at the creature, engaging it in combat. "What an idiot!" Eraserhead thought as he leaped down to confront the mob of villains. The other teachers urged the students to evacuate, but they insisted on staying, believing they were safe with All Might present. Their confidence was shattered when the warp user appeared before them, attempting to teleport them away. Bakugo and Kirishima charged at the villain recklessly, causing 13 to hesitate in her attack. This brief pause allowed the villain to warp many of the students to different areas of the USJ before Green Tornado intervened, using her quirk to throw him away from the students. The warp user tried to strike again, but Ida had managed to escape under the teacher's orders to alert the school. 13 attempted to use her quirk on the villain, but he redirected the attack back at her, causing her injuries. 13. Green Tornado shouted, rushing to defend the students. She used her quirk once more, but the villain continued to evade her grasp, warping away despite her efforts. As the struggle unfolded, the students found themselves scattered across various zones of the USJ. Stella was thrown into the water zone alongside Tsu and Yagi. As they regrouped on a ship, they could hear the sounds of battle from the main plaza and witness the shockwaves from All Might's fight with the creature. All Might was reckless to charge at that creature. He should have listened to Aizawa-sensei, who knew something about it. Stella remarked, glancing at Yagi, who seemed torn between defending her father and acknowledging the truth of Stella's statement. "Tsu, can you grab Yagi and jump to the shore? I can fly myself, but first I'll heat the water to a level that the water villains can't handle," Stella instructed. Tsu nodded, lifting Yagi as they jumped. Stella then formed fire wings resembling those of a phoenix, hovering above the water as she increased the temperature, causing the water villains to be knocked out from the rapid heat. After ensuring the coast was clear, Stella flew to the shore where Tsu and Yagi awaited her. However, her heart sank at the sight before her. Eraserhead lay bloodied on the ground, while All Might knelt, blood streaming down his face. Exhausted and struggling, he was clearly losing the fight. Green Tornado had also come down to assist, but she bore numerous wounds and was keeping a vigilant watch over Eraserhead, fending off any thugs that approached. Many students had returned to the plaza, their faces a mix of shock and fear as they witnessed the symbol of peace on his knees before the villains. We will finally deal with the so-called symbol of peace," the man with hands shouted. Suddenly, the warp user appeared next to the leader of the villains and reported, "Tamura Shigaraki, a student escaped, but overall we win if we eliminate the symbol of peace now." Shigaraki glared at the warp user. If you weren't my way out of here, I would deal with you myself. No matter. We have indeed won this. Let's finish off the symbol of peace before the heroes arrive to save him. But first, let's destroy his pride. Attack the students. No! All Might yelled, attempting to rise and protect the students, but he collapsed under the weight of his injuries. Fear gripped everyone as a dust cloud formed, but then the Nomu was sent flying past them, landing near the villain leader. Everyone stared in shock as a figure emerged, standing protectively in front of the students. Who are you? Shigaraki shouted, but Eraserhead quickly responded, Hunter. They belong to the League of Villains. The enemy has shock absorption and a regeneration quirk from what we know. Hunter nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to the students behind him. Go to the steps and take your teachers with you, including All Might. The school has been alerted and will be here soon. Move now. Yagi looked ready to protest, but Stella pulled both girls with her towards the heroes, urging All Might to follow. Despite his resistance, Stella had Tsu use her tongue to help move All Might away. Soon, they were all with the other teachers, helping them to safety. Flashback 5 minutes ago. Izuku was moving through the city when he received a rush of memories from the crows. They reported that Class 1A was in danger and under attack. Stunned, Izuku recalled a creature similar to one from New York was at the... Damn it. All Might didn't even listen to Eraserhead, he thought, searching for a crow near UA's main building. Knowing the students would take too long to warn the staff, he decided to act first. He ordered a crow to get closer to UA for a clear view of the staff room. Luck was on his side as he spotted Nizu with some staff members. In an instant, he teleported into the room, startling everyone into a defensive stance. Get to the USJ now. It's under attack by the League of Villains, and they brought one of the weapons. Send as much help as you can because All Might is not winning. Izuku shouted before disappearing again. He was right, All Might was struggling. Izuku watched as Aizawa was attacked by the beast, and All Might was thrown to the ground. It's one thing if the neglectful idiot gets hurt, but it's another to endanger my Heim, he thought, using a crow to teleport in front of Stella and take a hit from the creature. Flashback and Izuku listened to Eraserhead's information and nodded in thanks, urging the students and Stella to get All Might and the other teachers to safety. That creature packed a punch. It could definitely harm All Might, but it's still weak compared to me as long as I stay alert, he analyzed. As the students gathered in the plaza, he hoped none would rush into the fight and complicate matters. So your name is Hunter, right? What are you, some kind of vigilante? Shigaraki asked. Izuku shook his head. No, I'm a pro-hero from America. I've been tracking your organization since your last incident in New York with a creature similar to this Nomu. My mission brought me here after following leads to your group. I can see why you've had so much success. You have Kurogiri for transportation, which complicates things. Everyone was confused by Hunter's knowledge of Kurogiri's name. Kurogiri raised an eyebrow, sensing a connection to the pro-hero. Who are you? I don't believe we've met, he asked. Izuku chuckled. Of course we haven't met. I was born around the time you were created. Don't worry, you don't need to be a puppet anymore. Kurogiri, teleport yourself to a safe location and wait for me there. To everyone's surprise, Kurogiri obeyed. Surprised? Don't be. Kurogiri was never meant to be on your side. An accident prevented him from fully healing and restoring his memories. I'll ensure he gets the proper care when this is over, Izuku stated. Shigaraki's rage boiled over as he ordered the Nomu to attack Izuku. Izuku dodged the attacks, creating a scythe from his shadows and began to strike at the Nomu. The villain laughed as the creature healed from the cuts and continued its assault. Izuku was merely waiting for an opening to land critical blows and end the fight. As the battle raged on, the thugs who had been knocked out began to rise again, looking to their leader. Shigaraki screamed in frustration as the Nomu failed to finish the fight. Doesn't matter. All of you get up and deal with the heroes. And you, stop playing around and kill Hunter already. The thugs charged at the downed students and teachers, but Izuku created clones of himself from the shadows of nearby trees, positioning them in front of the thugs to block their path. Do you realize I am the MSTR of shadows? My abilities are limited only by my imagination, he declared, further infuriating Shigaraki. Finally, Izuku landed a critical blow, slicing off both of the Nomu's arms. He jumped onto the creature's back, driving spikes of shadows into its body, pinning it to the ground and blocking its regeneration. It can't regrow if the path is blocked, Izuku exclaimed, tightening his hold as the beast struggled to break free. This one is stronger than the one in New York. It's resisting far more, he thought, holding on tightly. How the hell? Shigaraki complained. Heroes always find a way, villain. Good job, Hunter. All Might called out as he moved toward Hunter. Izuku felt a sense of dread. He knew All Might was about to make a reckless move, and he was right. Go away, All Might. I don't have time to listen to you right now. Izuku called out, but All Might just waved him off. It's fine. We've won, haven't we? Now we just have to deal with the thugs and their leader, which will be easy since their weapon is taken out by your shadows. All Might said, giving Izuku a congratulatory slap on the back that broke his concentration. The shadows faltered for just a moment, but it was enough for the Nomu to regrow its arms and break free. I can't believe this, All Might. Izuku yelled, pushing All Might out of the way of an incoming blow. He took the hit head-on, and they all watched as the Nomu grabbed Izuku's head and hurled him toward the fountain, slamming him into it and shattering the structure. Everyone froze until they heard a laugh. Thank you, All Might. I almost lost there, but now the hero is likely injured or worse because of your mistake. Even I know not to break the concentration of someone holding down a powerful enemy. That's basic stuff. Shigaraki exclaimed, laughing. All Might's face turned pale as he realized his actions might have cost someone their life. Stella, however, knew that Izuku would be even more unforgiving toward his family because of All Might's blunder. While she wasn't worried about Izuku dying, she would certainly be upset if he got even slightly injured. The laughter abruptly stopped as the Nomu was sent flying backward past All Might. This is another reason I don't like you, All Might. You never learn. Izuku shouted, and everyone was taken aback by his words. All Might flinched at the tone, but his shock deepened when the dust cleared. Several others gasped as they saw the dust settle. Oni-chan! Izumi exclaimed in shock, and the entire class and teachers turned to her. Todoroki and Bakugo dropped to their knees beside Yagi, astonished to see their former childhood friend standing there as a pro-hero. Son! Green Tornado murmured, and All Might wanted to move toward Izuku, but Izuku launched past him and into the Nomu, transforming his weapon into a scythe and attacking the creature once more. Just then, the doors burst open, and all the teachers entered with Ida from 1A. We are here with reinforcements. Ida called out, and they all looked down to see Izuku battling the creature while All Might and the others were wounded. Those who knew Izuku were stunned to see him, but Nizu quickly snapped out of his surprise. Teachers, protect the students and someone help Hunt. He began, but was interrupted by Izuku as he stabbed the creature in the head with his weapon, ripping its head off. Come back from that! Izuku shouted, and the Nomu collapsed to the ground, unable to regenerate since Izuku had damaged its brain. No! How dare you! Shigaraki yelled, and Izuku simply looked at him. You lose, Izuku replied, and the villain screamed in frustration. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The villain coughed up a sludge and vanished. Another teleportation quirk. How many of those do they have? Izuku raged, slamming his scythe into the ground and cracking it. Son! Izuku heard and turned to find Inko Yagi and Toshinori Yagi approaching. Oh, just leave me alone, he muttered, walking past them while sending Stella a mental message that he would see her back at you soon. He needed to alert America about being discovered. Stella nodded in response without anyone noticing, and Izuku approached Nizu. Uncle Nizu, he said, and Nizu looked at him. Izuku, you can still call me uncle. What can I do for you? Nizu asked, and Izuku took a moment to calm himself. I'll see you back at UA in a while. I need to handle some matters and report to my superiors in America. Also, Please let me know how Aizawa is when you get an update. I'll see you soon, Izuku stated as he walked out of the building. Nizu didn't try to stop him, instead giving a stern look to the Yagi family and others, which made them back off. Soon, Izuku teleported back to his and Stella's home. He tried to calm himself, but seeing those people and hearing them call him son made his anger boil. He was just relieved that Stella wasn't injured. Deciding to make the calls quickly, he initiated a group call with his father, the president of the American Commission, and an official from the UN. After a few rings, Hisashi answered, followed by the Commission president, and then the UN official after a bit longer. Update: UA just got attacked, but it's over now. I arrived in time to save All Might from a serious mistake. The League of Villains is definitely connected to the Doctor. They had one of the creatures, now known as the Nomu. This new one was able to take on All Might for several reasons, but mostly because he can't think outside the box. The Nomu has a weakness: destroy the brain, and they stop working, Izuku explained. Hisashi asked if Stella and everyone else were okay. Yes, they are. I arrived just in time to save Stella and 2 other students from the Nomu. Also, Commission President, I need you to renounce my Japanese citizenship. The Yagis and everyone else know that Hunter is Izuku Midoriya, the Izuku Yagi. All Might's mistake led to my identity being exposed when he broke my concentration. Izuku Midoriya sat in a tense atmosphere, determined to protect himself from the Japanese legal system. He had just spoken with the Commission President, who assured him that the necessary paperwork would be sent promptly. An official from the UN inquired whether the school had received the warning from the Japanese Commission, to which Izuku replied with skepticism. He was advised to bring Nizu and anyone else he deemed necessary into the case to expedite the process, especially since the League of Villains was becoming increasingly bold. The UN planned to send a representative to secure the Nomu, as trust in the Japanese Commission was waning. Izuku expressed his intent to work out of UA for several reasons: the resources available, the need to protect his girlfriend from potential retaliation, and his longing to confront All Might and others from his past. Hisashi, Izuku's father, reminded him to keep his anger in check. Izuku reassured him that Stella would help keep him grounded. He also mentioned his plan to reveal his lineage as all-for-one son, anticipating that it would lead All Might to seek him out. Hisashi agreed to stay in America to avoid any complications with Japan, especially given All Might's influence. The UN granted Hisashi immunity regarding his past, acknowledging his contributions to society. They preferred to avoid any incidents that could arise from All Might's reaction to Hisashi's past. The conversation concluded, and Izuku changed into his regular clothes, noting the time since the attack. As he drove toward UA, he received a text from Stella, informing him that the students had returned and were in the classroom. She warned him that everyone was questioning Yagi about him. Izuku chuckled and replied that he was on his way, sporting white hair and eyes to stir things up. Stella responded with her unwavering support, promising to stand by him no matter what challenges lay ahead. Arriving at UA, Izuku took a moment to collect himself before stepping out of the car. He glanced in the mirror, preparing for what was to come. With a mental message to Stella indicating his arrival, he used his quirk to teleport onto the school campus. As he walked through the hallways, he soon found himself at Class 1A, where he was greeted by a familiar face, Detective Tsukwachi, along with Nizu and Aizawa, who was bandaged but clearly recovering. The class recognized him, with Ishido quickly identifying him as Stella's boyfriend. The resemblance to Izuku Yagi was apparent, though he made it clear he preferred not to be associated with that name. He expressed his disdain for his previous family, noting that while he would not save them, Stella would disapprove of his indifference. Stella approached and kissed him, gesture that brought warmth to the otherwise tense atmosphere. Izuku then turned to Nizu and Aizawa, greeting them as family. Aizawa embraced him, expressing relief at his safety and a longing to catch up later. Nizu reminded everyone of the pressing matters at hand, and Izuku informed them that his superiors in America had approved the inclusion of Nizu and others in the case regarding the League of Villains. Nizu acknowledged this and expressed curiosity about Izuku's rapid rise as a pro-hero, but he decided that could wait for another time. He dismissed the students, allowing them to leave, and invited Izuku to follow him to the meeting room to discuss the situation further. "Stella, come join us since you already know everything," Izuku said, and she got up to follow him to the meeting room. Yagi and the others tried to ask him questions, but Izuku ignored them completely. Soon, they arrived at the staff room to find All Might, Green Tornado, Endeavor, Gran Torino, and Sir Night-Eye. All Might went pale at the sight of Nizu and the others, as if he were seeing a ghost from his past. I enjoy seeing that expression on his face. It pleases me after everything that's happened, Izuku remarked as he took a seat next to Stella. Even Inko was taken aback by Izuku's appearance. "Son, you look like," she began, but Izuku interrupted her. "I look like Dad?" "Yeah, I know, and I'm enjoying All Might's expression right now. Anyway, All Might, stop wasting time and drop the form since Stella already knows about it." Izuku's tone was slightly cold, leaving Inko confused about Toshinori's reaction. All Might complied and reverted to his slimmer form. Endeavor cleared his throat to ease the tension. "Hello, nephew. It's good to see you again, but what happened to your green hair?" he asked. Izuku replied that all would be revealed as they continued, and everyone nodded in agreement. All Might was overwhelmed with thoughts and anxiety. "Anyway, let's start," Nizu announced, and they all nodded. "Earlier today, we were attacked, which turned out to be a distraction orchestrated by a group known as the League of Villains. They used a warp user named Kurogiri to steal information and launched an assault on the USJ, where they had a creature capable of defeating All Might, as you can see in the video behind me." Nizu displayed the video, and those not involved watched in shock at what they saw and how Izuku handled the situation when All Might couldn't. The meeting continued, and Izuku posed a question to Nizu. "Nizu, did the Hero Commission of Japan warn you about the attack?" he asked, prompting confused looks from everyone. "I take your expressions as a no, lovely. It seems the commission withheld information about a possible attack from all the schools. I'll need to report that to my superiors," Izuku stated, and Nizu requested more details. "I noticed signs of a potential attack before it happened. I also received information about an actual attack and assumed it might target the schools. I sent that information to my bosses, who were supposed to inform the Japanese Commission to enhance your security," Izuku explained. Nizu made a note to investigate the lack of warning, and the heroes expressed their frustration with the Commission upon learning this. They then shifted their focus to the leaders of the attack and the creature involved. "Izuku, where is Kurogiri?" Aizawa inquired, and Izuku met his gaze. "I will handle him privately. He was merely a puppet who couldn't disobey orders. I'll free him from control soon so he can return to his life," Izuku replied, sidestepping the question. "Son, he's still a villain. He needs to go through the court system. If it's determined he was truly unable to disobey, then that will be taken into account," All Might interjected. Izuku shot him a glare. "First, don't call me son. Second, I said I will handle it. Third, you have no legal means to pursue him since he's under my protection." All Might fell silent at Izuku's tone. Nizu, intrigued by the legal implications, asked for clarification. Izuku slid a hero license across the table to Nizu, who picked it up in surprise. "You're a special agent hero?" Nizu asked, and everyone's eyes widened. Izuku nodded and took the card back. "Indeed. Japan has no legal authority over Kurogiri since it's under the UN's jurisdiction due to my involvement in this case. Therefore, you will not pursue the matter regarding him," Izuku stated, and everyone nodded in agreement. The discussion then turned to another individual they deemed a man-child. They suspected someone was leading the organization from the background, but Izuku remained silent on that matter. They moved on to the Nomu. "It has multiple quirks based on what we observed in the fight, regeneration and shock absorption, among others," Aizawa noted, and Nizu nodded. All Might then spoke about All for One, expressing concern that he might still be a threat. "I thought I defeated him years ago, but it seems I was mistaken. This is troubling if he's targeting me and you," All Might said, and the atmosphere grew tense. Izuku shook his head, prompting Nizu to invite him to share his thoughts. "First, it's not All for One. My superiors and I already know who is behind this, Izuku said, pulling out a case file and sliding it to Nizu. It's a doctor named Kyudai Garaki, who is about a century old. He has a quirk that gives him a youthful appearance, but his mobility is limited. Nizu projected the file information onto the screen. The League previously attacked New York, where I encountered and defeated them. We discovered they had multiple quirks and human DNA due to experiments conducted to create these Nomu. We traced the DNA back to Japan, which led to my assignment here until this case is resolved and the doctor is either captured or eliminated, Izuku explained, and the heroes absorbed the information. All Might, however, raised the possibility that All for One could still be involved, given the doctor's age. The doctor indeed worked for All for One, but he cut ties over a decade ago when he quit being a villain, Izuku stated, and everyone turned to him in shock at the revelation. All Might was skeptical, insisting that the man could never truly stop his evil plans. I think I would know more than you since I lived with him for several years. He is my father after all, Izuku replied, enjoying the stunned expressions around him. Sir Night Eye and Gran Torino also looked pale upon hearing this news. How? All Might asked, bewildered. That's simple. When a woman and a man, in this case, Inko Shimura and Hisashi Midoriya, come together, they create a baby. Out came me, and then Inko decided to pursue a relationship with you not long after you attempted to take my father down while he was on his way home with milk, Izuku explained, and Inko gasped, realizing the implications of her last name being Shimura. Indeed. You had a relationship with your mother figure. She had Inko several years before me, whom she also gave up for adoption. Dad had no idea Inko was a Shimura at the time because her last name was Aizawa due to the adoption, Izuku continued, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. The ancient evil had a child with Inko, who then had a child with All Might. Want to know what's even more interesting? I have an advanced version of All for One. I wasn't quirkless to begin with. My quirk activated at Biarritz, and he took it to prevent me from harming myself. But sadly, you attacked him, which meant he couldn't give my quirk back until years later when he found me after I ran away, Izuku said, shocking everyone further. They had only seen him use a shadow-related quirk, but it was actually a combination of multiple abilities. Izuku relished the reactions of those around him. All Might was a mix of shock, anger, and sadness. DMN. I am enjoying this more than I thought I would. I guess years of neglect and abuse do that to someone, Izuku remarked, rolling his eyes. Gran Torino spoke up, addressing him gently. Izuku, he said, and Izuku turned to him. Grandpa. Or do you not want me to call you that knowing whose blood runs through my veins? Izuku asked, preparing for a confrontation. Gran Torino stood and walked over to him, sensing Izuku's tension. Diamenet. You caused him to be on guard around his own family. Gran Torino thought. Instead of attacking, he simply hugged Izuku, which surprised him. First, it's good to see you again, and yes, you can still call me Grandpa even with his blood in your veins, Gran Torino said, and Izuku nodded. Dad regrets what he did to the past users. He's had time to reflect on his past since I was born. He feels no remorse for All Might, though, especially after realizing how he treated me. He still wonders how he fell for Inko, which I've always found puzzling as well, Izuku explained, and Stella rolled her eyes at him. Gran Torino was conflicted about All for One but recognized that he seemed to be a better father to Izuku than All Might had been. I don't know how to feel about that, but I will accept it. You matter more to me. But where is he? Gran Torino asked, glancing at All Might. He's back in America, where he has lived since the last fight with All Might. He is now the wealthiest and most influential business leader there. The government is aware of him and has granted him a license to use his quirk to manage some criminals. He has to report any quirks he takes, but they use him to keep the more dangerous villains in check, Izuku explained, and Gran Torino nodded. All Might clenched his fists, muttering under his breath, so he's enjoying life. I don't know, All Might. You seemed to enjoy your life when you neglected me for being quirkless, even though you were quirkless too. Ironic that One for All is causing your daughter issues now. It would be quite unfortunate if the past users didn't accept her for how she treated me, wouldn't it? Oh wait, they are doing just that. Izuku said with a smirk, leaving All Might confused about the past user's remark, but Izuku offered no further explanation. Anyway, don't even think about going to America to try and arrest him. The American government wouldn't allow it. Nor could you arrest him if he came to Japan. He has immunity granted by the UN. As long as he stays out of trouble, all of his past actions as All for One can't be held against him, Izuku stated with a smirk, causing All Might to slam his hands on the table in frustration. Inko told him to sit down, giving him a glare that made him comply. Izuku laughed until he heard a voice from behind him. Ikki, I think you've enjoyed tormenting him enough for today. Rein it in, or you're sleeping on the couch tonight, Stella said, and Izuku quickly turned around, pleading not to sleep on the couch. Come on, Haim. I have years of neglect to make up for. Can I keep going for just a bit longer? He asked, but she simply rolled her eyes. No, and that's final. If you keep pushing it, you're on the couch, and we both know you hate sleeping on it. You can torment him another day, but I think you should focus on discussing the actual case instead, Stella stated, her expression firm. As you wish, Haim. Just don't kick me to the couch. Izuku replied, and she nodded, causing him to sigh in relief. Izuku turned to the group, noticing their surprised expressions. What? I'm not foolish enough to end up on the couch. I'm proud to be a devoted partner, he declared, puffing out his chest. The other men in the room exchanged eye rolls before Izuku returned to the topic at hand. Anyway, the doctor is responsible for creating the Nomu. When my father or I attempt to add a second quirk to someone, the results don't resemble the Nomu's quirks when viewed through our quirk vision. Our quirks also can't extract the quirks from the Nomu. If we try, they just break down, Izuku explained. Nizu and the detective took notes as the staff began asking him questions about everything he knew. Izuku answered each query to the best of his ability. As the meeting wrapped up, Nizu asked if anyone had anything else to add. Izuku raised his hand. Regarding any information about this case involving All for One or my quirk, it's important to note that it's need to know. You can't share it without my approval. You may discuss information directly related to the Nomu and the doctor, but nothing else without my consent. Is that clear? He asked, and everyone nodded in agreement. Once the staff left, Izuku found himself alone with those from his past. Well, I think it's time for me to go, he announced as he stood to leave, but Inko called out to him. Wait, you should come home, she urged. The others, except for All Might, knew that was not the right thing to say. Izuku scoffed. I already have a home with Stella, and if I went anywhere else, it would be back to America with Dad. Also, please stop calling me son. You have no legal rights over me since the courts in America removed your custody, he stated, leaving Inko shocked. What do you mean? She asked, bewildered. I mean that you have no parental rights. The courts deemed you unfit to be my mother and stripped you of your rights. Full custody was granted to Hisashi Midoriya in the US, and my Japanese citizenship was renounced, so Japan's courts have no authority over my custody, Izuku clarified. All Might interjected, arguing that they had no right to revoke her custody since Izuku was born in Japan. You're mistaken. Inko and my father were married in America, which gives them jurisdiction. The courts didn't require her presence due to the danger she posed to my life. They reviewed my memories and granted the divorce because Inko had an affair and remarried in Japan, voiding her marriage in America. This gave Hisashi more legal standing regarding my rights, especially considering my memories of her neglect and Izumi harming me. The courts deemed her unfit, Izuku explained, leaving All Might and Inko in stunned silence, tears in their eyes. Aizawa stood up, looking on with concern. Aizawa stood firmly, addressing Inko with a serious expression. This was going to happen regardless. I warned you that day you called me about him running away, and I learned of your treatment towards him. I would have removed him from your care. You have no one to blame but yourselves. He gestured for Izuku to follow him, and together with Stella, they walked down the hallway. Izuku, Aizawa began, his tone softening, I owe you an apology. Nizu, Endeavor, Gran Torino, Sir Night Eye, Recovery Girl, the detective, and I all trusted what we were told, but I should have done more than just send you presents. I should have been more involved in your life. That was my mistake, not yours. So, I'm asking if you would be willing to let me be part of your life moving forward, or if you prefer to keep our relationship as colleagues in the hero world. The choice is yours. Izuku stood in silence, contemplating Aizawa's words. He glanced at Stella, who nodded encouragingly. Deep down, Izuku wanted more family involvement, but he hesitated about certain members. I'll give you a chance, uncle. Here's our address. I'm usually out on patrols while Stella is at school, and I also patrol during late nights and early mornings since my quirks allow me to operate around the clock. I have a surprise for you. Are you free for the rest of the day? Izuku asked, and Aizawa nodded in agreement. Izuku instructed him to come to their home, just a few houses down, and promised he would find the surprise waiting for him. Aizawa assured him he would be there, and they parted ways. Later, after Izuku had left, Aizawa returned to the meeting room, where he found All Might and Gran Torino looking rather downcast. Seizing the moment, Aizawa decided to lighten the mood with a teasing remark. So, Inko, you decided not only to be with the former #1 villain but also the #1 hero. Any other #1s on your list, or is that it? He quipped, waving his hand dismissively. Inko rolled her eyes at her adoptive brother, their relationship strained due to her neglect of Izuku. All Might, still grappling with the revelation, spoke up. I still can't believe Izuku is the son of that man. Of all people, it had to be him. The one who killed my aunt is the father of my stepson. His voice trailed off, disbelief evident in his tone. Nizu quietly sipped his tea, observing the unfolding drama. Gran Torino chimed in, I don't like it either, but from what we see, he seems to have been a better father than you were to Izuku. We should be grateful that Izuku chose to become a hero instead of seeking revenge for his childhood. Let's be honest, that was a real possibility. Everyone nodded in agreement, despite their discomfort with the all-for-one situation. They were just relieved to have Izuku back, at least for now. Nizu then turned to Aizawa, noticing a piece of paper in his hand. Aizawa, what's that paper? He inquired, curious about its contents. This is their residence, Aizawa replied, not wanting to elaborate further. I promised him that I wouldn't tell you too, and for everyone else, I'll ask him if he doesn't mind you knowing, but that means keeping it from these 2 or the 3 troublesome kids, Aizawa said, and everyone nodded in agreement. He mentioned that Izuku had a surprise for him at their house and planned to head there soon. After some more conversation, Aizawa decided to leave while the Yagis went to find their daughter. Endeavor followed to pick up Shoto and take him home. When they arrived at the classroom, they found all the students still there. What are you all still doing here? All Might asked in his heroic form, moving about where everyone could see him. The students expressed their longing to learn more about Izumi Midoriya. Well, you're out of luck since Izuku and Stella have already left, so I suggest you all head home, Endeavor said. The students nodded and began to leave, except for Yagi, Bakugo, and Todoroki. Izumi looked at her parents and asked about her brother. Sweetie, let's talk about it when we get home. It's a complex topic, Inko replied. We've learned a lot of things we didn't know, including some secrets about your brother's biological father being a villain, which I didn't know when I married him. Izumi and the 2 boys were shocked. They had no idea Izuku had a different father. The parents realized they had kept this from them but agreed to discuss it later. However, Endeavor interrupted. You know that Izuku asked you not to share this information since it's part of the case. Sharing it would be a breach, Endeavor warned. The Yagis tensed at this. All Might suggested that surely Izuku wouldn't mind his sister knowing, but Endeavor shook his head. If you even think about telling them and actually do it, I will inform him, and you too could face legal trouble. You would be breaking numerous hero laws if you share this without Izuku's approval, and remember, he has more authority than you both, Endeavor stated. They nodded in defeat while the 3 kids remained confused. Izumi, we will share what we can, but much of the information is off-limits without your brother's approval, All Might said. Izumi wanted answers but accepted the situation based on Endeavor's stern look. Meanwhile, Aizawa arrived at the address Izuku had given him. He pressed the buzzer, and the gate opened. As he drove up the driveway, he was surprised by the size of the house. Wow, The kid is well taken care of if this is the house his father provides for him here in Japan, Aizawa thought. After parking, he walked to the front door and knocked. When it opened, he found Kurogiri from the League of Villains. Aizawa immediately went on guard but was calmed by Izuku, who appeared behind the villain. "Hello, uncle. Come inside," Izuku said, ushering Aizawa into the house. Aizawa remained cautious. "Nephew, why is the villain from the USJ in your home? You said you had a surprise for me, and I don't think this is a good surprise," Aizawa remarked, keeping a wary eye on Kurogiri, who simply sat down on the couch. Izuku chuckled. "It is a good surprise, we just haven't unwrapped it yet," he replied. Just then, Hisashi Midoriya entered from one of the open wall areas. "Now, son, stop teasing him." "Hello, Shoyuda Aizawa," Hisashi said. Aizawa was taken aback. This man had just called Izuku his son, which meant he was all for one. "Hisashi Midoriya, I assume?" Aizawa asked, shaking Hisashi's hand. "Indeed. Thank you for being one of the few who cared for Izuku during his childhood. Now, I think it's time for the surprise, don't you?" Hisashi said, sitting next to Kurogiri. Aizawa was confused. "Hello, sir. It's been years since you brought me back, but I'm not sure what's happening," Kurogiri said to Hisashi. Hisashi nodded, looking at Aizawa with a hint of regret, which only added to Aizawa's confusion. "Indeed. The thing is, Kurogiri, you weren't meant to be a puppet. You were meant to be fully revived to your old self. When I revived you years ago, the process didn't go as planned, so I had to turn you into this until I found the right quirk to finish everything. Today, I am here to complete the process and allow you to return to your former life if you wish. Do you want to?" Hisashi asked. Kurogiri's eyes widened. "Yes. I've always wanted to return to my former self. I want to find my friends and continue our dreams. Please return me," Kurogiri pleaded. Hisashi nodded. "This will be painful, but I need you to hold on. Izuku could do this, but I started it, and I should finish it," Hisashi said, placing his hand on the metal brace to begin the process. Aizawa stood by, watching as Kurogiri screamed in pain, conflicted about whether to intervene but unsure of what was truly happening. Then it happened. Aizawa's eyes widened as he recognized his friend from UA who had died years ago. He was in shock, trying to comprehend the situation, and snapped out of his thoughts when the screaming stopped. There sat his friend, Oboro Shirakumo, in full view. "That was painful," Shirakumo exclaimed, attempting to stand but falling back into the seat. "Be careful, your mind is still adjusting, so give it a moment," Hisashi advised, and Shirakumo nodded. "Anyway, I think there is someone you want to say hi to," Hisashi said, motioning to the side. Shirakumo turned his head and saw Aizawa standing there. "Yo, Shota. How are you doing?" Shirakumo exclaimed, but Aizawa simply moved over and smacked his head. "What do you think I am doing? I'm standing here confused about how my dead friend is now alive in front of me. Someone needs to explain this. Problem, nephew. Explain now," Aizawa demanded, turning to Izuku, who chuckled. "It's simple really. Dad found your former dead friend shortly after my Barch and took pity on him, I guess, and tried to bring him back. It didn't work as he hoped, and he lost track of him for years until I found him at the USJ. Dad felt a connection to Shirakumo because your friend gave his life for children, and he had just seen my Barch around that time," Izuku explained. Aizawa turned to Hisashi and bowed his head. "Thank you," Aizawa said, moving to hug his now-alive friend, tears streaming down his face. Hisashi reassured them that it was fine and let the two catch up. After about 30 minutes, he spoke again. "So, there are some matters to discuss. Legally, you are dead in Japan. I made some arrangements, and the American government has created a new life for you with the same name and Barch date, but in America. Now, the question is, what do you want to do with your life? Do you want to become a hero like you used to, or do something else? That will determine the next steps." Shirakumo thought it over. "I would like to be a hero again. I want to join my friends, and I think I can be more helpful in that field since I have two quirks now, my original one and the warp quirk." Hisashi nodded. "Okay, then you will need to go to America with me. I will train you for a PRD of time to ensure you can pass the hero exam in America, which I will pay for you to take instead of going through a hero school. This way, you can return once you have the license without getting into much trouble. It's possible you might also be given a special agent license due to the warp quirk, just like my son. Aizawa hated the thought of being separated from his friend again. Don't worry, Aizawa. Remember, your friend here has a warp quirk, which means he can just warp to your home every few days to spend time with you. You just need to figure out a schedule, Hisashi said, earning a laugh from everyone as Aizawa smacked his head, realizing he had forgotten that detail. Anyway, it's time for me to return to America. How about you both go to Aizawa's home and call your other friends who will want to see him? I will return in a few days to retrieve him, or you can call me when you're ready to head to America, and I can give you the coordinates to my location, Hisashi said. They all thanked him, and he hugged his son, telling Izuku goodbye. See you, son. Don't get on Stella's bad side and end up on the couch again, Hisashi teased, causing Izuku to groan. Aizawa and Shirakumo left for Aizawa's home, leaving Izuku and Stella alone in their home. Good job controlling yourself today, Ikki, Stella said, and Izuku hugged her, thanking her for the support. Soon, they made their way to the kitchen and prepared dinner. The next day arrived, and Izuku knew that Stella didn't have classes since school was cancelled until the following Monday. He decided to enjoy time with her, taking her out for several days of fun across Japan, visiting sites from Tokyo Tower to Mount Fuji. Stella laughed and smiled nearly the entire time, but it all came to an end when it was time for her to return to UA for school. Izuku resolved to speak to Nizu about getting a job on campus, as many staff members would be involved in the case he was working on, with the detective leading the police side of things. On Monday, Izuku woke up early and set out his hero outfit, glad he had spare masks and outfits on hand for protection. He noticed Stella waking up and stretching, and he walked over to her, kissing her gently. Hello, Haim. I always enjoy the sight of you waking up, Izuku teased, gliding his hands across her waist, making her blush. Ikki, you are being silly, she said with a small pout. Izuku chuckled, lifted her up, and took her to the bathroom, sitting her down so she could get ready for the day. He returned to finish preparing his own clothing and got a set out for her as well. Soon, they completed their morning routine and got changed. Izuku wore his hero outfit since he was going as the pro-hero hunter, not just as Izuku Midoriya. They got into the car, and Izuku texted his uncle Aizawa, letting him know he needed to park in the teacher's parking lot since he wanted to talk to Nizu. Aizawa replied that he would be waiting for him. Upon arriving at UA, Izuku found Aizawa waiting with Shirakumo. He parked and looked at them, and Aizawa understood the unspoken question. Yeah, I didn't tell Mike or Midnight. I wanted Shirakumo to myself for the night. They can have him all day today since I have to deal with the problem children, Aizawa stated, and Izuku rolled his eyes. So, what are you going to ask Nizu? Aizawa inquired as they walked toward the main building. Izuku contemplated his next steps and decided it was time to speak with Aizawa. I'm going to ask him if I can become an employee here on campus, but my main focus will be on the case. I want to bring the doctor to justice soon, and the sooner I do, the sooner Stella and I can return to America. However, we might wait until she graduates to decide what to do next since she has made friends here. I don't want to take that away from her, especially since she didn't have many friends before. I was a lonely kid who struggled to connect with others due to my childhood, but Stella is the one who broke through my walls. I fell for her at first sight, Izuku confessed, a hint of vulnerability in his voice. Aizawa chuckled at his nephew's admission, nodding in understanding. He mentioned that Nizu would likely hire Izuku for a simple position, although he was unaware of Izuku's qualifications. They soon entered the staff room, and the atmosphere shifted to one of shock. Mike and Midnight froze in place, while Nizu looked astonished to see a former student alive. Inko, who had attended UA during the same years as Aizawa, was equally stunned, recalling her adoptive brother's deceased friend. Yo from beyond the grave! Shirakumo exclaimed, causing Mike to stumble and Midnight to drop to her knees. Nizu turned to Izuku, seeking an explanation. Everyone, meet Shirakumo, also known as Kurojiri. I called my dad over from America to help me finish the process of reviving him. The process was interrupted when All Might attacked him shortly after I was born, Izuku explained, detailing the events that led to this moment. Nizu nodded, absorbing the information. Overall, Shirakumo will be going with my dad to America soon to obtain a hero license and likely become a special agent due to his warp quirk, which will be valuable in that role. Dad wants to train him thoroughly before the exam, after which Shirakumo can return to be with Aizawa and everyone else, Izuku added. Nizu then turned his attention to Shirakumo. If you need a job after getting your license, you are welcome at UA so you can be close to Aizawa and the others, Nizu offered. Shirakumo expressed his gratitude and promised to inform Nizu once he had completed the necessary steps. All Might, hearing this, felt a mix of emotions, realizing the impact of his past actions but relieved that Shirakumo was now on the path to recovery. Anyway, Uncle Nizu, I wanted to ask you for a job since many of your staff will be involved in the same case as me. I also want to spend more time with Stella, Izuku said, handing Nizu a copy of his resume. Nizu examined it, nearly choking on his tea. How? Nizu managed to ask, astonished by what he read. The others looked on in confusion. I had a lot of time during my childhood due to neglect and bullying, so I studied extensively and tested out of all my schooling. Once that was done, my dad enrolled me in college courses at an Ivy League school in New York, where I earned my degrees and even obtained a PhD in quirk science. I'm currently working on a second PhD in business management since I helped my dad manage the business from a young age, Izuku explained, leaving everyone in shock, especially those who had not yet achieved a MSDR's degree. Oh, and I also have a teaching certificate from America, though I'm not sure if it transfers to Japan, Izuku added. Aizawa burst into laughter, catching everyone off guard. That's hilarious. All Might. The child you neglected is far more successful than you. He even has a teaching certificate while you still haven't gotten one despite being a teacher. Aizawa teased, a broad smile on his face. All Might grumbled in response, feeling the weight of the mockery from his colleagues. Izuku rolled his eyes and turned back to Nizu. I can certainly hire you. We actually need a quirk specialist, and you fit the role perfectly. It also allows you to work on the case during the day. You just need to set a schedule for when you'll be on campus so students can seek you out for advice on training their quirks, Nizu stated, pulling out a contract for Izuku to sign. Izuku reviewed it carefully, using the quirk he had copied from Seth King, the family lawyer. He understood the terms and crossed out sections he disagreed with before returning it to Nizu for his initials. I'm not agreeing to those terms. Remember, I have multiple quirks, including one that allows me to understand contracts. You might have gotten your staff with those clauses, but not me, Izuku said firmly. The others exchanged bewildered glances, while Nizu chuckled, explaining the hidden clauses in the contracts that had caused them to unknowingly sign away many of their rights. How do you think I always know what you're about to ask? Nizu said, and the realization dawned on them, leaving them pale at the thought of their rights being compromised. Izuku shook his head at his uncle's schemes. Nizu made the necessary adjustments to the contract, and both he and Izuku signed it. Okay, Stella, it's time for you to head to class with Uncle. Nizu owes me an entire private office as part of my contract, Izuku announced. The others protested, but Nizu reminded them that they should have negotiated better since Izuku had included it in the contract. They grumbled about being outsmarted, while Nizu offered them a friendly smile that suggested they should remain quiet. Stella rolled her eyes, leaned in to kiss Izuku, and then left with Aizawa for class. Mike and Midnight took Shirakumo to enjoy their time before their next classes, while Nizu guided Izuku to his new office location to help him set up. Inko and All Might attempted to engage Izuku in conversation, but he remained unresponsive, ignoring them completely. Soon, Stella and Aizawa entered the classroom, where the students eagerly bombarded Stella with questions. However, Aizawa quickly intervened, reminding them that their fight was far from over and that they had the upcoming sports festival to prepare for. Stella was determined to excel in the festival, aiming to outperform Yagi, Bakugo, and Todoroki, but she reminded herself not to let pettiness cloud her judgment. As Aizawa settled into his sleeping bag, Stella observed him, contemplating whether to ask Iki if he could grant Aizawa a power nap quirk. When the class was given a free PRD, the students surrounded Stella, eager to inquire about Izuku Midoriya, known as the pro-hero hunter. Really? Stella muttered, rolling her eyes at their curiosity. After lunch with Stella, Izuku noticed that most of Class 1A was hesitant to approach him, leaving only Stella's friends brave enough to join them at their table. They felt secure around Izuku since they had met him briefly before and trusted Stella to keep them safe. Despite their presence, Izuku remained distant, unwilling to engage with his past or forgive his sister easily. As lunch concluded, he decided it was time to seek out a personal student. Izuku first visited Nizu's office to ensure he could take on a student without violating any school rules. Now that he was an employee, Nizu considered the request and ultimately agreed. "Okay, good. I'm going to go recruit him from his classes," Izuku said, standing up to leave. Nizu rolled his eyes at Izuku's antics, wishing him luck in convincing the student. Walking through the hallways, Izuku searched for the homeroom of Shinso. After some time, he found the classroom and knocked on the door, receiving an invitation to enter. The atmosphere in the room shifted as everyone froze at the sight of him, including the homeroom teacher, Present Mike. Hello, Hunter. What do you need?" Present Mike asked, still processing the interruption. Izuku scanned the room until his gaze landed on Shinso, who tensed up, fearing he had done something to attract Izuku's attention. "Mike, from now until after the sports festival, Shinso will not be attending class. He's my new personal student, and I'll be training him for the festival," Izuku declared, gathering Shinso's belongings with a smile hidden beneath his mask. Present Mike paled slightly, realizing the implications of Izuku's interest in his student. "Please, just return him alive after the festival. I don't want to deal with the paperwork for a dead student," he said, causing everyone in the room, including Shinso, to look alarmed. Izuku turned to Shinso, who was still in shock. "Are you coming or not? I won't offer personal training for the sports festival a second time, so if you decline, that's it," he stated. Present Mike leaned down to Shinso and whispered, "I suggest you go. You'll increase your chances of success in the festival if you learn from him." With that encouragement, Shinso bolted to Izuku's side. Izuku led Shinso to a gym that he had requested for personal use. Shinso remained silent, confused about their destination but aware they were still on campus. After a short walk through a forested area, they arrived at a building that was somewhat isolated from the rest of the campus. Inside, they found an older-style gym filled with training equipment. "From now on, you will come here as soon as school starts. Don't bother going to homeroom or anything else. You'll get your lunch and then return here after eating. We'll work hard to prepare you for the sports festival and help you move into the hero program. Do you understand?" Izuku explained. Shinso looked at him, puzzled. "But why are you training me?" he asked, unsure of why a pro-hero like Izuku would want to help him. Izuku removed his fox mask, revealing his face. "Why indeed? For many reasons. First, when you were all at the classroom doorway of 1A, you were the only student who didn't flinch when I released a small amount of killing intent. Well, except for Stella, but that's expected since she's my girlfriend and deals with me all the time. You have strong willpower to withstand that. Many people, even adults, would step back," he explained. Shinso's eyes widened as he recalled the unsettling feeling from earlier in the day. Izuku continued, considering Shinso's situation. "Second reason. What do you think my quirk is?" he asked. Shinso, unsure, mentioned he had heard it involved shadows. "You'd be right to an extent. Now let's talk. About your quirk, brainwashing," Izuku said, noticing Shinso tense up. "You've lived a life where you've been looked down upon and scorned. I understand that feeling well. You've been told your quirk is villainous, but that's not true. It's not the quirk that determines villainy, but the user. Do you think I'm a villain because of my quirk?" Izuku asked, prompting Shinso to respond that he didn't believe so. "Even though my quirk can steal yours and leave you quirkless," Izuku said, watching as Shinso's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that such a quirk existed. "How does that even exist?" Shinso asked, and Izuku chuckled softly. "It does. My father has the same quirk, but mine is a bit different. Our quirks are called all for one, which is also the name of a notorious villain. My father's old name when he was active for about 200 years until he retired after I was born. My quirk allows me to copy, steal, give, and combine quirks at will. Do you think that makes me a villain? Shinso shook his head. Then why would you be a villain, especially since my quirk is the manifestation of greed itself? Izuku's words sparked a sense of pride in Shinso regarding his own abilities. To build a connection, Izuku shared his story, revealing how he understood the feelings of being looked down upon, neglected, and scorned. So, Shinso, does that answer your question about why I want to train you? He asked. Shinso nodded, and Izuku smiled. Good. It's time to get to training. We have 2 weeks to prepare you as best as we can. I'll be using multiple quirks to help us achieve better results. One quirk is called Power Nap, which grants us both a full night's rest if we sleep for 30 minutes while in contact. I just need to hold your hand or have my hand on your shoulder. The second quirk is called Growth Aspirement, which accelerates your metabolism and muscle growth. But you'll need to eat a lot to maintain your energy, or it could be risky for your health. Izuku explained the 2 quirks he planned to use on Shinso. Overall, you're going to feel exhausted during this training. We need to get your body in better shape and teach you combat techniques since you can't rely on your quirk. You're not like me, where I can just switch quirks if someone finds a weakness. I also want to train you in support gear, but that's pointless right now since you can't use it unless it directly aids you medically. Shinso nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Get in the ring. Let's start with what you already know about combat so I can see what I'm working with, Izuku instructed. And take off your shirt. Shinso complied, and Izuku removed his hero outfit top, revealing scars that Shinso had heard about but found difficult to see in person. What did they do to you? Shinso asked, his concern evident. They used me like a disposable toy, Izuku replied. Now they want back in my life, but I don't want them. Shinso, if you ever find yourself in an unsafe situation, tell me, and I will use my authority to ensure your safety. Do you understand? Shinso nodded, though he felt a pang of discomfort. His foster parents had never harmed him, but they hadn't been the best either. Izuku continued, I mean if your parents or guardians aren't caring for you as they should. Do you understand? Shinso gulped and nodded again, avoiding Izuku's gaze, prompting Izuku to make a mental note to look into Shinso's situation later. Anyway, let's start. I want you to throw a punch at me, Izuku said. Shinso attempted a punch, but Izuku easily caught it and flipped him over. That was not great. Let's start with basic positions, he said, guiding Shinso into a fighting stance and correcting it as needed. They practiced for 4 hours until Stella entered the gym. Hello, boys, she greeted. Izuku jumped out of the ring and told Shinso to take a break, watching as Shinso collapsed onto the mat in exhaustion. Stella rolled her eyes at Izuku's rigorous training methods. Izuku walked over to Stella, sharing a quick kiss before grabbing a water bottle and sitting down beside her. How's it going? She asked, glancing at Shinso. Izuku considered for a moment. It's going well. He should be at a decent level by the time of the festival. Would you mind if he stayed at our house for the next 2 weeks? We could use the gym at home for training, and he could spend the night in one of the guest rooms. Stella thought it over and nodded in agreement. Izuku returned to the ring. Shinso, would your guardians mind you staying at my house for the next 2 weeks to train? Shinso looked confused but nodded. They won't care, so it's fine, he replied. Izuku noted this but felt a concern for Shinso's guardianship. Stella noticed the thoughts crossing Izuku's mind without him saying a word. After packing their things, Izuku overheard Shinso leaving a voicemail for his caretakers, informing them he would be staying with a friend for 2 weeks to train for the sports festival. Soon, they arrived at Izuku and Stella's home. Shinso was taken aback by its size and appearance, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Let's go down to the gym downstairs, Izuku suggested, leading the way. Izuku Midoriya was determined to make the most of their training session. We will get to work, and Stella is going to make us dinner while we keep training outside. You need as much practice as you can get, so we'll keep going non-stop and then take a power nap to regain our energy, he explained to Shinso, who nodded in agreement. They descended a flight of stairs into a smaller gym than the one at UA, but it had everything they needed, including a ring to spar in. Once inside the ring, Izuku and Shinso resumed their training, with Izuku pushing himself to give his all. Izuku had strong feelings about those who mistreated children. He despised child abusers and neglectful guardians, especially those who took advantage of vulnerable kids. As he trained with Shinso over the past week, he decided to take action. He contacted a detective to discreetly investigate Shinso's caretakers, and the findings were concerning. Many children with quirks deemed villainous had run away from their care, suggesting that the environment was unbearable. Determined to help, Izuku applied for a search warrant based on suspicions of neglect, supported by the alarming number of children who had fled. His special agent license helped him convince the judges to grant the warrant, allowing him to dig deeper into the situation. While Shinso tried to rest, Izuku took the opportunity to investigate the caretaker's home. He slipped inside through the shadows, knowing the caretakers were at work. What he discovered was unsettling. The house was in disrepair, with signs of neglect evident throughout. He documented the conditions, noting the mold and poor living environment, which could be grounds for revoking their ability to foster children. As he explored further, he found Shinso's room, which was stark and bare. A mattress lay on the floor, accompanied by a few pieces of clothing and a spare UA uniform. Izuku took pictures, feeling frustrated and confused about how Shinso's caretakers could allow such conditions. Continuing his search, he noticed that the caretaker's room was much better maintained than Shinso's. This stark contrast only fueled Izuku's determination to ensure that Shinso and any other children in similar situations received the care they deserved. Izuku noticed a door that led to another area. When he opened it, he felt a surge of frustration. It opened into an apartment that was in much better condition than the one he had just left. He quickly took pictures of everything, documenting the evidence that suggested the parents had been living there while Shinso had been neglected. Determined to help, Izuku texted the detective with all the details. The detective responded that he would arrest the foster parents and arrange for Shinso to be moved to a new home. However, Izuku couldn't let that happen. He called the detective immediately. "Detective, I want to take custody of Shinso. I can foster him or even adopt him if necessary," Izuku declared. The detective hesitated, explaining that it wasn't possible due to age restrictions. "I have a special agent license," Izuku reminded him firmly. "It allows me to navigate around many laws regarding age. I won't let this stop me. Please don't make me take drastic measures." The detective fell silent, then agreed to see what could be done before ending the call. Izuku wasted no time and called the family lawyer, Seth King. "Seth, are you able to practice law in Japan?" Izuku asked. Seth confirmed that he could. "Great. I need to foster a child in Japan who is the same age as me. He's a student at UA, and I just had him removed from his foster parents. The detective is resistant to letting me take Shinso due to age requirements," Izuku explained. After a moment of thought, Seth responded, "It can be worked around. We could get your father to adopt Shinso and then transfer custody to you through the American courts. Alternatively, you could invoke UA's guardianship over him since he attends the school. This would place him under UA's care, and they could assign him to one of the teachers, like you." Izuku realized the validity of Seth's suggestion. "I'll consider invoking that if necessary, but I'd prefer to gain direct custody." After ending the call, Izuku continued his patrol. About 4 hours later, he received a call from the detective. "Hello, Hunter. I'm calling to inform you that we've charged the foster parents with neglect and mental abuse based on my interview with them and the evidence you found. Shinso is now a ward of the state and will need to go into a foster system or an orphanage. Unfortunately, I can't convince the caseworker to let you take him." Izuku's frustration boiled over. "Is the caseworker there right now?" he asked, receiving confirmation. "Keep her there. I'll be there in a few minutes," he instructed before quickly heading in that direction, sending his crows ahead to reach the location faster. In just a few minutes, Izuku found himself teleporting in front of the police station. He walked in and headed straight toward the detective's office, where he found the caseworker sitting at her desk. "Can you please explain why I can't take custody of the child?" Izuku asked, his frustration evident. The caseworker looked him over before responding. It's not appropriate for a child to take care of another child. You wouldn't have the means to support another person, she stated. Izuku felt a surge of anger but managed to keep his composure. Are you serious? I am a pro-hero, and I have the resources to care for another human being. So please, tell me how I am unfit to take care of this child, he replied, noticing a dismissive glint in her eyes. It was clear she held a bias against those with certain quirks. This child has a history of causing issues for his caretakers and is unlikely to listen to you since you're another child. Isn't it illegal for someone your age to be a pro-hero? She challenged. Izuku chuckled lightly. Not in America. I am a pro-hero sent here by the American government, and as a special agent, age laws don't apply to me. So, are you going to transfer custody of Shinso to me, or do I need to take further action? He revealed his special agent license, and the caseworker's expression changed as she realized the gravity of the situation. I'm sure we can work something out, she said, and Izuku nodded. Indeed, we will work this out by you transferring his custody to me in full and allowing me to be his foster parent. Do you understand? It needs to be done before I leave, he insisted. She nodded and began working on the paperwork. After about an hour and a half, she handed him the documents to sign. Izuku used his quirk to understand the contract and realized it only granted him custody for 30 days. Frustrated, he placed the papers down and gripped her shoulder, looking her in the eyes. Do you think I'm a fool? This only grants me custody for 30 days before he goes into the foster system, he said, his tone firm. The caseworker paled, realizing she had hidden that detail deep in the contract. Fix it. Make it state that he is in my custody permanently and cannot be revoked without a court order. Do you understand? Izuku demanded. She nodded quickly and made the necessary changes. The detective remained silent, sensing the tension in the room. Once the paperwork was finalized, Izuku signed it, and the detective acted as a witness. The caseworker submitted the documents, confirming it was done. Izuku told her she was free to go and glanced at the clock, realizing Stella and Shinso would be waking up soon. He then advised the detective to look into the caseworker's background, sensing her bias. Upon arriving home, Izuku slipped into bed beside his girlfriend and took a short nap, recharging his energy. He was awakened about an hour and a half later when Stella got up. He filled her in on the details. So, I'm a foster mother now? She asked, tilting her head in confusion. Izuku nearly choked on his drink. I guess? Technically, I'm the foster father since he's under my care, but since you're dating me, I suppose that counts? Just don't spread the word, it might be overwhelming for him. I'll inform the staff at UA, but the other students don't need to know. If anyone asks why we seem close, just tell them he's my personal student, he explained, and she nodded in understanding. They finished getting ready and headed downstairs to the kitchen, where they found Shinso helping himself to coffee and a small breakfast. He looked up, slightly embarrassed. Sorry. I helped myself, he said. It's fine, but we need to discuss something important before we head to UA, Izuku said, and Shinso nodded. After about 30 minutes, they finished eating and settled in the living room. I had my suspicions about your home life from the start, and the things you said confirmed it. I investigated, and your foster parents were arrested last night. You've been assigned to someone else now, Izuku stated, and Shinso broke down in tears. But, the new ones likely won't let me continue at UA. It was my dream, he exclaimed, standing up in distress. I know it's your dream, and that's why I couldn't let you stay in that situation without proper care. I've arranged for your education at UA with your new foster parents, who happen to be Stella and me, Izuku explained, taking a sip of his coffee. Shinso froze, processing the information. Stella rolled her eyes and playfully tapped Izuku on the head. What he means is that you'll be living here from now on. He made sure to get you into his custody as a foster child. So, while I'm not technically your foster mother yet, it kind of makes me one in a way. You don't need to worry about going hungry, both our families are well off and can easily take care of you, she reassured him. Stella announced, so the room you're sleeping in is now yours from now on. Shinso, overwhelmed with emotion, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. But why are you doing this for me? he asked, his voice trembling. Izuku shrugged, his expression thoughtful. Honestly, you remind me of when my father found me after I ran away from my old family. I was lucky that my dad was my biological father and could take me away easily. I just felt like I needed to help you because I couldn't bear to see you unhappy when I could provide you with a better life. I may not be able to be a father since we're the same age, but I can be a brother who takes care of you. He leaned down and embraced Shinso, who returned the hug gratefully. Stella glanced at the time and interjected, "Boys, I hate to break this up, but it's about time for us to go." They looked at the clock and nodded in agreement. Izuku explained to Shinso that he would need to inform UA about the change in his living situation, but how much he shared with the other students was entirely up to him. Stella and Izuku would simply tell them the truth about Shinso being Izuku's personal student to explain their close relationship. Soon, they headed off to school to begin their last week of training. If Shinso wore a large smile all day, Izuku and Stella chose not to comment on it. Izuku sent Shinso straight to the gym to start training, promising he would join as soon as he could after updating the staff on his situation and the case he was working on. In the staff room, everyone was surprised to see him, as he typically only left his training with Shinso for lunch or office hours. "Hello, Hunter. What brings you out of your training spree?" Nizu asked playfully. "Multiple things. First, I need to update you on the case. I found some clues during patrols. There are rumors that the League is recruiting more experienced members for another attack, so we need to be cautious moving forward. I don't expect any attacks until closer to the end of the semester. I've also compiled a list of prefectures where they might be operating based on information from Shirakumo. Although he lost a lot of details due to a mind-wiping quirk, there was enough to narrow down some areas. I do know the doctor has a second location outside the listed zones, as Shirakumo mentioned he had been taken there before, using a different teleportation quirk." Izuku paused for a moment, contemplating how to approach the next topic. "So about the second thing. I am a father now," he said, causing everyone who was drinking to choke or spit out their drinks. All Might and Inko, who had just walked in, fell over in shock. "Oh no, I just shocked them," Izuku exclaimed, while Aizawa shook his head. "They're not dead, just out cold from shock. Now explain how you are a father," Aizawa demanded, his eyes narrowed. "You know that doesn't affect someone with as many quirks as me, right? You can only turn off one or two," Izuku replied, smirking. "Anyway, I didn't get Stella PR gin and tea. We haven't reached that stage yet. However, I've gained foster custody of Shinso. I had his foster parents arrested for neglect and mental abuse. So, Nizu, you need to update his file to reflect my information since he will be living with me from now on." Nizu nodded, and Aizawa sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. I didn't want to be a granduncle so soon. It's fine for you to take care of him since you can afford it. Does your father know?" "Most likely, since I warned the family lawyer who probably told him." Speaking of which, Izuku's phone rang, and it was Hisashi calling. After explaining the situation with Shinso, Hisashi asked to meet the boy soon. Izuku agreed and hung up. By then, All Might and Inko had regained their composure and inquired about Izuku's new role as a father. "If you want details, go ask Nizu," Izuku said as he walked away, leaving them to gather information from Nizu. "So no grandbabies?" Inko asked, and Aizawa rolled his eyes. "Even if he had a child, you wouldn't be grandparents since he doesn't see you like family," Aizawa replied as he headed to his classroom for homeroom. Soon, Izuku returned to the gym where he found Shinso training. "Okay, let's review your quirkless combat, and then we will do some physical training. Your body is almost at a stage I'm happy with," Izuku said. Shinso nodded and jumped into the ring. They began sparring, with Izuku occasionally using quirks against Shinso. Initially, Shinso complained about the unfairness, but Izuku reminded him that the world wasn't fair and he would need to face quirks during the festival once his quirk was revealed. As a result, Shinso improved significantly at dodging attacks and handling his circumstances. When lunchtime arrived, Izuku heard the door open and saw Stella entering with lunch for everyone. "Ah, you brought lunch for all of us?" "Thank you," Izuku exclaimed, jumping out of the ring, with Shinso following suit. They all sat down on a bench and began to eat, enjoying the moment together. Stella, how is your training going since I haven't been able to help? Izuku asked. Shinso flinched at the question and shrank back, which Stella noticed. Shinso, don't blame yourself for him not helping me. I've trained with him and his father for a long time, so it's nothing new not to have his assistance. I can already hold my own against Izuku in quirk combat, so I'm confident I can handle my classmates, Stella reassured him. Shinso nodded and relaxed a bit. Stella then shared that she was working on a new super move, wanting to enhance her already solid combat skills with more finishing techniques. She turned to Izuku and inquired about Shinso's training. It's progressing. I wish we had more time, but I'll have more after the festival. I want him as prepared as possible. Most opponents shouldn't be a problem, but there are a few who might give him trouble once they understand his quirk. Depending on the rounds, I see him making it into the top 10, but it all depends on who he faces and if they know his quirk, Izuku explained. He then looked at Shinso. Shinso, try to avoid using your quirk for as long as you can and rely on your physical performance. Your quirk will give you an advantage in one-on-one situations, but if someone figures it out, you'll be fighting without it unless you can get them to speak. The fewer times they have to study it, the better. Shinso nodded in understanding. Izuku took a moment to assess Shinso's physical condition, noticing he was getting closer to being in good shape. As he ate, he decided to teach Shinso a special set of moves. Shinso, let's head to the ring. I'm going to teach you a set of moves. Quirks are manifestations of the quirk gene in humans, but they can be expressed in different ways, like mental quirks. Even emitter quirks can be affected by this set of attacks. These moves will allow you to disable an opponent's quirk for a brief PRD. They're challenging to master, but I think you can do it, so let's get started, Izuku said. Shinso's eyes lit up with excitement as he jumped into the ring to learn from Izuku. Izuku explained the basics of where to strike, cautioning that these moves could potentially cause shock since they would interfere with the nervous system. They practiced on Izuku's shadow clones, knowing that if they were defeated, it wouldn't matter as the effects would be the same as if it were a real body. After 2 full days of training, Shinso successfully executed the moves several times, refining his technique. On the last day of training, Izuku wanted to review everything Shinso had learned and asked Stella to spar with him in an open forest area. Shinso wouldn't have any support gear since he wouldn't receive any during the festival, but Stella had her sword, which she could create. It doesn't matter if you lose. What matters is how long you last and how well you fight. Stella can hold her own in a serious battle against me, which means she'll be a good indicator of your progress, Izuku stated. Shinso nodded, ready for the challenge. As the fight began, Shinso charged forward, knowing that Stella was aware of his quirk. As he approached, Stella created a fire sword and launched fireballs at him. He dodged skillfully, making his way closer. Izuku observed, noting how much Shinso's agility had improved. Then, as Shinso closed the distance, he dodged a fireball and quickly grabbed dirt from the ground, concealing it in his hands. He threw the dirt at Stella, causing her to shield her eyes. This allowed him to close the gap and use the moves Izuku had taught him, temporarily disabling her quirk. Stella, strong in quirkless combat, pushed forward. However, Shinso struggled against her superior skills, having only trained for a few weeks compared to her years of experience with the Midoriyas. As the fight continued, Shinso found himself pinned. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Can you get off me?" Stella was taken aback by his unexpected words. "Get off me and walk out of the ring," he insisted, and she complied, granting him the victory. As she turned away, a blush crept across her face, while Izuku fell to the ground, laughing. "Dad, it's not nice to laugh at her," Shinso exclaimed, prompting Izuku to pause in surprise before realizing what had just happened. "Indeed, it's not nice to laugh at me, my dear," Stella replied, smirking at Izuku. Izuku grinned back. "Oh, that means we admit that Shinso is our kid now. I'm fine with that. Congratulations on being a mother at 15, my love," he said playfully, lifting Shinso into his arms and rocking him side to side, causing Shinso to blush deeply. "Wait, I didn't." Shinso protested, but Izuku wouldn't hear it. "Nope. You're our child from now on. It doesn't matter that we're all the same age. I'm a dad now and want to be called that. My old man will be thrilled to know his 200-year-old self is now a grandfather, Izuku declared, while Stella, still processing the comments, eventually burst into laughter. You know what, Shinso? If you want us to be your parents, that's perfectly fine with me. Izuku will be giving me an anti-aging quirk in a year or two, so we can live for centuries. It doesn't matter to me. I also want to see how my parents react when they find out they are grandparents now, Stella said, laughing. Shinso tried to hide his face, feeling overwhelmed, while Izuku continued to carry him. Stop. Please. You're going to make me want something that can't happen. Shinso exclaimed. Izuku glanced at Stella, and they both nodded in agreement. Shinso, we are serious. If you want to see us as parents, we're okay with it. It might seem strange to others, but we're fine with it. Take your time and let us know if you want to be Hisashi Midoriya. I can adopt you at any moment, Izuku said. Shinso looked at him in shock, then turned to Stella. Tears filled his eyes as Izuku and Stella embraced him. They understood that they were unconventional, and this was just another unique aspect of their lives, adopting a child the same age as them. Shinso asked if they would adopt him, and they nodded. Izuku pulled out his phone and called their family lawyer. Seth, I need you to set up the adoption paperwork for Shinso. I want him to be adopted by Stella and me, and he will take on the Midoriya last name, so he will be Hisashi Midoriya moving forward, Izuku stated. Seth assured him he would get started on it and would involve the commission president to help secure Shinso's American citizenship as well. Izuku then turned to Shinso and explained that it would take some time since they needed to apply pressure on officials for the international adoption, given that Izuku and Stella were foreigners in Japan. You will eventually be granted American citizenship and become Hisashi Midoriya. But feel free to tell anyone you're our kid because I'm definitely going to flaunt it to the staff. I can't wait to see All Might and Green Tornado's reactions. And regardless of what they say, you're not their grandchild. Forget them. Izuku said with a grin, causing Shinso to burst into laughter. Stella rolled her eyes, curious about how her parents would react, so she texted them and waited for a response. 5 minutes later, her phone buzzed, and she answered to hear her father's voice. What do you mean I am a grandfather? I knew you two might get together, but come on. Francis yelled. Izuku chuckled along with Stella. Francis, calm down and let me explain, Izuku said, putting the call on speaker. Fine. Explain. Now. Francis replied, his tone still rough. Izuku detailed how Shinso came into their lives, starting as a foster child, and how a playful comment led to their decision to adopt him. There was a pause before Francis spoke again. So she's not PR'd, he asked, relieved when Izuku confirmed. Thank goodness. No PR'd until she graduates, please. So Hisashi is the same age as you two, right? Francis asked, and Izuku nodded. You two are a weird couple, but the Midoriya family is a complex mess to begin with, so I'm not surprised by this. Bring him to visit us when you have a break. I'm going back to sleep now. You kids are making me feel old, Francis said, ending the call abruptly. Stella fell over in laughter. Suddenly, Izuku's phone vibrated with a text from Hisashi, saying he had seen this coming and wanted them to visit during the break. Izuku rolled his eyes at his father's message and shared it with the others. Well, let's call off training and just relax since we only have the weekend left before the sports festival, Izuku suggested, and they all agreed as they headed home. Izuku handed Hisashi a credit card, explaining he could use it for whatever he needed since Izuku earned enough from his pro-hero work and family wealth. You belong to the family now, so just accept it. Spend what you need for anything, food, drinks, whatever. Just use it freely, and if I see an issue with spending, I'll talk to you about it, Izuku said, and Shinso nodded. They all enjoyed dinner together and went about their evening. Izuku, Stella, and Hisashi woke up and went through their morning routines, getting ready for the day. Izuku donned his hero outfit and waited for the others. Come on, son. You're going to be slower than your mother, which is hard to do. Izuku called out, immediately regretting it when Stella playfully hit him with a brush. Oops. Izuku said, raising his hands defensively as Hitoshi snickered, earning a glare from Izuku. Watch it, Izuku, or you'll end up on the couch, Stella warned, making Izuku pale slightly while Hitoshi laughed at his father's expression. Oh, woe is me. My son has betrayed me for his mother. Where did all the male bonding go? Izuku pretended to pout, causing Hitoshi to groan and shake his head. Izuku then hugged him, dragging his feet a bit. Stella rolled her eyes, smirking. The three had grown closer, and Hitoshi had started calling them mother and father more often, craving the positive attention from parental figures in his life. Izuku understood that Hitoshi would need therapy, much like he had when he was younger, but he knew it would take time to convince him to agree to. Soon, they were all in the car, heading to UA. After arriving, Izuku parted ways with the others and made his way to the staff room. Noticing that the Yagis weren't there yet, he decided to get everyone's attention. Excuse me, everyone. I have an announcement, he declared, earning eye rolls from his colleagues. Nizu regarded him with an impassive expression. As you all know, I took Hitoshi in as a foster child over a week ago, Izuku began, and they all nodded. Aizawa felt a headache coming on as Izuku continued, well, as of last Friday, the plans have changed. It will now be an adoption, so Hitoshi Shinso will become Hisashi Midoriya once the paperwork is finalized. This means Stella and I will be parents. This revelation prompted a surprised reaction from Nizu, who nearly spilled his tea, while the other staff members were left speechless. Aizawa groaned and asked, why? Izuku explained what had transpired during the spar between Stella and Hitoshi, impressing them with Hitoshi's victory but eliciting laughter when they heard how the adoption process began. If you could, please don't mention this to the Yagis. They don't need to be involved, Izuku requested. I've already shared everything about my past, my quirk, my father, and his quirk with Hitoshi, so they can stay out of it since he doesn't like them either. The staff nodded in agreement. Izuku then settled down to handle some paperwork, knowing they would be moving to the sports festival stadium soon. After about an hour, they made their way to the stadium, where the students were entering their waiting rooms. Stella found herself in conversation with Yagi, Bakugo, and Todoroki, who all challenged her to a fight, wagering that Izuku would return to them. This annoyed Stella. You still haven't changed, have you? She remarked, and they looked confused. Standing up, she scoffed at them. You treat him like he's some possession you can control. He is a person, not property. Yagi, your mother doesn't even have custodial rights to Izuku since the courts deemed her unfit. Stop trying to treat him like you did in the past. It's pathetic. With that, she walked away, leaving the three of them bewildered. They were unaware of the court's decision regarding Inko and decided they needed to ask the Yagis about it later. Soon, they were called out to the field, and Present Mike introduced all the classes. Now, let's welcome the first-year representative who topped both the Hero Course exam and the written exam, Stella Vermillion. Present Mike announced. Stella stepped onto the stage, waiting for the crowd to quiet down before speaking. Today, we gather to showcase our abilities and to represent the new generation of heroes, business leaders, and support creators. We are here to declare who we are and what we aspire to inspire in this world. We aim for peace, hope, and determination. We are the new generation, and like every generation, we will have our flaws, but we will learn from the past and strive to improve. Watch us as we stand on this stage and declare that we are the new guardians of society. Let us go beyond, plus ultra. Her words sparked a cheer from the crowd, resonating with inspiration. As the first round began, an obstacle course awaited the competitors. Stella positioned herself at the back, planning to fly over the others once the starting gun fired. Hitoshi, however, was near the front, ready to go. When the gun went off, he sprinted ahead, grateful for the stamina training he had done with Izuku. As he ran, he noticed Stella soaring overhead with her fire wings. Well, I knew I wouldn't beat her anyway, he thought as he continued forward. The race progressed, and the first obstacle was the 0-pointers from the entrance exam. Stella effortlessly melted through them with her flames, flying over the open pit without a second thought. Hitoshi maneuvered across the tight metal paths and navigated the pits, determined to keep going. As they neared the finish, Hitoshi decided to channel his inner Midoriya. He dug up the mines and slammed a metal piece down, causing an explosion that propelled him forward, past Izuku's past adversaries. He struck again, sending them tumbling into the landmines below. Hitoshi landed and sprinted to the finish line, securing second place, with Stella taking first. The individuals who had troubled Izuku in the past came in 5th, 6th, and 7th, while others filled the 3rd and 4th spots. Hitoshi beamed with pride at his accomplishment. Soon, the last competitor crossed the finish line, and the second round was announced. It would involve a hill-type game where 16 pillars needed to be controlled to advance to the final rounds, with only 16 participants moving on. Hitoshi knew he would likely need to use his quirk during this portion of the exam, and he disliked the idea. However, he understood that he would have to use it sparingly. He recalled Izuku's advice about disguising the activation trigger with hand movements or distractions, like widening one eye, to make others think the trigger was something else. As the round began with all 42 participants, Stella took a commanding position at the top and created a ring of fire that prevented anyone from reaching her. The crowd erupted in cheers at her display of dems during the sports festival. Hitoshi chose a spot in the middle, opting not to compete for the top positions, knowing that stronger competitors would be vying for them while weaker students would fight for the easier lower spots. He planned his strategy carefully and waited out the chaos, managing to fend off those who attempted to challenge him without using his quirk, as they were physically weaker. Time passed slowly, but eventually, the last 16 participants were announced. Stella secured first place again, while Hitoshi landed in 10th, having maintained his position in the middle of the pack throughout. After an hour break was called, Izuku decided to meet up with them for lunch. He left the staff booth, but Inko and Toshinori tried to persuade him to join them. Using his quirk, he slipped into the shadows. Moments later, Bakugo and Todoroki arrived with questions about Inko having her rights as a mother removed by a court. Inko was taken aback and asked how they had heard about it. They explained that Stella had mentioned it in the 1A waiting room during a challenge to get Izuku back. Aizawa, who had just walked in from the announcer's booth, face-bombed at their antics. He expressed his frustration, stating that if they continued to treat Izuku as an object, he would consider expelling them. He left, telling Hounddog to address the issue in their sessions. The 3 children were left shocked, realizing they had received the same message from Stella. The Yagi parents shook their heads, explaining what they could without revealing too much. They were bound by Izuku's orders as a special agent not to disclose certain information. The 3 children were left with more questions than answers, as the adults could only say they were restricted from discussing it further without Izuku or Stella's consent. Izuku arrived at the food court and soon spotted Stella and Hitoshi at a table with a spare plate of food. "Is this food mine?" he asked, and Stella nodded. "Thank you," he said, and she smiled, assuring him it was no problem. "Great job, Hitoshi, on placing second in the first round and 10th in the second. You managed not to use your quirk, which is impressive and shows the school you're not reliant on it," Izuku remarked as he ate. Hitoshi expressed his gratitude for the training, and Izuku nodded in acknowledgement. Stella then shared what Izuku's past abusers had attempted in the 1A waiting room, which annoyed him. "It seems they still see me as something they can control," he said, shaking his head as he continued to eat. Hitoshi felt similarly frustrated but pushed it aside, knowing Izuku could handle the situation with his past. After a while, Endeavor approached the group, and Izuku greeted him with a wave. "Hello, uncle," he said, prompting Hitoshi to look at Endeavor. "So, the number 2 hero is my granduncle now?" he asked, and Endeavor looked bewildered, having never met Hitoshi before. Izuku chuckled and confirmed the relation, leaving Endeavor even more confused. "What the? Explain," he requested. Stella took the opportunity to explain the situation, and Endeavor shook his head, muttering that he should expect nothing less from Izuku. He added a light-hearted warning to not let Stella get PR'd before graduation before excusing himself to return to his seat as the rounds were about to start. They all said their goodbyes, and Endeavor walked away, rubbing his head as if trying to alleviate a headache, while Izuku wore a smirk. As the rounds were set to begin, they returned to their seating areas. Izuku went back to the staff room, Hitoshi headed to the general education section, and Stella made her way to 1A. Upon entering, she found Yagi, Bakugo, and Todoroki staring at her, prompting her to roll her eyes. They really don't learn, do they? She thought as she joined her friends. So, Stella, did you enjoy lunch with your boyfriend? Mina asked, and Stella confirmed it without hesitation. Indeed, we had a great time together. It's wonderful waking up with him by my side. The other girls blushed at the thought, while Yagi felt a pang of irritation at the mention of her brother. They continued chatting until the first round was announced. The first match was Kaminari versus the Vine Girl from 1B, which did not go as expected, as Kaminari short-circuited himself rather quickly. Izuku, observing from the staff booth, wondered how Kaminari had even made it into the hero course and decided to ask Nizu about it. Nizu, how did he get into the hero course? Izuku inquired, and Nizu pulled up footage of the exam, showing Kaminari directly touching and shocking the robots, which only required a brief discharge of electricity. An example of why the exam is so biased. Izuku remarked, rolling his eyes as he and his friends continued to watch the battles unfold. Soon, it was Stella versus Bakugo, and Izuku had a strong feeling about the outcome. Stella won't need to exert much effort to win this, he predicted. The others looked at him curiously, but their attention quickly shifted to the match as it began. Stella utilized her quirk to neutralize Bakugo's flames, causing him to plummet from the air to the ground. Confusion crossed his face, but he quickly realized what had happened as Present Mic announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Vermillion's quirk allows her to control all fire, even that of her opponents. This means Bakugo is effectively quirkless in this fight." The crowd erupted in cheers as Stella unleashed a wave of fire, forcing Bakugo to concede since he couldn't ignite his sweat on his own, sending him out of the ring with burns. "Ding, she took him out quickly," Snipe commented, and the other staff members nodded in agreement. Hitoshi was next, facing a student from 1B with a copy quirk. However, Hitoshi chose not to use his quirk and engaged in quirkless combat, managing to pin his opponent to the ground in a chokehold. This earned him a call-out, but Hitoshi walked off the stage with his head held high, having secured a spot in the top 10. As more matches progressed, the final four were revealed: Stella versus Todoroki and Yagi versus Hitoshi. The staff was tense, knowing Hitoshi was Izuku's son and worried about how Yagi might treat him, but Izuku wore a smirk that left them puzzled and somewhat apprehensive. As expected, Stella dominated her match against Todoroki, sending waves of fire that rendered his ice ineffective. She remained in her starting position throughout the match, showcasing her control over the battlefield. Now, it was time for Yagi versus Hitoshi, and Izuku leaned forward in anticipation. When the match began, Hitoshi charged at Yagi, who attempted to use her quirk to grab him. However, he held onto the ring tightly, refusing to be pulled out. This forced Yagi to get close, a mistake that allowed Hitoshi to strike effectively, blocking her quirk usage. Stunned, Yagi looked at him in confusion. "Are you wondering why you can't use your quirk?" Hitoshi asked, and when she nodded, he trapped her in his own quirk. "Walk to the edge of the ring and step out," he instructed, and she complied. But as she reached the edge, a surge of one for all activated, shocking Hitoshi. "Really? Can't the past users just let the tournament proceed?" Izuku thought, frustrated. Hitoshi quickly recovered and charged at Yagi, who turned in surprise, clutching her hand, which had been injured from the quirk discharge. She attempted to strike him, but he dodged and threw her out of the ring. "That's it. Yagi lost the match by ring out," Present Mic announced, and Hitoshi celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. "Yes." Izuku cheered from the staff booth. Nizu turned to him, asking, "Who do you think will win, your Shinso or your future wife?" Izuku pondered for a moment. "It's tough. Hitoshi has beaten Stella once before, but I doubt she'll fall for the same trick again. He'll need to strategize carefully, especially since he can't use any distractions like last time. I think Stella will win this one due to her advantage in the field," he concluded. Nizu nodded in agreement. "Regardless, Hitoshi has proven himself capable enough to move directly to the hero course," he remarked, and the staff concurred. All might, however, interjected with a question. Sir, wouldn't we need to remove someone from the hero course since the classes are full? Izuku seized the opportunity to respond. We could easily remove Yagi, Bakugo, or Todoroki since they arguably shouldn't have been admitted in the first place, considering their past actions, he suggested with a smirk. All Might and Inko looked ready to object but held their tongues. Nizu sighed at Izuku's pettiness. We can have 21 students in a class. While 20 isn't a strict requirement, we maintain that ratio for the hero course, but we can make an exception for now, he explained. Fine, but Hitoshi should go into 1A since Aizawa is there. He can learn from him when I'm not around to help him privately, Izuku stated, and Nizu nodded in agreement. Finally, it was time for the last round, Hitoshi versus Stella. As they entered the field, Present Mike announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1A's Phoenix Queen Vermillion against the underdog from General Studies, Shinso. Let's watch the final fight." The match commenced, and Hitoshi dodged the fireballs Stella sent his way. Realizing she couldn't stay in one spot, Stella created fire wings and took to the air. Well, that complicates things for Shinso now, doesn't it? Mike exclaimed as the crowd roared with excitement. Hitoshi continued to evade the fireballs, growing increasingly frustrated. "Come on. Stop picking on me," he called out, but Stella merely chuckled, remaining silent. As the fire continued to rain down, Hitoshi finally raised his hands in. "Surrender," Hitoshi called out, expressing his concern about needing support gear to compete effectively, as his opponent could remain airborne throughout the match. Midnight acknowledged the outcome, leading to Stella taking first place and Hitoshi securing second. Yagi and Todoroki shared third place. They were all summoned to the stadium to receive their rewards, presented by All Might. Both Stella and Hitoshi declined a hug from All Might, which raised some eyebrows, but no one commented on it at that moment. All Might accepted their response and continued with the ceremony, concluding the sports festival. Shortly after, Hitoshi was called to the staff booth, where he learned he would be transferring to Class 1A starting the following Monday. Overwhelmed with emotion, he broke down in tears. Izuku embraced him, leaning down to say, "Good job, son." Hitoshi returned the hug, and this moment sparked ideas for the upcoming internships. Izuku felt genuinely happy. He had a loving girlfriend and was about to have a son, creating a sense of family. He wished he could distance himself from his past, but he knew it was time to move on. Early the next day, Izuku, Stella, and Hitoshi left home together, as Hitoshi needed to report to the staff room before heading to class. Aizawa wanted to speak with him first. In the staff room, Aizawa offered to teach Hitoshi how to use his capture gear, believing it would be the perfect support for him. With the training Hitoshi had received from Izuku, Aizawa thought he could become a powerful underground pro hero. Hitoshi looked to Izuku for approval, and Izuku nodded, affirming his support. After some discussion, the group headed to Class 1A. As they entered, the class fell silent, noticing a new desk in the back. Aizawa announced, "Everyone, this is Hitoshi Shinso, who will be joining 1A from now on." The class erupted in questions, except for Ida, which Izuku noted was likely due to his brother's recent attack by Stain. Aizawa then revealed the internship offers. Hitoshi had none, as he was not yet a hero student, while Stella received a significant number, including one from Endeavor, which she declined, knowing Todoroki would likely be there. Instead, she chose to intern with a rescue team called the Wild Pussycats to improve her skills in that area. As they discussed their choices, Hitoshi sat quietly, looking down. Izuku passed by and dropped an internship offer on his desk, which made Hitoshi smirk and nod in agreement. When lunch arrived, Izuku stayed behind with Aizawa while Stella and Hitoshi went to eat. "Do you need something?" Aizawa asked. Izuku nodded, removing his mask. "I think Ida is going to pursue Stain and might get hurt because of it," he said. Aizawa's expression shifted, and he met Izuku's gaze. Ida has chosen only one internship location in Hosu, where his brother was recently attacked, and Stain is still active in the area, Izuku explained. Aizawa acknowledged the situation, noting that without more evidence, they couldn't stop Ida from going. They could ask Manuel to intervene, But since Ida had only chosen that location, it complicated matters. I'll take Hitoshi with me to Hosu to keep an eye on Ida. If I find Stain, I'll ensure Hitoshi stays safe while I handle it. My abilities make me well suited for confronting Stain, Izuku stated. Aizawa considered this and agreed, cautioning Izuku to be careful, especially with Hitoshi accompanying him. Thus began the internship week. Izuku had a week to teach Hitoshi some basics for Aizawa's scarf, while Aizawa would cover the rest later. Izuku wanted Hitoshi to have some support gear or a weapon for their outings during the internship. They trained rigorously for an entire week, preparing for the upcoming internships after the short weekend break. As everyone boarded buses for their internships, Izuku saw Stella off before turning to Hitoshi. "Alright, son. Let's get in the car, we're heading to Hosu. Ida is likely to do something reckless, and we need to keep him safe," Izuku said straightforwardly. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, commenting, "I can see why Aizawa called 1A the problem children class." Izuku reminded him that he was now part of that class, prompting Hitoshi to roll his eyes again, which made Izuku shrug in response. Soon, the two of them arrived in Hosu and began their patrol. Izuku allowed Hitoshi to handle a group of thugs while remaining close enough to respond to any threats. He kept a small shadow hidden near Hitoshi, ready to launch a quick attack if anyone got too close. Overall, Hitoshi was getting valuable training with the capture scarf, which made Izuku happy. He knew that Hitoshi would be able to stand against most of their classmates even without using his quirk, which was reassuring. On the third day of the internship, Izuku had a crow watching Ida the entire time he was outside, whether on patrol or off-duty. He was waiting for the moment Ida might take matters into his own hands and go after Stain. The old saying goes, "Ask and you shall receive," and it proved true. Izuku's crows sent him memories of chaos as Hosu erupted in flames from the Nomus attacking. Although these Nomus seemed weaker, Izuku was troubled to see that Ida had gone after Stain. The moment the city ignited, Ida dashed away from his mentor when his attention was diverted. Ida did it. He ran off from his internship mentor and is hunting Stain. Izuku exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and groaned. He should be expelled for this. People like me work hard to get in, and he goes and does something reckless, Hitoshi replied. Izuku had to suppress a chuckle as he secretly agreed. Determined to find Ida, Izuku took Hitoshi with him as they ran in the direction Ida had gone. Although Izuku could teleport, he hesitated to do so with Hitoshi, not wanting to teleport into a fight unprepared. Instead, he followed Ida from a distance through the crows. Just when he thought he had a handle on the situation, he saw through the crows that Ida had found Stain in a back alley, preparing to attack the pro-hero native. Damn it. He declared his intentions to kill Stain without even noticing the pro-hero on the ground. Izuku thought as they continued to move closer. Hitoshi, if I have to teleport, follow this crow to the destination. I can't let Ida get hurt because of his mistakes, Izuku instructed. Hitoshi nodded, watching as the crow flew ahead of them. As they approached, Hitoshi saw Izuku disappear, knowing he had teleported to the fight. Izuku materialized right in front of Stain, blocking the blow aimed at Ida. Sir! Ida called out in surprise. Izuku quickly kicked Stain in the gut, forcing him back. Can you move, Ida? Izuku asked urgently. Ida shook his head but insisted he should leave since it was his fight. In response, Izuku kicked Ida in the side, causing him to yelp in pain. Shut up, you idiot! Izuku shouted, turning back to face Stain as he got into a fighting stance. Once this is over, I'm advocating for you to be demoted from the hero course. You had the audacity to go after Stain when your brother would blame himself if you died. You fool, Izuku said, watching as Ida's expression shifted to shock. Izuku then charged at Stain, continuing to fight while speaking. Native, are you able to stand and escape with the student? He called out. Native replied that he couldn't, prompting Izuku to curse under his breath. Of course not, he muttered. Stain turned to Izuku, asking who he was. I am the pro-hero hunter, an American hero here on a special assignment but currently working out of UA for a short time. I assume you won't let me take Native and the reckless student away without a fight. Izuku stated, and Stain nodded. Indeed, they are fake heroes, but you seem like a good one. Are you a worthy hero like All Might? Stain asked. Izuku burst into laughter. All Might is a joke. You have no idea about the crimes he's committed that were covered up by the Hero Commission, and you think he's worthy? He questioned, challenging Stain's ideals. Stain grew angry and demanded to know who Izuku was to make such claims. Who am I, you ask? I am the stepson of All Might, neglected for years while my biological sister bullied me. That is who I am, so I know how worthy that man truly is, Izuku replied, leaving everyone in the alley stunned into silence. Then, a voice called out from above, asking Stain a question. Stain, do you still think All Might is a true hero knowing that? The voice belonged to Hitoshi. Good job, Siren. Order him to drop all his weapons and toss them on the ground, Izuku instructed. Hitoshi complied, and soon Stain was defenseless. Izuku wrapped shadows around him, knocking him out of his quirk. It's over, Stain. You've been defeated by my intern. You will face justice for your crimes, Izuku declared as Hitoshi placed quirk-canceling cuffs on Stain. Izuku then had Hitoshi call the police to report their location and request medical assistance. Later, they found themselves in the hospital, where Ida and Native were being treated. Izuku, frustrated with Ida's reckless actions, made a stop at Tensei Ida's room to heal him. Tensei was shocked to see Izuku and asked who he was. Izuku simply replied that he was a pro-hero. By the way, if you haven't been informed, your brother decided to hunt Stain down and almost died tonight. He's here in the hospital, and I want him to face consequences for his actions, Izuku said, watching as Tensei paled at the news. Izuku had arrived just in time to save Tensei before he was harmed. While he felt a sense of satisfaction in rescuing him, there was still a part of him that wished for consequences for those who acted recklessly, especially when it came to individuals like Ida. Tensei, still adjusting to his healed legs, asked Izuku for assistance in getting to the room. Once they arrived, they found the police chief reprimanding both Ida and Hitoshi. The chief was particularly upset with Hitoshi for using his quirk without a hero present. Izuku's frustration bubbled over. Excuse me, but what do you think you're doing reprimanding Hitoshi? He interjected, his tone sharp. The chief turned to him, demanding to know who he was. I am pro-hero hunter, and I want to know why you're scolding him, Izuku replied, his voice growing darker. The boy had no right to use his quirk, and we are considering charging them both with vigilantism, the chief stated. Hitoshi muttered something under his breath, which the chief heard, but he was too focused on Izuku's growing anger to pay attention. Absolutely not. You can pursue Ida for his actions, but Hitoshi had my permission to use his quirk during the incident. Do you really want to jeopardize your career over this? Izuku challenged, stepping closer to the chief, his irritation palpable. The chief, feeling the pressure, demanded to see Izuku's hero license. With a grin hidden behind his mask, Izuku presented his special agent license, causing the chief's expression to change as he realized the weight of Izuku's authority. Now I ask again. Are you sure you want to continue this confrontation? Because I can assure you, I will walk away from this unscathed, Izuku warned, his voice rising. The chief, realizing he had overstepped, took a step back and apologized for his accusations against Hitoshi. The room fell silent, surprised by the chief's swift change of demeanor. Ida and Hitoshi exchanged glances, realizing just how much power Izuku wielded. The chief then turned his attention back to Ida. I recommend that UA handle your case internally rather than escalate it legally. However, be aware that you may face expulsion from the hero course for your actions. Consider this your only warning, he said before leaving the room. Tensei, not finished with his brother, approached Ida and gave him a light smack. Ida was taken aback, surprised to see Tensei up and moving, but Tensei refused to answer any of his questions, as Izuku had advised him not to discuss certain matters. As the internship week concluded, news broke that pro-hero Hunter and his UA intern, Hitoshi, had successfully captured Stain during the Hosu attacks. The public was curious about Hunter, but little information was available. They knew he was younger than Hawks and had temporarily joined UA for a high-profile case, having come from America. Meanwhile, Izuku and Hitoshi spent the remaining time of their internship training and investigating the League of Villains. Despite the risks of involving someone inexperienced, Hitoshi's quirk proved invaluable for extracting information from villains. They interrogated several individuals, gathering crucial details about the League's whereabouts, which Izuku reported to the UN and the American Commission. They were pleased with the progress but were eager to locate the Doctor, the most significant threat. Eventually, it was time to return to UA, and Izuku felt a mix of anticipation and annoyance about the upcoming staff meeting regarding Ida. He expected All Might and Green Tornado to advocate for leniency, which frustrated him. As he entered the meeting room, he found himself surrounded by the first-year teaching staff, ready to discuss Tenya Ida's fate. Nizu began reading the police report aloud, outlining Ida's reckless pursuit of Stain for revenge and the subsequent need for rescue by Izuku and his intern. The staff prepared to deliberate on the appropriate course of action for Ida. Ida, the police chief of Hosu, had decided not to charge the boy with vigilantism following the incident, thanks to Izuku and his intern Hitoshi, who had successfully defeated Stain. Nizu explained that Ida was mentioned only as another intern who had been attacked alongside the pro-hero native. The room fell silent, and as Izuku had anticipated, All Might spoke up, suggesting leniency due to the emotional turmoil that had driven the boy's actions. Some staff members nodded in agreement with All Might, discussing how they should have intervened to prevent Ida from acting impulsively. Izuku rolled his eyes at their comments, recalling that he had warned Aizawa about Ida's potential actions, and UA had chosen not to intervene. Feeling compelled to speak, Izuku voiced his thoughts. Honestly, I think the kid should be removed from the hero course. UA has already lowered its standards this year, and allowing him to stay would only diminish them further. The room fell quiet at Izuku's bold statement. All Might responded, "What do you mean by lowering our standards? UA hasn't done that." Izuku smirked. "It has. UA has a zero-tolerance bullying policy that seems meaningless now, especially since we've accepted 3 known bullies. Now, you're suggesting that we allow someone who attempted murder to remain in the hero course." Ida went to Hosu with the intention of killing Stain in retaliation for his brother's attack, which left him crippled. That's a clear lowering of standards in my view. Silence enveloped the room after Izuku's words. Inko spoke up, asking if this was about Izumi, Katsuki, and Shoto being in UA, but Izuku clarified that he was merely pointing out a trend of UA lowering its standards. UA is starting to show that if you have a powerful quirk or connections, you can avoid meaningful consequences for your actions, he stated. Aizawa nodded, though he was reluctant to expel Ida from his class. I agree with Izuku, but I also don't want to kick Ida out at this time since his actions were halted. I should have done more to prevent this, but I didn't think of a way to stop him without rejecting his internship request. I share some of the blame for this, Aizawa admitted. He continued, Izuku is right that UA needs to impose a meaningful punishment. Here's what I propose for Ida. He won't be allowed to take the provisional exam until we are sure he won't repeat this behavior. He will be on probation for the rest of the semester. He will attend therapy with Hound Dog until he is cleared. He will write a paper on the impacts of vigilantism in society. A mark will be placed on his license indicating a violation of hero laws, though it won't specify the details. He will have to give up his position as class president. He will serve detention every other day for the rest of the semester, assisting staff or cleaning up the support department. The staff considered Aizawa's proposal, and Izuku expressed his satisfaction with the punishment, believing it was a fair consequence that would put Ida's place in the hero course at risk if he misstepped again. The rest of the staff quickly agreed, recognizing that leniency would indeed lower their standards. All Might and Green Tornado remained silent, realizing they were outvoted, and the decision was final. The discussion then shifted as Izuku updated everyone on the information he and Hitoshi had gathered during their internship while searching for the League of Villains. Nizu nodded, adjusting his focus on potential league bases as they narrowed down their search. The next topic was planning for the final exams. We should have them fight teachers, Izuku suggested. The room looked at him in surprise. Given the increase in threats, it would be beneficial for the first years to gain more combat experience. Have the teachers wear weights to slow them down, pairing 2 students against 1 teacher and a team of 3 for the last group due to uneven numbers. Before anyone could respond, Nizu immediately agreed. Let's do it. Power Loader, arrange for the support department to create weights for the exams. We need to finalize team placements before the exam date. Great idea, everyone. Meeting dismissed. Nizu announced, leaving the room in a state of confusion while Izuku simply rolled his eyes, knowing Nizu was eager for a chance to challenge the students. Chapter end. In a staff meeting at UA, it became clear that Izuku had a reputation for being quite vengeful. Those close to him knew this well, and newcomers quickly learned it too. As the staff discussed the upcoming final exams, it was decided that Izuku would face Yagi, Todoroki, and Bakugo. Despite All Might and Green Tornado's attempts to object, Nizu approved Aizawa's proposal, ignoring their concerns about Izuku's mischievous grin that hinted at trouble for the 3 students. Meanwhile, Stella and Hitoshi were set to fight All Might, prompting Izuku to jokingly warn All Might not to go down too easily, which left the teachers apprehensive about the potential power of Izuku's girlfriend and adoptive son. On a side note, Hitoshi's adoption had been finalized, and he was now Hisashi Midoriya, though they hadn't yet informed the class, as Hitoshi wanted to have a little fun with it. Even the Yagi family was unaware of the change since they missed the announcement. As the final exams approached, Izuku intensified Hitoshi's training. Hitoshi was improving significantly with the capture scarf, thanks to the rigorous training sessions with Aizawa and Izuku. Izuku also began teaching him about various support gear, including throwing knives laced with sleeping agents, which would help incapacitate villains. Hitoshi also received a mouthguard with a voice changer that allowed him to disguise his voice while still using his quirk. Finally, the day of the final exams arrived, and Izuku was all smiles. Stella reminded him to take it easy on their opponents, and though he rolled his eyes, he raised his hands in mock surrender when she shot him a glare. Hitoshi, with a cheeky grin, remarked that he was simply being respectful to his parents, leaving Izuku momentarily speechless at his son's sass. The 3 of them arrived at UA, ready for the exams. In the first round, Stella and Hitoshi faced All Might, and it was clear that All Might had underestimated them. After a comment about needing more than just fire and a mental quirk to defeat him, Hitoshi cleverly used his voice changer to mimic Izumi Yagi's voice, prompting All Might to respond. This allowed Stella to unleash a powerful fire attack, leaving All Might with a new scar across his chest. When All Might regained his composure, he attempted to counter with a punch of air, but Stella absorbed the impact, surprising everyone with her strength. Izuku chuckled at the students' astonishment, confidently stating that both he and his father could easily handle All Might. The revelation left Yagi, Todoroki, and Bakugo in shock, wondering about Izuku's biological father. As the match progressed, Stella targeted All Might's weights, effectively leveling the playing field. Eventually, she pinned All Might down, using her flames to restrain him. Recovery Girl, noticing All Might's declining condition, called the match in his favor, declaring him unable to continue due to health concerns. The staff and students were stunned by the outcome, especially given how fiercely Stella had fought. Next came the 3-on-1 match. Izuku entered the field, surrounded by crows that flew overhead before he settled down in the center of the mock city. With his eyes closed and hands outstretched, he controlled the shadows from a distance, a skill known only to him. As the buzzer sounded and the 3 students entered the city, an explosion of shadows erupted near them, sending them crashing into a building. The control room watched in awe as Izuku remained still, his hands weaving through the shadows around him. Is he really able to attack from that far of a distance? One of the teachers asked, astonished. The students and staff watched in shock as Izuku fought. Even All Might, hidden in the medical tents in his slim form, was taken aback by the display. The 3 students pressed forward, but no matter what they attempted, they couldn't move past 2 blocks in the simulated city. Nizu, observing the test, realized that the students had no chance of winning, which was not the intended outcome. They were supposed to have some opportunity to escape, so he decided to intervene. Over the intercom, Nizu requested Izuku to reduce his strength to give the students a fair chance. Izuku rolled his eyes and shrugged in response. Fine, I'll give them a chance. Can they hear me? He asked. Nizu switched the audio from the drone to the entire city. They can now, he confirmed. Izuku stood up and announced, the test is going to change a bit. Instead of fighting me, you will face one of my shadow clones. I've only put 5% of my power into these clones, so you have a better shot at defeating them. They can't control shadows from a distance like I can, so it will require more close combat with limited range. I will be exiting the ring, but if you can destroy my clone, it will count as a win. With that, Izuku created the clone, sprouted wings of shadows, and flew out of the city. The spectators were stunned, but Nizu allowed the exam to continue. The three students felt embarrassed that they couldn't even challenge Izuku, who hadn't moved from his starting position. Soon, they encountered the shadow clone, and the fight began. Bakugo attempted to blow the clone up, but it skillfully dodged the attacks, teleporting through nearby shadows. Everyone was amazed at how effectively the shadow clone fought, considering it was only 5% of Izuku's power. The exam time elapsed, and they had failed to land a single hit on the shadow clone, revealing the vast gap in their abilities. Izuku smirked, enjoying the display of his overwhelming power. Stella, however, was taken aback, as Izuku had never shown such strength when fighting her. She turned to him, curious. Why didn't you show that power against me? Of course I wouldn't. I care about you, so I never intended to crush your spirit. But with them, I don't mind if I break their spirits, it entertains me. Izuku replied, causing everyone to shudder, except for Stella and Hitoshi. So, sadistic tendencies run in our family now? I'm glad I got adopted by an awesome father, Hitoshi remarked, drawing confused looks from most of the staff, including All Might and Green Tornado. Izumi Yagi, shocked, asked what he meant. Hitoshi grinned wickedly and explained, I guess it was going to come out sooner or later. Izuku adopted me as his son. I am Hisashi Midoriya now, and whenever Stella marries him, she becomes my mother too. I already call them mom and dad since they care for me like that. Izuku shrugged. What? He's a chaotic germline like me, so I wanted him, so I took him. I dealt with his foster parents for their actions and pressured the government to grant me custody. One thing led to another, and I adopted him. Stella has taken to the mother role quite well, but our family has never been traditional. So please call him Midoriya from now on, he declared with a wide grin, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Nizu, sensing the silence, called an end to the exams and announced that everyone was free to go. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Stella walked away, leaving the stunned room behind. Izuku lay in bed, but it wasn't a restful sleep. He found himself in a dark void, standing up, which felt odd given the vividness of the experience. He knew he was asleep due to one of his quirks that provided status updates on his health, indicating he was in a strange mental state. As he moved around, he discovered a ruined city. The more he explored, the more ruins he found until he stumbled upon what appeared to be the past users of One for All and Izumi Yagi. Oh no, please don't tell me I somehow got Sekiri into One for All. That would be a nightmare if she starts appearing in my head, he thought as he approached them to listen in. Izumi was asking why she couldn't use One for All correctly. The first user, whom Izuku believed to be his uncle, responded, Izumi Yagi, daughter of the 8th user and grandchild of the 7th user, you should know why we won't allow you to use the quirk correctly. You have committed actions in your past that we cannot overlook. I still can't believe the 8th user handed you the quirk knowing what you did to your brother. Nana Shimura spoke next, continuing the conversation as Izuku listened intently. Izumi, Nana began, her voice steady as she addressed her granddaughter. We witnessed your memories when you received the quirk, just as we do with every new user. While we maintain a connection to the previous user, we no longer see their recent memories. We can only reflect on what we know since you inherited the quirk. Your actions stemmed from troubled thoughts that led to this outcome. Can you truly claim you deserve to wield this quirk when even your father has made disappointing choices? Nana's words hung in the air, a reminder of the past. Although she had given her children up, it was out of fear for their safety, not neglect. All Might, on the other hand, had chosen to have children but had abandoned one because of his quirkless status. Izuku, listening intently, realized that the previous users were unaware of his true lineage as all-for-one son. He had instructed All Might and Green Tornado to keep that information secret, which meant Izumi and the past users were oblivious to the truth. They only knew he wasn't All Might's biological son, but not the full extent of his heritage, which brought a smirk to his face. As the conversation continued, Izumi expressed her longing to improve and reconnect with her brother, hoping he would forgive her for her past actions. Izuku rolled his eyes at her naivete. Forgiveness won't come easily, he thought, recalling the damage the quirk had caused. Though she had gained some control through a full cowl mode, it was short-lived and came with its own drawbacks. Izuku felt a surge of frustration as he remembered the memories from his early childhood, memories he wished he could erase. The past users spoke of the quirk's purpose, to combat great evil. Yet, they doubted Izumi's ability to wield it effectively. He chuckled inwardly, knowing they were unaware that his father had abandoned his villainous ways, and the chaos caused by the Nomu was not his doing. Deciding it was time to intervene, Izuku approached and casually draped his arm around his uncle's shoulder. The atmosphere shifted, everyone tensed, and some of the past users recoiled in surprise at his sudden appearance. Nana's eyes widened in recognition. "You're Izuku." "My grandson," she exclaimed, prompting a mix of confusion and shock among the others. Izumi stared at her brother in disbelief. "Oni-chan?" she called, but Izuku's glare made her flinch. The first user studied Izuku closely, a look of realization dawning on his face. "The more I look at you, the more familiar you seem." "Why is that?" he asked. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. "I would hope so, considering I share some features with my father," he replied, watching as the first user's eyes widened in shock. "My brother had a family," the first user stammered, causing a ripple of astonishment among the others. Nana felt a wave of disgust wash over her as she processed the implications. How could her daughter have been involved with the man who had caused so much pain? "Indeed he did," Izuku confirmed. "He gave up being the world's #1 villain when I was born, but All Might disrupted that when he nearly killed him one day. I ended up with my father years later after suffering neglect and abuse at the hands of the 8th and 9th users. Ironic, isn't it? The villain became the hero while the heroes turned into villains." He summoned his shadow quirk, creating a chair to sit down, leaving the past users in stunned silence. Izumi, confused, looked to Izuku for clarity. "Yagi, you seem puzzled. Did no one ever tell you the full story of One for All?" he asked. She nodded, sharing what she knew, which was only part of the narrative. Izuku sighed. Of course, All Might would pass down a legacy filled with bloodshed without revealing the entire truth. As he recounted the complete story, Izumi's expression shifted as she connected the dots. "So, you're saying your biological father is all for one, and our fathers have been enemies? Yours even killed every past user?" she asked, her voice trembling. Izuku nodded. "And I possess all for one too, but in a more advanced form. My father took it from me at Brdh to protect me from its dangers. He never had the chance to return it until we reunited, especially after All Might tried to kill him." The revelation left Izumi and the past users in shock. As they sat in silence, Izuku's thoughts drifted back to the memories he wished to forget, memories that pressed him to make a decision he dreaded. "Uncle," he called, and his uncle approached, concern etched on his face. "Give her the ability to control One for All without interference from you all. You are acting no better than she did when she harmed me, so step down from your high horses. You're allowing her to be harmed by the quirk. If you didn't want her as a wielder, you could have rejected the transfer. I can sense that you had the capability to do so," Izuku declared, causing Izumi and the past users to widen their eyes in surprise. His uncle questioned why he would make such a request. Izuku rolled his eyes and glanced at his sister. "I don't know. My memories of the girl from before I was 4 keep bothering me as you all talk down to her. It's ironic that I'm helping my abuser." "Fantastic," he exclaimed, shrugging off the situation. Izumi's eyes widened as tears began to fall, prompting a scoff from Izuku. "Oh, don't start crying now. This doesn't mean I forgive you or anything. I still dislike you and believe you shouldn't have been accepted into the hero course. I've advocated for you all to be removed several times already and won't hide my feelings about you three. But I won't stand by and let you be harmed just because people think they're better than you, he stated firmly. Izumi nodded in understanding, while their uncle observed the exchange. Maybe he is telling the truth about my brother stopping his evil schemes, thought the first user. Izuku then turned to the past users, sighing as he prepared to address them. Listen closely, as you'll only hear this once. My father wants to express his apologies for, well, you know what happened to you all. Grandmother, he didn't know Inko was your daughter since she was adopted by another family. He only learned later after they separated, as Inko chose to be with All Might not long after my father's disappearance. I'm curious how she became so neglectful when I was quirkless. I've never understood that, nor did my father. Nana felt disturbed by the revelation of All for One being with her daughter but set her feelings aside as she told Izuku she didn't know how that happened either. Izumi remained silent, recognizing it was not the time to defend her mother, acknowledging that her family had wronged Izuku. Anyway, can someone tell me why I'm here? I was enjoying a comfortable sleep when I found myself in this situation, Izuku remarked, and everyone exchanged confused glances. They shrugged, and he shook his head, recalling that the past users had mentioned something he wanted to clarify. Oh, right, about those Nomu. We know who is creating them, and it's not my father. It's a doctor with a quirk that has allowed him to live over a century. He worked for my dad at one point before I was born. Izuku glanced at Yagi, his expression serious. You can't talk about my quirk, my father, or the reason I'm in Japan to anyone. If you need to discuss something, go to Nizu, your parents, or, as much as I hate to say it, come to me, but only if it's important. Yagi lowered her head, understanding his reluctance to engage with her outside of their shared connection to the one-for-all quirk. Just then, they noticed the two children beginning to fade away. Yagi panicked, and Izuku rolled his eyes. Calm down. It seems we're waking up, he called out, trying to reassure her. She nodded, though she thought she heard him mutter a wish for her to have a good day, which left her questioning her sanity. In truth, Izuku had said it, but he was frustrated with himself for doing so, haunted by memories from his early childhood. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by Stella shaking him. Concern etched on her face, she explained, you had green lightning around you, similar to how One for All appears around Yagi. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized he had somehow copied One for All. When did I copy One for All? He exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Stella took a deep breath, trying to calm him down so they could think clearly. As they dressed and made their way to the living room, Stella presented a theory. What if, because One for All originated with your father and uncle, your quirk somehow synchronized with it? Maybe your bloodline called out to it without you even realizing. Izuku considered her words, finding that it was the only explanation that made sense at the moment. He was still angry about having the quirk and frustrated by his earlier conversation with Yagi in the dreamscape. He shared everything that had happened with Stella and Hitoshi, who offered their perspectives on the matter. As Izuku reflected on their insights, he acknowledged that his memories of happier times before everything changed were resurfacing. His protective instincts, which he thought he had buried, were reawakening, likely triggered by his fatherly feelings toward Hitoshi. He realized that his longing to protect Yagi stemmed from those same instincts, but that didn't mean he was pleased about it. In fact, it only added to his frustration. Chapter End. Izuku Midoriya had a sinking feeling that things would go wrong. He had advocated for the summer training camp to be held on the UA campus, close to help, but his concerns were dismissed. All Might and Green Tornado had convinced others that isolation would keep the students safe from the league, a notion Izuku found illogical. As he left the meeting, he warned All Might, if anything happens to my son or my partner Stella because of this decision, I will hold those responsible accountable. I will also make sure everyone knows that All Might and Green Tornado influenced this choice. With that, he stormed out, frustration boiling inside him. Aizawa shared Izuku's concerns but was also outvoted. Nizu, remaining impartial, had refrained from voting but believed sending the students to the camp was a reasonable idea since the location had been changed. As the days passed and the second day of the training trip arrived, Izuku's unease grew. He felt something ominous about the trip, but knowing UA wouldn't take action, he decided to reach out to the UN to see if there were any special agents in Japan. Unfortunately, he was the only agent available. He explained the situation and his concerns about the camp, and they advised him to head in that direction and be prepared. Driving towards the camp, Izuku's instincts proved correct. Halfway there, he spotted smoke rising from the forest. Pulling out his phone, he quickly alerted the UN that the camp was under attack and urged them to notify any nearby heroes. He then teleported closer, though the jump left him exhausted. "I made it, but I'm not at full strength," he thought as he rushed into the forest, praying he wasn't too late. Hearing a scream, he sprinted towards the sound. The dense trees made teleportation difficult, forcing him to navigate by foot until he could see what was happening. There, he spotted a burned figure holding a student close, sludge oozing from his mouth as he prepared to teleport them away. Recognizing the student as Hitoshi, Izuku's anger surged. He launched himself forward using his Shadow WHPS to snatch Hitoshi away just in time. The attacker vanished, but Izuku's focus remained on his son. After checking Hitoshi for injuries, Izuku listened as Hitoshi recounted the events of the camp. Just then, Stella appeared, bringing a wave of relief to Izuku. He guided Hitoshi, Stella, and other students back to the camp. They encountered no more villains, but upon arrival, they learned that Bakugo had been taken, targeted for his aggressive behavior during the sports final, according to a captured villain who had fallen under Hitoshi's quirk. As the police questioned the situation, Izuku presented his special agent license, silencing their doubts. He instructed Hitoshi to continue interrogating the villain, and they soon discovered the location of a bar and a Nomu factory. However, they suspected there was another Nomu factory that the villain hadn't disclosed, which frustrated Izuku. Once all students and staff were accounted for, Izuku turned to Aizawa and Vlad King. "I warned you all this was a bad idea. If I hadn't arrived when I did, my son could have been captured too. After this, I will hold All Might, Green Tornado, and UA accountable for this decision. I don't care if the school gets shut down. I can transfer Stella and Hitoshi elsewhere," he declared, striding past them to ensure his family boarded the bus. After the students were safely on their way, Izuku called Nizu. "Hello, Izuku," Nizu greeted, already anticipating the call. "We have the location of the League's bar and a Nomu factory. Prepare a raid team, we need to end this. There's also a potential second Nomu factory, but we need more information," Izuku instructed. Nizu acknowledged the plan and waited for Izuku to continue. "I know you're expecting me to be angry. Don't worry, that will come when I hold All Might, Green Tornado, and UA publicly responsible for this. But first, we need to focus on getting Bakugo back and stopping the League," Izuku said before hanging up. He then took a quick power nap in his car, knowing he would need his strength for what lay ahead. Once he was in his car, Izuku drove back to UA, his anger growing with each passing moment. Upon arriving, he noticed reporters gathered outside the gates. Determined, he walked toward them and pushed through the crowd. When they inquired about his identity, he introduced himself as Pro-Hero Hunter, and they recognized him from the stain incident. The reporters pressed for his opinions, but Izuku replied that he would share his thoughts once they located the missing student, a detail he knew was already circulating among the police. They allowed him to pass, and he entered the school, pulling out his phone when it vibrated. It was a message from Stella, updating him on her and Hitoshi. He thanked her for the information and informed her that he was at UA preparing for upcoming meetings. As he stepped into the meeting room, an immediate chill filled the air. All Might tensed at Izuku's presence, but Izuku remained silent, taking a seat near his uncle, hoping to maintain his composure. After about half an hour, the room was filled with pro-heroes, police, and other personnel planning the raid. Nizu began discussing the information gathered through a student's quirk and the locations they had identified. Endeavor then asked about the plan. Nizu explained that a raid team would head to the bar where they believed Bakugo was being held, while other heroes would target the Nomu factory. However, it was noted that Izuku was not assigned to any specific location, as Nizu stated he would operate as he saw fit due to his status as a special agent. As the plans for the raid were finalized, Izuku received troubling news from Stella. Yagi was leading Todoroki and some classmates who intended to rescue Bakugo, believing the heroes were not acting quickly enough. Izuku rolled his eyes. It hadn't even been a full day, and the raid was scheduled for nightfall, aiming to recover Bakugo within a 2-day time frame. He authorized Hitoshi to use his quirk to keep the students confined at the school until someone from UA could arrive to handle the situation. Once the room cleared of all but UA staff, Izuku spoke up. "Well, that is quite concerning," he remarked, drawing their attention. "What happened?" Aizawa asked, sensing something significant was amiss. "After this is over, Yagi should be removed from the hero course. She's trying to lead Todoroki and her classmates into vigilantism," Izuku declared, and All Might expressed disbelief. "Oh, it's true. Stella just warned me that the 1A class is planning to take matters into their own hands to save Bakugo because they think the heroes aren't moving fast enough. I had to authorize Hitoshi to detain them, so someone from UA needs to officially intervene. If I go, I won't hold back my frustration, and this feels like a repeat of Ida's situation." Izuku sighed, shaking his head. "What is going on with your class, Uncle Aizawa? It seems the recklessness from Ida has spread to more of your students." Aizawa cursed under his breath, while All Might and Green Tornado looked down in shame. Aizawa agreed to go retrieve them, acknowledging they were his students, and Izuku nodded in response. Chapter end. As Stella, Hitoshi, and their classmates from 1A and 1B were taken to the hospital, Stella sent Izuku a text to inform him of their condition. He replied, thanking her and mentioning that he was heading into a meeting about Bakugo, promising to talk to them later. Stella then shared Izuku's location with Hitoshi, who expressed his gratitude. They sat together in silence, enjoying each other's company. After a moment, Hitoshi broke the silence. "Is it wrong that I find a dark humor in the fact that Bakugo was the one kidnapped and my dad saved me in time? It feels like karma for how he and the others treated him." Stella paused before responding. "It's not wrong to think that, but I wouldn't say it in front of the others. They don't know everything about their past and might see it as cruel. Besides, they're not as close to Izuku as we are, so they'd find it troubling too. I have similar thoughts, honestly. I'm just glad you weren't taken." She rubbed Hitoshi's back as they continued to watch the news reports. Several hours later, they heard a knock on the door. To Stella's surprise, it was their classmates from 1A. She was puzzled by their visit, especially since Kirishima had become close with Bakugo, unaware of his past actions. It struck her as ironic that someone who opposed bullying would befriend those who had bullied others. She welcomed them in and noticed Yagi and Todoroki were with them, which annoyed her, but she decided to let it go for now. "What can we do for you all?" Stella asked, but the room fell silent as everyone looked at Yagi. He stepped forward, a serious expression on his face. "We were planning to rescue Bakugo. It's been nearly half a day, and we don't know what the League is doing to him. Yaoyorozu has a tracking device that can help us locate him. We want to go after him and see if you would help since you're so powerful." Stella was taken aback. Yagi had the audacity to ask her to rescue one of Izuku's tormentors. "There are many reasons for my answer, but no," she replied flatly. The students who had agreed to go were visibly shocked. Among them were Yagi, Todoroki, Kirishima, Siro, and possibly Yaoyorozu, mostly friends of Bakugo and the others, except for Ashido and Kaminari, who were still unconscious. Kirishima asked why she wouldn't join them, insisting they shouldn't leave Bakugo to the League. Stella shook her head. "I'm not going to break the law just because you want to save him." During the discussion, she texted Izuku about their plans, and he authorized Hitoshi to use his quirk to keep them contained. She showed her phone to Hitoshi, who nodded, waiting for the right moment. "You know, if you go through with this, you can kiss your place at UA goodbye. It's foolish to ask Hitoshi or me to save Bakugo when we want nothing to do with him. Debating whether he deserves it or not isn't our place, but going out to commit vigilantism isn't something I'm willing to do for someone like Bakugo. If it were for Hitoshi maybe, but for Bakugo? I wouldn't risk my future for him," Stella stated firmly. The others were stunned, but Yagi and Todoroki seemed to understand her reasoning even if they didn't agree. Kirishima argued that it wasn't heroic to deny someone help. Stella snapped back, Bakugo isn't being denied rescue. The pro-heroes are handling it, and you all would be risking his life by going after him. As the conversation continued, Hitoshi spoke up. Hey guys, he said, gaining their attention. I'll go. He continued, UA's all about going beyond. The others finished the phrase, allowing him to trap them all with his quirk. Sit down and wait until a teacher from UA gets here, Hitoshi instructed, glancing at Stella. We need to be careful with Yagi since she has broken out of it before. Stella nodded, knowing they were fortunate that Yagi remained contained this time. After about 30 minutes, a teacher from UA arrived, Eraserhead. He assessed the situation and looked to Stella and Hitoshi for details. They explained the others' plan and their uncertainty about Yaoyorozu's involvement. Eraserhead nodded, instructing Hitoshi to release the control while commending him for holding it for so long. Thanks to my dad's training, Hitoshi replied with a smirk, and Aizawa acknowledged him. As the students emerged from the quirk control, they paled at the sight of Aizawa. He turned to them, stating, it was unwise to ask two people who have no interest in rescuing Bakugo for help when pro-heroes are already on the job. You will all be under my supervision at UA since you've been discharged, as I can't trust you not to break the law. Now, get moving. The bus is outside to take you to campus. The students lowered their heads in shame, some grumbling about feeling betrayed by their classmates, while Hitoshi simply rolled his eyes. Don't ask me to commit crimes when there's no real need for it, Hitoshi snapped, causing his companions to flinch at the truth of his words. The heroes were already working on the situation, and there was no genuine reason for them to take matters into their own hands. Soon, they were all on the bus heading to UA as darkness enveloped the city. The pro-heroes would be launching their raid in just a few hours, and all they could do was watch as history unfolded before them, revealing several secrets along the way. Izuku perched on the edge of a building, contemplating the news he had received from Stella. Aizawa had indeed managed to stop her reckless classmates from attempting an illegal rescue raid that could have ended in disaster. They're foolish to think they could make a difference against a group that created a weapon powerful enough to challenge All Might, he thought bitterly. The raid on the bar and warehouse was imminent, and Izuku's focus was solely on the doctor. He intended to leave the other heroes and All Might to pursue Bakugo, determined to bring the entire league to an end. As he waited, Izuku heard footsteps behind him and turned to find All Might approaching. What do you want, All Might? He asked, his tone flat. All Might, in his slimmer form, took a seat beside Izuku. I wanted to discuss a few things. First, I owe you an apology for not heeding your concerns about the training camp. Hindsight is always clear, he admitted. Izuku rolled his eyes in response. If you think this will stop me from confronting you, your family, and the school after all this is over, you're mistaken. UA has made too many mistakes, believing they were untouchable, and they've been proven wrong time and again. All Might shook his head, clarifying that it wasn't about stopping him. Izuku had every right to pursue justice, especially as Hitoshi's parent. Secondly, I want to apologize for your childhood. Your mother and I failed to see what Izumi was doing and how we treated you, despite my own experiences with being quirkless. We should have done better, he continued. Izuku tensed, unprepared for this conversation. Fine. If we're having this talk, then let's have it. Did you know Dad made me promise something? Izuku said, his voice steady yet charged. All Might remained silent, listening intently. He made me promise not to repeat his mistakes, not to seek revenge on you and your family for the pain I felt. He made me promise not to harm your daughter for the suffering she caused me. I'm struggling to keep that promise because I want you all to understand my pain. Izuku stood up, glaring at All Might, who flinched slightly. I want you to feel the agony I endured. For years, I went to bed wondering why the person I saw as a father hated me. Why my own mother and sister turned against me. I wanted you all to suffer and comprehend what it was like for me to endure wounds without medical care. I had to live with self-hatred for years, even after Dad found me. The only reason I keep my green hair and eyes is because Stella loves them and encourages me to accept myself. I wanted you to feel what it was like to contemplate ending it all. I wanted you to understand my brokenness, how I resorted to harming myself for a sense of control. I wanted you to realize that while you had Gran Torino and others to support you, I had no one. I had no one to turn to, no one to help me from breaking. I had no one to care for because you kept them away with your lies. I hate you all. Izuku's voice rose in anger, shadows swirling around him as his emotions threatened to overwhelm him. Memories from his past held him back from acting on his rage. Those memories. I despise them, yet they prevent me from following the path Dad wanted me to avoid, he thought as he took deep breaths to regain control. All Might sat in stunned silence, absorbing Izuku's outburst. Please leave, All Might, while I can still manage my emotions. Discussing these topics without Stella or my father nearby isn't wise, Izuku said, his voice strained but calm. All Might stood and took a few steps back before turning his head. I am truly sorry for what we did to you. I hope that one day we can sit down and enjoy each other's company, but I don't know if I can ever make it up to you. I'm sorry, my boy. With that, All Might transformed and leaped away. Once alone, Izuku finally broke down, tears streaming down his face. I hate them. I hope you're happy with your 8th user of One for All, Uncle, because I find him annoying, he muttered as he composed himself once more. Izuku needed to concentrate on the upcoming raid scheduled for an hour from now. He decided to head to the bar where the raid team was gathering, hoping to find the doctor there first. While he waited, crows flew and perched around the warehouse, observing the situation. As the minutes ticked by, Izuku received a message from the UN. His orders had shifted slightly, they now wanted anyone affiliated with the League of Villains eliminated if capture was not an option, with a priority on the doctor and Shigaraki. Izuku confirmed the orders, a knot forming in his stomach as he wondered if All Might would resent him after this. The reason for his concern was clear. Shigaraki was Tenko Shimura, a fact Izuku had uncovered during his research. It was a painful revelation, as a family had perished years ago in an incident similar to the destruction of the gate at UA. Izuku had sought to uncover Shigaraki's true identity, initially doubting the name was genuine. His investigation led him to discover that Tenko Shimura had never been confirmed dead, while the rest of the family's quirks were documented. It became evident that Tenko had been transformed into Shigaraki at the hands of the doctor. Izuku pondered the implications, realizing the doctor likely intended to torment All Might by turning his mentor's MSDR's grandson into a villain. The UN was aware of Shigaraki's true identity, but they deemed him too unstable for redemption, especially given the numerous deaths linked to him. They were determined to dismantle the League that night to prevent further undermining of heroes in Japan, particularly as the UN was already investigating corruption within Japan's commission. Feeling the weight of his thoughts, Izuku decided to call Stella for some comfort after his conversation with All Might. On the phone, she reassured him that his anger was justified and expressed pride in his ability to control it instead of lashing out. Grateful for her support, Izuku glanced at the time and realized he needed to prepare for the raid. Stella urged him to be careful and return home safely, to which he promised he would. I love you, Stella. When you graduate, I'm putting a ring on that finger, he said with a chuckle, hearing her surprised reaction before hanging up. A moment later, he received a text from her calling him an idiot, but affectionately adding that he was her lovable idiot. Hitoshi then messaged him, mentioning that Stella had accidentally broken several dishes just before he arrived home. Izuku laughed at the chaos and told Hitoshi to stay with Stella, knowing the night would be tumultuous. Hitoshi agreed, and they prepared for the challenges ahead. Chapter End. Izuku stood outside the bar, preparing for the raid team's arrival. He focused on manipulating the shadows, hoping to strike Shigaraki if he was inside. If the doctor was present, he would target him first, but Izuku wanted to avoid drawing attention from the other heroes. As a special agent hero, he was trained to eliminate threats without hesitation, unlike standard heroes who often struggled with such decisions. The UN provided clear reasons for their kill orders, ensuring that agents like Izuku understood the necessity of their actions. He waited patiently for the right moment. When All Might broke through the wall, Izuku seized the opportunity. Using a crow, he sent a few flies into the building to scout. Once the dust settled, he spotted Bakugo cornered by members of the League. In an instant, Kamui woods ensnared them with his branches. Just as Dabi prepared to ignite the place, Gran Torino burst in, knocking him out. Izuku recognized the perfect chance to strike Shigaraki. He used the branches of Kamui woods to conceal his shadows, thinking, "Sorry, Kamui woods, but this is too good an opportunity to pass up." He manipulated the shadows to gather around Shigaraki's heart, waiting for the right moment to make it look like an accident during the chaos of battle. As All Might questioned the whereabouts of the doctor, Shigaraki erupted in laughter. Suddenly, Nomu appeared, a surprise given the recent destruction of the Nomu factory. Izuku realized there must be another factory they hadn't accounted for. As the heroes engaged with the Nomus, Bakugo and the others began to teleport away. Seizing the moment, Izuku struck, using his shadows to pierce Shigaraki's chest, effectively ending his life. To any observer, it would appear as if a heart rupture had caused his demise. In mere moments, Shigaraki lay lifeless on the ground, mistaken for merely being knocked out by the others. Back at the bar, All Might cursed as the villains escaped and received news about the raid team at the factory. He and Gran Torino rushed to the second site while Izuku teleported to the warehouse area. Upon arrival, he surveyed the destruction and cursed the doctor for the chaos caused by the Nomus. "I'll need to intervene directly, which complicates my ability to eliminate him discreetly," he thought, scanning for a chance to turn the tide of battle. Just then he spotted Best Jeanist in peril. Izuku jumped in, using his shadows to toss a Nomu away. "You alright?" he asked, and the hero nodded, ready to fight again. Izuku created shadow clones to assist other heroes and help evacuate civilians. Moments later, All Might arrived, charging at the main Nomus surrounding the doctor. "He shouldn't have gone in alone. We need to work together," Izuku thought, noting the formidable quirks of the main Nomus. As they fought, the heroes pressed forward, but All Might found himself overwhelmed. "This is why I call him an idiot," Izuku muttered, drawing confused looks from his teammates. "Okay, let's split into 4 squads around my shadow clones. I'll switch between them as needed. We need to get All Might out of danger," he instructed. Best Jeanist recognized Izuku's leadership and rallied the heroes to follow his plan. With renewed determination, the squads advanced, overhearing a tense exchange between the doctor and a struggling All Might. Bakugo and the villains, including the deceased Shigaraki, were gathered near the doctor, shielded by the Nomu. Bakugo felt trapped, but Izuku had a plan to rescue him. "Did you know, All Might, that Shigaraki is actually your MSDR's grandson? His real name is Tenko Shimura," the doctor revealed, causing All Might to pale at the shocking news. Struggling to rise as the crowd urged him to fight, Izuku seized the moment. "Heroes, attack," he commanded. As the heroes diverted the doctor's attention, Izuku summoned his crows to teleport right into the midst of the villains. He swiftly grabbed Bakugo and teleported to Best Jeanist. "Best Jeanist, take Bakugo and get him out of here. I need to handle the Nomu," Izuku instructed, leaving everyone astonished by his speed. The doctor, furious at the sight of his hostage being taken, shouted, You're the pro-hero hunter who's been causing me trouble." News helicopters focused their cameras on Izuku, who responded with a chuckle, "Indeed, that's me. Now, how about you surrender? It's time for this to end, don't you think?" The doctor's anger flared. "It's time to end this, but with your and All Might's deaths. Nomu, kill All Might." Cursing under his breath, Izuku leaped toward All Might, intercepting a deadly blow meant for him. "All Might, you're at your limit. Get out of here," he urged. All Might, determined, replied, "I still have some fight left." He struck a Nomu that threatened a hero, but Izuku rolled his eyes, thinking, "If you stay, your true form will be revealed." As the battle raged on, Izuku landed blows on the main Nomu, secretly attempting to extract its quirks. However, his efforts only weakened the creature. The fight escalated when one Nomu struck All Might, sending him flying. As the dust settled, the world gasped at the sight of All Might's frail form. The doctor ordered his Nomu to halt, wanting everyone to witness the downfall of their symbol of peace. Look at your pathetic state, All Might. What will you do now that you can barely stand? You would likely fall to the next attack, wouldn't you? The doctor taunted. Izuku felt a chill at the implications of those words. Nomu number 3, deliver the killing blow to All Might, the doctor commanded. Heroes rushed to help, but they were too far away. Izuku, frustrated, shouted, "This is why I told you to leave." In a desperate move, Izuku teleported in front of All Might, taking the blow meant for him. The Nomu's claw pierced through his stomach, a painful reminder of the stakes at hand. In a nearby living room, Stella watched the battle unfold on TV, her heart heavy with dread. She believed in Izuku's ability to win, but an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. Hitoshi, sensing the tension, asked, "Something's going to happen to Dad, isn't it?" She nodded, knowing that Hitoshi truly saw them as his parents, despite the playful banter. As the battle intensified, Stella's fears materialized when All Might's weakened form was revealed. "He should have left if he was that close to his limit," she exclaimed in frustration. But the feeling of dread only deepened as she witnessed the Nomu prepare to strike the final blow. Stella fell to her knees as Izuku stood between All Might and the Nomu, the creature's claws piercing him. "No. Why did you do it for him?" she cried, tears streaming down her face. Despite Izuku's healing quirks, she knew he was not invincible. Hitoshi, in shock, echoed her sentiments. "He is so sleeping on the couch when he gets home for this." Stella hugged Hitoshi tightly, trying to reassure him. "He has healing quirks, he'll be okay, just tired when he gets home," she said, though her own heart raced with worry. Hitoshi nodded, his gaze fixed on the screen, both of them hoping for a miracle. Meanwhile, at UA, Nizu and the faculty watched the battle unfold in disbelief. All Might's true form had been revealed to the world, leaving everyone in shock as they processed the gravity of the situation. Aizawa seized the opportunity to deliver an important lesson. "This is why you were stopped from going. You would have died going there, do you understand?" He yelled at his students, who had foolishly wanted to rush in to save Bakugo, who had already been rescued by Izuku. The students nodded in fear, while Izumi clung to her mother, both terrified for their family member's safety. As they sat there, the order from the doctor blared from the television, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. They had expected to see All Might in peril, but instead, they saw Izumi Midoriya standing between the creature and All Might. "No! My baby boy! No!" Inko cried out in disbelief as she watched her son get injured. Despite their troubled relationship, her love for him remained strong. Izumi fell to her knees in shock, while Todoroki tried to comfort her, but his efforts were in vain. Their classmates stared at the screen in horror as they witnessed the pro-hero hunter overpowering All Might. Across Japan and the world, viewers watched as Izuku pulled the claw from his stomach, shadows rising around him. The camera crews, gathering their courage, moved closer with their helicopter to capture the moment. "DMN. That hurt. No matter, it's time to stop holding back. Let's hope there's something left to identify your body, Doctor," Izuku declared, his voice steady despite the pain. As shadows swirled around his wound, they suddenly dissipated, revealing that he was completely healed. "Oh? Your quirk allows you to manipulate shadows, doesn't it? That's how you created clones of yourself," the doctor exclaimed, misunderstanding the nature of Izuku's abilities. Izuku chuckled softly but chose not to correct him. In a swift motion, he grabbed the Nomu's face, and with a powerful explosion, the creature burst apart as shadows erupted from within. "What did you just do?" the doctor shouted, panic rising in his voice. Izuku, now surrounded by swirling shadows that formed large wings and a crown, replied darkly, "I filled it with my shadows until it couldn't take it anymore and exploded. I'm going to do the same to every single one of your creations, and then I'm coming for you, Doctor. You've pushed me too far." With that, he charged forward, creating a scythe from the shadows that cut through the Nomus effortlessly, forcing shadows into their bodies until they exploded. The overwhelming display of power left everyone in shock, but Izuku was focused solely on the doctor. Sensing his fear, the doctor ordered his team to retreat. "We're leaving." "Pick up the knocked-out men and group together now," he yelled. Izuku, determined not to let them escape, created shadow clones to deal with the remaining Nomus and dashed toward the doctor. Just then, Endeavor intervened, slamming into a Nomu and setting it ablaze, ensuring its demise. "End that demon doctor already," he shouted. "With pleasure." Izuku responded, reforming his scythe and using his speed-enhancing quirks to appear right in front of the doctor. He swung down, but the doctor's body suddenly touched with another figure, Dabi, who was cut in half instead. Izuku turned to see the doctor standing where Dabi had been. "Oh, Doctor, I can go through them all if I need to. I won't let you walk away from this alive. You will cause future problems," he warned, narrowing his eyes. The doctor, realizing the gravity of his situation, yelled for the League members to stop Izuku, but they raised their hands in surrender, not wanting to face him after losing Dabi and many of the Nomus. With only one main Nomu left, which Endeavor was currently dispatching, the tide had turned. As Izuku approached the doctor, the latter crawled backward, realizing he had made a critical error by underestimating Izuku and not having an escape plan. The doctor contemplated surrendering, thinking it might buy him time. "I surrender. I give up," he shouted, causing Izuku's blade to freeze midair. "Fine then. Don't fight arrest because the moment you do, you die. Do you understand?" Izuku asked, and the doctor nodded, a smile creeping onto his face as police and other heroes arrived on the scene. As the doctor was loaded into the police van, he noticed Izuku's smirk, which sent a shiver down his spine. Unbeknownst to the doctor, Izuku had a crow flying overhead, positioned perfectly to see inside the van. As night fell, shadows from the moon cast a perfect cover. Once the van was a safe distance away, Izuku struck with his shadows, ending the doctor's life in a way that made it appear as though he had suffered a heart attack, an understandable outcome after such an intense confrontation, especially for someone of the doctor's age. After confirming with his shadows that the doctor's heart had stopped beating, Izuku waited several minutes to ensure that there would be no chance of revival. He then withdrew his shadows and pulled out his phone to inform the authorities that Shigaraki was dead, along with the doctor. The UN and American officials were puzzled, having witnessed both individuals being placed into vans. With a smirk, Izuku explained how Shigaraki had actually died during their previous encounter, while the authorities believed he was merely unconscious from the bar incident. They would discover the truth when they examined him at the prison. He then detailed how he had ended the doctor's life while he was being transported in the van. The officials expressed their gratitude for his efforts and requested an update on the entire case in a day or so, once he had rested and gathered information from the League's bases to determine the next steps. Izuku assured them via text that he would notify them when he was ready and pocketed his phone. As he surveyed the battlefield, he noted the extensive damage and destruction surrounding him, but also the numerous cameras aimed in his direction. He shook his head, relieved that his mask had remained intact. However, he anticipated that Stella would insist he sleep on the couch for the part he played in the fight. As he walked through the chaos, the media attempted to engage him with questions, but he chose to ignore them. Izuku created a large number of clones and sat down, instructing them to begin searching for survivors. "This is really draining my energy," he muttered. Despite his exhaustion, everyone was impressed by his dedication to the search and rescue efforts as his clones worked diligently to locate those trapped under the rubble. In truth, Izuku was using his clones to find people hidden beneath the debris, giving them a better chance of survival while also avoiding a confrontation at home. Days passed since the battle known as the Kamino Ward incident, and it had been a challenging few days for Izuku. Stella had made him sleep on the couch, glaring at him for taking a blow for all might. Hitoshi, equally frustrated, offered no support. They both understood Izuku's reasoning but still disapproved of his actions. As a result, Izuku endured several nights on the couch, struggling to sleep without Stella by his side. He found that he could manage a power nap when things were good between them, but when they weren't, his body seemed to conspire against him, refusing to cooperate. By the end of the second day, however, he was back in bed with Stella, finally able to rest. Aside from his personal struggles, Izuku had learned the locations of other Nomu factories, and the heroes successfully raided them without his involvement. He reported back to his superiors in America and the UN, confirming that his mission was complete. This brought up a pressing issue as he sat in the living room with Stella and Hitoshi. As you both know, I was assigned to Japan due to my case, Izuku began, and they nodded in acknowledgement. Now that my case is resolved, the officials are asking if I want to be reassigned to America or what my next steps should be. We need to decide, he explained. They looked at him, curious about his preference. Honestly, I'd prefer to go back to America. I wouldn't have to face everyone from my past, but I know you two have made friends here, so I don't want this to be solely about me, he admitted. Hitoshi, who didn't have many friends outside of Izuku and Stella, shrugged. I don't mind either way. If we go, can I still attend a hero school in America? Hitoshi asked, and Izuku confirmed that he could. The American officials had already arranged for both Stella and Hitoshi to attend a school in New York, which pleased Hitoshi. Izuku then turned to Stella for her thoughts. I like the friends I've made here, but I also want to go back to America to be with our parents. Plus, some classmates might not be too fond of us for exposing their plans to UA. Let's take a few more days to decide, Stella suggested. Izuku agreed and texted the officials, requesting a few more days to make their decision, which they accepted. A few days later, Izuku was invited to a meeting at UA to discuss the recent events. He found himself in a tense room with the staff, including Nizu, the police detective, Sir Night Eye, Gran Torino, and Endeavor. Nizu opened the meeting, stating, I wanted to inform you all that the doctor from the League of Villains and Shigaraki, also known as Tenko Shimura, were reported dead on arrival at the prison facility on the day of the battle. The room fell silent, except for Izuku, Nizu, and the detective, who seemed unfazed. Noticing Izuku's calm demeanor, Nizu inquired, Izuku, you don't seem surprised. Did you already know? Izuku shrugged. Even if I did know, what does it matter? He replied coolly. The detective seized the opportunity to ask questions, given the ongoing police investigation into the circumstances of their deaths. Izuku, did you have a role in their deaths? He asked, and Izuku met his gaze. Are you asking as a police detective or as my uncle? Izuku inquired, noticing the detective's slight tension. The detective responded as a professional. Then yes, I did. I did kill them after all, Izuku stated calmly, causing shock to ripple through the room. You all look surprised. Did I not mention my mission was about the doctor and the organization? Izuku continued, and they all nodded. All Might spoke up, his voice filled with concern. That doesn't explain why you killed them. Heroes shouldn't kill so easily. Izuku rolled his eyes. Remember, I am a special agent hero working for the UN. Those two were never going to walk away alive since they were deemed threats that shouldn't be kept alive. I followed my orders and removed them for good. Shigaraki died during the bar raid, and the doctor died while in police custody on the way to prison. Nothing is outside of my reach. The doctor knew I couldn't kill him publicly after he surrendered, but he forgot that I could act the moment he was out of the public eye. The other League members had capture or kill orders on them, but Shigaraki and the doctor had a kill-on-sight order for any special agents who encountered them. He took a sip of his tea, the tension in the room palpable. Nizu nodded slowly. Indeed, we forgot you work as a special agent and would likely have received such orders from the start. Let's move on to the next topic of discussion. I propose that dorms be built for UA. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding that it would help keep the students safer as villains became bolder with All Might's decline. We need the homeroom teachers and All Might to speak with all the parents and ask for their permission for the students to continue attending UA and to move into the dorms. Any questions? Nizu asked, but no one raised their hands. The conversation shifted to past events and their fallout. The atmosphere grew tense as Izuku had promised to hold All Might and Green Tornado publicly accountable for what had transpired. Nizu glanced at Izuku, who chuckled lightly. Are you all expecting me to lose my temper? Izuku teased, prompting a collective sigh from the group. Anyway, I would love to take All Might and Green Tornado to task publicly, but my superiors in America have advised against it for fear of destabilizing Japan's society. So, I must remain silent as a pro-hero. However, I was informed that I could sue you all as Hitoshi's guardian, which is my right. The room tensed at the thought of a lawsuit, which could put the school in a precarious position. Nizu and Izuku exchanged glances, and Izuku sighed. Sadly, I wouldn't want to ruin my uncle's school. Besides, it's doubtful that Hitoshi, Stella, and I will be staying anyway, so it might not matter. Aizawa straightened, curiosity piqued. What do you mean? Nizu interjected, your case is over, so you've been asked to return to America, haven't you? Izuku nodded. It's my decision whether to return or not. Hitoshi doesn't care since he doesn't have many friends in 1A or UA. Stella has some friends but also wants to see our parents again. So, we are undecided about returning to America, Izuku explained, and Nizu nodded in understanding. The meeting continued, though the tension lingered as they discussed All Might's retirement and its potential impact on crime rates and Japan's future. As the meeting concluded, Izuku felt a longing to leave but knew he needed to stay. Eventually, he returned home, eager to rest. He settled on the couch next to Hitoshi and Stella, who were engrossed in a movie. They asked him about the meeting, and Izuku provided a brief summary. He found the discussions unproductive, and Hitoshi expressed his reluctance to live on campus, a sentiment Stella shared, as they cherished their home. Izuku agreed, assuring them that if they stayed, he would ensure they could remain in their house rather than being forced onto campus. Chapter End. Izuku sat in his living room, staring at All Might. He felt uneasy having the symbol of peace in his home, but he knew he had to remain composed. All Might was there as a representative from UA, inquiring about Stella and Hitoshi's future at the school. Izuku reflected on the conversations he had with them over the past few days and felt a sense of relief about their decision. Now it was time to share it. The atmosphere in the room was tense, with no one willing to break the silence. Finally, Aizawa, tired of the quiet, spoke up. To get this conversation started, Izuku, you know why we're here. Have you all come to a decision? Izuku sighed, glancing at Hitoshi and Stella, who both nodded in agreement. Yes, we have, he replied, taking a sip of his tea. We've decided to return to America, and I will arrange for Hitoshi and Stella to transfer to a school there. This decision is based on several reasons, not just my discomfort with All Might and his family. He continued, first, UA has made repeated mistakes that have endangered students. They ignored my warnings about safety during off-campus trips. Additionally, I know All Might doesn't have a teaching certificate, yet he is allowed to teach a class that involves dangerous elements. That seems reckless to me. UA's entrance exam and training focus too heavily on spotlight heroes, which doesn't suit Hitoshi and many others. There's also a lack of support for students interested in the underground hero path, and I've seen no efforts to provide mental health resources after the traumatic events this semester. Overall, UA has shown a disregard for the well-being of their students, and I can't risk my family's safety any longer. We want to see our families in America and introduce them to Hitoshi. As Izuku spoke, Aizawa and All Might processed the weight of his words. Losing 2 students from Class 1A would significantly impact the class, reducing their numbers and losing some of their strongest members. Stella was a formidable powerhouse, and Hitoshi had the potential to excel in underground hero work, thanks to Izuku's training. Aizawa sighed, looking at Izuku. Is there any way to change this decision? He asked. Izuku shook his head. No, it's time for us to return to our family in America. The timing is perfect since it's the middle of summer, allowing us to adjust before the new semester starts. We plan to say goodbye to everyone at the dorms before we leave. Please inform Nizu to start the transfer paperwork. I'll send him the details of the school they'll be attending. Aizawa nodded and moved closer to Izuku, embracing him. Don't be a stranger. Make sure to call me and the others when you can. If you ever come back to Japan, visit Nizu and us, he said. Izuku nodded in agreement. Aizawa turned to All Might, urging him to leave with him. All Might seemed stunned, and Izuku rolled his eyes. Aizawa used his capture gear to lift All Might out of the house. Once outside, All Might snapped out of his shock and asked what had just happened. I'm guessing you were in shock after learning they won't be returning to UA. They will come to the move-in day at the dorms to say goodbye, but then they are heading back to America. Nizu anticipated this possibility during our last conversation, Aizawa explained. All Might wanted to go back inside to convince Izuku to stay, but Aizawa stopped him. Don't even think about it. This decision is final, he said firmly. Aizawa hated to admit it, but he would miss his nephew. The Yagi family had made too many mistakes for Izuku to have fond memories of Japan. Soon, All Might gave up and went into the car, and they drove off to UA. Upon their arrival back at the school, Inko and the rest of the staff noticed that All Might and Aizawa appeared saddened. Nizu inquired if the individuals he suspected would reject returning to UA had indeed done so. You were right on the money, sir, Aizawa replied as he settled into his desk and took some headache medicine. Everyone looked puzzled until Snipe spoke up. You're talking about the Midoriyas, aren't you? Izuku isn't going to let Hitoshi or Stella return to UA, is he? Snipe asked, and everyone turned their shocked expressions toward Aizawa and All Might. More or less, but it's not entirely Izuku's decision. In Hitoshi's case, it might be, but with Stella, we all know she has control in the relationship when she wants to. If she wanted to stay, they would stay without a doubt. However, Izuku provided many reasons why it's illogical for them to remain, and if I were in their position, I would make the same choice, Aizawa explained. Nizu asked for the reasons, even though he had an inkling about some of them. Aizawa summarized the reasons, and Nizu nodded, recognizing some but finding others surprising. He's right. We should have done far more regarding the students' mental health. Starting next semester, I want all students to undergo several sessions with Hound Dog to ensure we catch any issues. However, that won't change their decision to leave, Nizu stated. Aizawa agreed, acknowledging that it wouldn't alter Izuku's choice. We can only wait for them to say goodbye next week. They will likely be better taken care of in America, especially Hitoshi, since establishing an underground hero section here would be challenging with our board of directors. I must admit, our school operates in a rather quirky manner, even though I hate to admit it, Nizu remarked. The staff was taken aback by his admission, but Aizawa was not, having suffered due to the school's policies during the sports festival, just as Hitoshi had. The last week between Aizawa and All Might's inquiries about their return and the move-in day for UA had passed. Izuku had been communicating with his employers back in America and had arranged enrollment for Hitoshi and Stella so they could start right at the beginning of the semester. He had also been in touch with his father and Stella's parents regarding the move. Izuku recalled a phone call where he was honest about his intentions. Vermillions and Dad. I want to be upfront about our return. I don't want to move back in with you, Dad. I would like your help in finding a new home in New York, for Hitoshi, Stella, and myself. The three of us have grown accustomed to living independently and caring for Hitoshi as our son, so it would feel strange to move back in with you. I also plan to ask Stella to marry me once she graduates from hero school, so I would prefer to already be in our own home by then, Izuku expressed. They were silent for a moment but eventually agreed. They asked what Izuku wanted to do about the house in Japan, and he contemplated it. We could turn it into a separate business for an investment property and rent it out here in Japan. It's a lovely home and could generate rental income, which would help recuperate the money spent on it. Izuku suggested. They all considered this, and he also proposed that it could serve as a vacation home in Japan. If the house wasn't rented out to vacationers, the family could stay there instead of a hotel during their visits, which they agreed was a solid plan. After discussing further, they began searching for a new home and soon found one. Izuku looked at the images and agreed it would be a good place to live. He asked Stella and Hitoshi if they wanted to see the images, but they trusted his judgment since he had helped find their current amazing home. Finally, the last day in Japan arrived, and Izuku arranged for a private plane from his father to come to Japan. It would be ready to leave shortly after they finished their goodbyes. After some final conversations, they made their way to the car, having packed their bags. They decided not to transfer everything to America, opting instead to repurchase items there. They packed personal effects and clothing they cherished, donating everything else to charities rather than discarding it. Once they finished, they drove to UA to say their final goodbyes. The drive was pleasant and relaxing as Izuku played soothing music. Are you guys ready for this? Izuku asked, and they shrugged. Are you prepared for the Yagis to likely say something about you leaving for a second time? Hitoshi inquired, and Izuku rolled his eyes. They can't stop me, but even if they try, it's done and final. We will be heading to America by the end of this afternoon, so it doesn't matter what they do, Izuku replied. Hitoshi nodded, while Stella reminded Izuku to keep his emotions in check, which he acknowledged. Soon, they arrived at UA, exited the car, and walked toward the dorms, noticing that the students from Class 1A had just arrived and were setting their luggage down. Izuku also spotted the staff approaching the 1A dorms. The students, unaware of the situation, asked why all the teachers were present. Aizawa glanced at Izuku and his family before addressing the students. First, let's discuss your actions regarding the Kamino Ward incident. As some of you know, a portion of your class was planning a rescue operation to save Bakugo, but as you all witnessed, that would likely have led to their demise. I also know that many of you were aware of these actions and chose not to inform us. Fortunately, Hisashi Midoriya and Stella Vermillion were astute enough to alert UA, allowing us to intervene before any students were harmed. I want you to understand that the only reason you aren't being expelled from the hero course for your knowledge of or involvement in the operation is due to All Might's retirement and Japan's need for future heroes in the coming years. Understood? He emphasized the last part, glaring at the students, who all nodded in response. Nizu then spoke up. The reason we are gathered here is to bid farewell to the Midoriya family. Hitoshi and Stella will be joining Pro Hero Hunter, also known as Izuku Midoriya, on his return to America, as his case has now concluded. Due to various shortcomings at UA, they no longer see it as a safe option for their careers and will be attending a hero school in America that better suits their needs. He gestured toward Izuku, Hitoshi, and Stella, who stood off to the side, drawing the class's attention. Yagi, Todoroki, and Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise, as this was the first they had heard of the news. The rest of the class was equally shocked, realizing that both Hitoshi and Stella were strong students who would be missed. Stella's friends approached her, seeking confirmation of the news, and she nodded. You all have my phone number, so if you ever want to chat, just send me a text. I'll do my best to find time despite the time zone differences. And if you're ever in America, let me know where you are, and I'll see if I can come by. I'll be living in New York, so if you're ever near there, just reach out, Stella said, hugging her friends tightly. Izuku sat on a bench near the dorms as Yagi, Bakugo, and Todoroki approached him. Some teachers stood nearby, ready to intervene if the conversation took a turn for the worse. Izuku remained silent until Yagi unexpectedly hugged him. Stella tensed, unsure how to react to Izumi Yagi embracing her brother. The class watched in confusion, sensing the tension among the teachers at the sight of Yagi hugging her own brother. They knew the relationship was strained but were unaware of its severity. I'm sorry. I know I may never get the chance to say this again, but I am sorry for the torment and neglect you endured from our family, Izumi Yagi said, her voice filled with regret. Izuku felt a surge of anger but held back, memories of his childhood flooding his mind. You're sorry. But sorry doesn't erase the scars you and the others left on me, Izuku replied, his tone stiff. Your apologies didn't stop me from wanting to escape the abuse and neglect from those who were supposed to love me. I didn't even know All Might wasn't my biological father until my dad found me when I ran away. I saw him as my real father, completely unaware of the truth. So your apology doesn't take away the mental damage caused by my parents or the pain inflicted by you, Bakugo, and Todoroki. The class listened in shock, glancing at All Might and Green Tornado for some sign of denial, but they only lowered their heads in shame, confirming Izuku's words and leaving the students unsettled. However, despite my feelings, I hope you three can grow into better people and become amazing heroes. Otherwise, you might find yourselves on a list of those deemed unworthy, Izuku said with a smile that sent shivers down their spines. Yagi nodded, and Izuku leaned down to whisper something in her ear. Also, don't let those old fools in OFA dictate how you use your power. If we meet again, I expect an entertaining fight from you, Ninth, he added before walking away towards Stella and Hitoshi. He paused next to Toshinori Yagi and Inko Yagi, gritting his teeth as he raised a wall of shadows. The UA staff exchanged worried glances, unsure of what to do. After a minute, the wall came down, and Izuku joined Hitoshi and Stella, asking if they were ready to leave. They were. "Uncle Aizawa, would you like to join me at the airport?" Izuku asked, and Aizawa agreed as Nizu gave his approval. As they drove off, Aizawa inquired about what had happened behind the wall of shadows. Izuku was silent for a moment before responding. "I wanted to know what it felt like to be hugged by her with kindness. I told her to imagine me as the daughter she loved if she couldn't feel anything good toward me." A tear rolled down his cheek, which Aizawa noticed in the mirror, but no one spoke of it. "I also punched All Might in the gut," Izuku said with a smirk, causing Aizawa to chuckle. However, Izuku didn't mention that he had also hugged All Might. It didn't signify forgiveness. He had made that clear to All Might and Green Tornado. The deep-rooted resentment remained, but Izuku found some comfort in the thought that hugging his father felt better than embracing All Might ever had. Soon, they arrived at the airport and loaded their luggage onto the airplane. As they stood outside the airplane, Izuku turned to his uncle and said, "Please let me know if you ever come to America. I'd love to meet up." Aizawa nodded, wrapping his arms around Izuku in a warm hug. "I will let you know." With a playful grin, Izuku tossed the car keys to Aizawa, who caught them with a puzzled expression. "It's yours from now on," Izuku explained. "It would cost more to ship it from Japan and convert it for American roads than the car is worth. So, enjoy your new ride, it's less than a year old." Aizawa expressed his gratitude and asked if the car was already in his name. Izuku confirmed with a nod. Soon, the three of them boarded the airplane, which began to taxi toward the runway. This marked the end of the Shadow Hero, Hunter in Japan and the beginning of the Midoriya family's adventure in America.